Our story begins with the unlucky young man, Zhang Zhe, staring quietly out the window. He's completely indifferent to the spiritual culture being preached around him, while his classmates let their imaginations run wild, dreaming of becoming powerful experts. Zhang Zhe was busy, his face buried in his phone. The sound of their bickering seemed lighter than his heavy sigh. Turns out, Zhang Zhe was so broke he was about to sell his house just to get by. The survival instinct rumbling in his stomach urged him to enter the demon realm tonight, lest he become a hungry ghost. Zhang Zhe was a transmigrator. 10 years ago, he was transported from Earth to this world. He was adopted by the Zhang family and treated as their own son. Without them, the Zhang Zhe of today wouldn't exist. In this world, there exists something called a demon lair. They appeared 10 years before him, popping in and out of existence. Once a monster escapes from one, no weapon on Earth can stop it. But with his rotten luck, he hadn't known peace for long before he had to watch as a monster slaughtered his mother. He watched with his own eyes as it devoured her, chomping down as if she were a turnip. Even his father, though barely breathing, stayed behind to buy time for Zhang Zhe and his sister to escape. Though his heart was breaking and tears streamed down his face, he still had to wipe them away and pull his sister from that living hell. The giant monster swiftly crushed Father Zhang's body underfoot. Zhang Zhe hadn't gotten far before he witnessed the horrific scene, his eyes turning red with grief. Pushed to the brink, humanity rose up in resistance. They actively entered the demon realm to enhance their own physical abilities, discovering that if you were strong there, you'd be a powerful expert in reality too. Thus, nations began organizing demon realm experts to fight the monsters from the demon lairs. Thanks to their early successes, the Demon Realm Experts Association was established. They divided experts into 5 tiers. When facing high-level monsters from the demon lairs, it usually takes a Tier 5 expert to kill them. Awakened talents are divided into 7 ranks, from D to SSS. The higher the rank, the greater the power, and the easier it is to kill monsters. But only someone who awakens an A-rank talent can pass the Tier 1 expert assessment. Having calculated everything, Zhang Zhe quickly left the classroom. He silently made a vow. Tonight, he would awaken an A-rank talent and pass the assessment. When he got home, Zhang Zhe suggested to his sister that they eat out. Turns out, it wasn't because he was suddenly feeling generous, but because of the darkness chicken in Zhang Feng's hands. He accepted her kind gesture, but gently advised her to stop being a kitchen assassin from now on. Then, Zhang Zhe had a bright idea. He just peeled the skin off the chicken so his sister's hard work wouldn't go to waste. After dinner, Zhang Feng left for a study group, while Zhang Zhe counted down the seconds until he could enter the demon realm. He was prepared to go all in on this one chance a euro. It was all or nothing. The watch on his wrist sparked with electricity, instantly pulling Zhang Zhe into the endless plains. A guide spirit greeted him at the entrance, more welcoming than a hostess at a high-end club. Zhang Zhe stood alone in the training grounds, preparing to choose his name and appearance. He'd been stewing on this for several sleepless nights and immediately chose the nickname Azura with a masked avatar. In the blink of an eye, the street-smart Zhang Zhe transformed into the domineering CEO, Azura. But whether the CEO was the real deal or a cheap knockoff would depend on his talent assessment. As Zhang Zhe placed his hand on the orb, he prayed it has to be A rank. But the orb fizzled out in his hand like a cheap online purchase, leaving him completely stunned. Even the guide spirit's cheerful face turned pale. Panicking that he'd failed, Zhang Zhe stammered, begging for a satisfying answer. But fortune favors the foolish. He only asked for an A rank, but the heavens blessed him with an SS rank summoning art. The spirit dropped its cute demeanor and announced in a monotone, system-like voice, "Congratulations. An SS rank skill talent awakener. Only exists in legends. Basically, no one in this world has ever awakened an SS rank talent. You are truly lucky." Those words alone sent Zhang Zhe into a frenzied, rapid-fire monologue. Just awakening an A rank talent is enough to get into a prestigious academy. My future would have been limitless. So what happens if you awaken an SS rank talent? I can finally turn my life around. Once he calmed down, the spirit continued its presentation. This is the description for the SS rank summoning art. Read it yourself. A clear, detailed stat screen for the SS rank summoning art appeared, making Zhang Zhe's excitement grow until his voice turned hoarse without him even realizing it. Oh my god, this summoning art is completely broken. Holy crap, all I have to do is kill a monster to summon an exact copy of it. Doesn't that mean I can create an entire monster army? As he spoke, his thoughts ran wild, and he was so overcome with joy he almost cried. The leader of the army would be a boss. That would be so damn cool. Luckily, his pounding heart screamed at him to calm down. Only then did Zhang Zhe hum a little and get back to business. First, let's check out the character interface. His stat sheet appeared, detailed down to the last letter. Skimming the contents. Zhang Zhe drew a simple conclusion. His spirit was 1 point higher than a normal person's. Could it be because I'm a transmigrator? Just as he was about to tap wildly on the screen, the previously silent spirit spoke up. You may now officially enter the demon realm. Without waiting for his response, she opened a spatial gate connected to the virtual reality. A crowd of people stood in a vast square, looking around just as bewildered as Zhang Zhe. Ahua's frantic voice immediately echoed through every corner. Newcomers, over here. We're from the Demon Realm's Personnel Management Bureau. We're here to explain some basic knowledge about the Demon Realm. Also, we'll be issuing each of you a weapon. The noisy space made Zhang Ze's head spin for a few seconds, before he came to a final, dreary conclusion in his mind. So many people. This must be the real Demon Realm. Suddenly, the crowd surged toward one spot. Boing in unison, as if someone had pressed a button. A man with an aggressive fashion sense showed off his arrogant attitude. That's right. Your old man, awakened the A-rank talent. Great strength fist. Those around him couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Someone actually awakened an A-rank talent. I'm so jealous. My talent is B-rank. Even so, I'm already pretty satisfied with that. For some, however, hearing that was like a blow to the soul. He silently shed a tear, sinking into a heavy gloom. Why? Why did I only awaken a D-rank talent? The worst possible talent. Even when someone took pity and patted his shoulder, saying, hey, cheer up, don't be sad. He still paid no mind, mumbling, I won't accept this. Alin quickly shut down the chaotic atmosphere in a flash. All right. All of you line up. We're starting weapon distribution now. His imposing presence made the crowd obediently line up in an instant. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as Alin began his official announcement. In this demon realm, you absolutely must remember this. I know many of you think the demon realm is a game. No, you are mistaken. In games, you can revive even if you die. But in the demon realm, if you die for real. Not even your corpse will be left behind. You will vanish instantly. You heard right. Not even your bones will remain. It's brutal. So I suggest each of you be 120% ready. If you don't want to make any mistakes. Because one wrong step and you're doomed forever. Here, besides being careful of monsters, you also have to watch out for your own kind. Ahua, standing nearby, didn't forget to add some important details as her colleague busied himself checking weapons. And there's one more thing you must remember. To leave the demon realm, you absolutely must return to the altar. Only at the altar can you be teleported back. Alin cleared his throat and called out to Zhang Zhe, who was a distance away. Next, he stood nervously, listening to Ahua's inquiries. First, register your talent and skill level. Then, you'll choose your weapon. What is your awakened talent level? Zhang Zhe replied nonchalantly. D-rank. Though it made his comrades behind him snicker, his mind remained secretly resolute. So many people here. Good thing I hid my talent level beforehand. The human heart is treacherous in the demon realm. High talent will surely get you killed or backstabbed. Staying humble and hidden is the true path. As he was busy interacting with Alin, what weapon do you want to choose? I want this bow. The motley crowd behind them instantly burst into chatter. Did you hear that? Another D-ranker. At that level, I'd rather just go home. Why bother forcing yourself? Ignoring their annoying chatter, Zhang Zhe still focused, taking the stiffwood longbow as Alin commented. A long-range weapon, though its attack isn't high. The upside is it's very safe. As long as you're careful, you'll survive longer. A while later, Ahua let out a tired sigh. Finally finished distributing weapons. I'm dead tired. When Alin approached to inquire, how many A-rank awakened talents this time? She had to perk up and report, let me see. Only 3. He groaned in disappointment. Seriously, this batch isn't as good as the last. Meanwhile, the participants are going wild, weapons in hand, rushing into the deep forest. Charge. Watch me slaughter everything in sight. Meanwhile, one person remained, practicing archery at the welcome platform. Zhang Zhe looked at his shots and let out a frustrated sigh. His gloomy mood secretly pulled him away from reality. Archery is harder to master than I imagined. I've shot so many arrows, yet only hit the bullseye once. In actual combat, I wouldn't get so many do-overs. Right now, I don't have any summoning items. I absolutely cannot just rush out and fight blindly. I need to quickly improve my archery, then find the right opportunity to strike, and get my first monster summoned. After a long time, the sunlight grew increasingly dazzling. A heap of arrows had somehow appeared sprawled on the ground. Zhang Zhe's gaze suddenly turned incredibly sharp. He drew his bow, perfectly mimicking the stance of an experienced warrior. The moment the arrow left the bow, it tore through the air and shot straight toward the target in front of him. The arrow pierced straight into the blazing red bullseye. A notification arrow, archery mastery has leveled up to 4 euro, appeared, causing Zhang Zhe to break into a warm smile of delight. His hands dropped, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. That's probably good enough. With newfound confidence, he quickly put on a mask and immediately ran into the forest. Time to go. Unbeknownst to him, terrifying monsters had already begun to stir from their lairs. They silently turned the hunters into plump, moving bait. The oppressive aura made Zhang open his Demon Realm guide to read even as he ran. Demon Realm, first floor. Violent tortoise, hard-shelled turtle, iron-fanged wolf. As he ran towards the scene, the vast forest echoed with the desperate screams of the participants from earlier. Help! They desperately tried to flee from the pursuit of the gigantic hard-shelled turtle behind them. The ground shook, causing one unlucky person to fall sprawling onto the ground. His mouth involuntarily gasped out words of despair amidst his trembling. Help me! Just as the monster opened its mouth to swallow him, an arrow shot out, making it freeze mid-action. Zhang Zhe, full of righteous spirit, shouted to attract its attention. Hey, over here, adorable little turtle. Let's be buddies. His sickeningly sweet tone made it visibly furious. Its fury spread so far that even standing a distance away, he could feel it and froze. As the hard-shelled turtle shifted its pursuit to him, Zhang Zhe fled headlong, screaming noisily, Look, it's over there. Though his heart was filled with tears on the outside, he still stubbornly joked around. That's so scary. The two sides kept playing this game of chase until Zhang Zhe saw the familiar platform from earlier. He used that as motivation and, as if having a virtual engine attached to his butt, sprinted forward. The towering stone pillar immediately unleashed a powerful electric current. The unlucky hard-shelled turtle was hit by a surprise attack. As it collapsed in pain, Zhang Zhe boldly drew his bow and shot again. A volley of arrows pierced the armored turtle's tough shell, allowing the system to deliver the good news, opponent defeated. Its massive body slowly dissolved into nothingness. But not before revealing a spirit orb, and Zhang Zhe received another message. You've obtained a low-grade demon soul orb. Holding the item in his hand, he happily wiped a thin layer of sweat from his brow. Sure enough, using the altar's magic barrier was the right move. Before he could think any further, the system updated Zhang Ze's knowledge. Demon Realm Bestiary. Monsters can randomly drop demon soul orbs upon death. Scanning the information panel, he quickly grasped the main points. Low-grade demon soul orbs only increase attributes by 0.01 points. Gotta start accumulating them first. My brain's working overtime, just like my overly talkative mouth. I remember the TV said a low-grade demon soul orb can sell for 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, the system window displayed a new notification. You have defeated an armored turtle. You can now summon a replica. Do you wish to summon it? Zhang Ze's excitement made him forget his previous thoughts. Summon. A ring of energy rapidly circulated in the space before him. As the energy surged, the armored turtle emerged from the spatial ring to greet its master. Its defiant roar made Zhang Ze blush with excitement. The moment his hand touched the face of his summoned monster, he joyfully shouted, A summoned beast. I finally have my first summoned beast. His handsome, CEO-like cool facade lasted exactly 3 seconds before dissolving into a goofy expression as he playfully messed with his giant turtle. Elsewhere, a violent rabbit was busy sweeping through a group of trespassers who had ventured into the dense forest. Seeing their comrades fall to the ground, Ah Tuo and Ah Hui, full of camaraderie, stepped forward to shield him. Ming, you fall back. Ow! You monster! There's so many of us. I don't believe we can't defeat you. But the stalemate dragged on for a long time, until the sky began to dim. A strange, screaming bird call made Ah Hui look back in confusion. The fiery gaze of the new monster joining the battlefield made him visibly panic. Oh no, there's an armored turtle behind us. The three of them panicked, desperately defending both directions, not daring to be careless. Fortunately, the panic stopped when Ah Tuo suddenly realized something they had missed. Wait a second, am I seeing this right? Why is there someone riding on the armored turtle's back? Sensing their gazes fixed on him, Zhang Ze flashed an arrogant, provocative smile. Hey buddies, what's up? His arrogant greeting instantly turned the trio's fear into dissatisfaction. What the hell? Monsters in the demon realm are supposed to attack on sight. Why isn't that armored turtle attacking him? Can monsters in the demon realm actually be tamed? That's amazing. Maybe he just got punched too hard? Ming blurted out something a little thoughtless. What's so amazing about that? We can try to tame this violent rabbit too. Then I'll just tell this violent rabbit to carry us out of here. He hadn't even finished his sentence before it punched him silly. Ming's groans echoed through the forest. My teeth. That hateful rabbit has no martial ethics. A Euro startled his two friends into raising their weapons immediately. Ming, you fall back first. This is bad news. Ahui excitedly slashed the violent rabbit's arm, making it bleed. The pain spreading throughout its body forced it to quickly retreat. All of this only served to fuel the rage building within it. allowing the violent rabbit to enter a berserk state, roaring so loudly it made everything around them shiver. Its murderous aura erupted, making Ahui tremble as he tried to stop his comrades from getting completely slaughtered. We're screwed. This violent rabbit has gone berserk. Don't worry, it's low on health. The three of us can rush it and definitely take it down. It turned out its previous roar was to summon 2 more comrades. TCH. The sudden equal numbers on both sides made Ming's group go through the 5 stages of despair in an instant. At the same time, the gentle twilight settled, making the scene more poetic than ever. Zhang Ze happily breathed in the fresh air as soon as he escaped the gloomy forest. The sunset over this grassland really is beautiful. It calms my mind. But that calm didn't last long, as the noisy sound from behind grew closer and closer. Ming's group, in the end, didn't dare to fight to the death and decided to floor it and escape. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. As they ran past Zhang Ze, they even had the courtesy to shout a warning. Run. Gue Xian, don't just stand there. You'll get punched to death. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. Just in time to see a pack of muscular, buff rabbits charging straight at him. Zhang Ze's soul nearly flew out of his body as a sky-shattering scream erupted from his throat. Luckily, his ancestors must have taken pity on him, because he instinctively lowered his center of gravity to dodge the monster's devastating punch. The constant surge of tension forced Zhang Ze to command his little beast. Armored Turtle, use your tail to attack them. It obeyed, swatting the frenzied beast with its tail, dropping their HP by nearly half. That sight made Zhang Ze's eyes bulge in astonishment. No way. My damage isn't even as good as my summoned beasts. Suddenly, one violent rabbit pulled its usual dirty sneak attack. Seeing that signal, the other 2 quickly ganged up on the armored turtle. The continuous shaking made Zhang Ze grit his teeth and think to himself, we're doomed. The armored turtle is too slow. Even with high defense, it can't withstand 3 violent rabbits attacking at once. I need to find a way to distract them. But unexpectedly, after getting a beating, the armored turtle activated its enraged mode, roaring deafeningly. It quickly tensed its scorched body to directly strike those wild rabbits with its tail. When the rabbit's health was low, Zhang Ze swiftly fired the final finishing arrows at a nearby one. He quickly moved to avoid the little turtle's powerful tail, then praised it. Armored turtle, well done. Zhang Ze drew his bow again and shot down the pathetic rabbit his companion had tossed into the air. This made the last remaining one go berserk, charging forward swiftly. It angrily punched the turtle's tail, making Zhang Ze cry out in alarm. Armored Turtle, an equally berserk rage swelled within him, making him tense up and aim immediately. That damn rabbit. I won't let my first summoned beast die. Fortunately, his rationality remained intact, helping Zhang Ze accurately fire 3 arrows into his opponent. Seeing it still wasn't dead, he quickly ordered his turtle. Armored Turtle, quickly return to the summoning circle. Otherwise, you'll die. Instead of obeying its master, it stood still and closed its eyes tightly. Just a moment later, the armored turtle reached level 2, under its master's astonished gaze. With burning hot blood in its heart, it powerfully whipped its tail into the air, slamming it down directly onto the last violent rabbit, powerfully sending it straight to oblivion. When the battle finally ended, Zhang Ze joyfully held up the 3 spirit stones, cheering with his armored turtle under the beautiful moonlight. We won. Then he saw the system notification. System, you have killed 3 violent rabbits. You can now summon 3 replicas. Would you like to summon them? The anticipation was almost unbearable. He couldn't help but issue the command immediately. Summon. Instantly, the 3 rabbits Zhang Ze had defeated earlier emerged from Spatial Rift. He let out a cheerful sigh of relief now that all the hard work was over. Excellent. Now I have 4 summoned beasts. The next morning, the blazing sun beat down on the ground. Zhang Ze excitedly opened his info panel to check after a notification chime rang out. You have received a message from the class group. All students, return immediately to the altar for an assembly. There is an important announcement. This surprised him, making him wonder, what's the rush? A long while later, the vast area echoed with the soft thud of countless footsteps as the freshmen gathered. Everyone quickly assembled in the square, just like on the first day they arrived. The male MC spoke enthusiastically, ignoring the resentful glares from below. All students, how do you feel about the first level of the Demon Realm? After so many days of training, I believe none of you had any problems, right? However, the first level's boss, the Iron Fang Wolf, is not something you can face right now. Therefore, the school has specially invited an expert from the Demon Realm. She will lead you to defeat the first level's boss, the Iron Fang Wolf, and open the gate to the second level. Let's all give her a warm round of applause. She looked delicate, yet her words were incredibly firm. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Yueying. My name in the Demon Realm is Yueying. Her beautiful face quickly became the topic of discussion among the crowd below. Isn't that senior sister Lu, the one who awakened an S-grade talent last year? You mean the one recommended to Qingdao Martial Arts Academy? Yes, that's her. Both a beauty and a genius. The absolute best. The noisy chatter was quickly cut short by Yue Ying's voice. I hope you don't underestimate the level 1 boss, the Iron Fang Wolf. It's more formidable than you think. When you accompany me, you must follow my commands. If you act on your own, you will bear the consequences. Her concluding words seemed to be a signal for the system to send a message to all the freshmen present in the square. Yue Ying invites you to join the team. Without a word, everyone unanimously clicked yes. Just a moment later, Yue Ying's stat panel, full of question marks, appeared before everyone. Zhangze carefully read each line, nodding thoughtfully. Important information is hidden. I wonder who's stronger, her or my summoned beasts. If I could replicate that Iron Fang Wolf while we're here, that would be amazing. He didn't know how much time had passed, only that the dry winds had turned the highest treetops to an autumnal hue. Yue Ying led the group of freshmen deep into the strange jungle. Zhangze walked slowly behind, his thoughts drifting quietly beneath the cloak covering his face. I'm currently hiding my true strength, so I can't summon my beasts. Otherwise, I'd definitely scare them all away. Unfortunately, the peaceful atmosphere was quickly shattered by the appearance of 2 violent rabbits. The unexpected encounter was further introduced by an excited armored turtle. Before Yue Ying could say anything, Aksu quickly spoke up. Demonic beasts. Everyone, charge. Before anyone could react, she calmly drew her sword and dispatched the 3 monsters in a single swift motion. The magnificent sight left everyone wide-eyed with awe. Just one move. She wiped them out in a single strike. Just one sword move, that's incredibly terrifying. This is the power of an expert who awakened an S-grade talent. Their idiotic chatter made Yue Ying speak up in annoyance. Stop talking nonsense. Let's keep going. Even so, the previous chatter only died down slightly, not disappearing completely. Senior sister is so cool. Meanwhile, Zhangze remained faithful to keeping all his thoughts to himself. Truly formidable. It seems stealing from her is impossible. The group continued to move until late at night. Wolf howls carried on the wind from all directions, making the greenhorn freshmen break out in a cold sweat. It's the Iron Fang Wolf. We're here. As soon as Yue Ying stopped, a dark spatial rift suddenly appeared, making the group behind her jump in fright. Ignoring their emotions, she coldly turned to announce, this is a portal. The Iron Fang Wolf is about to appear. If you don't want to die, maintain a safe distance and do not attack it without my command. No sooner had she finished speaking than a clawed foot pierced through the gate and landed on the soft grass. The powerful aura of the hidden monster pushed back the people behind it a short distance. As soon as the Iron Fang Wolf emerged, it didn't hesitate to display its dominance before the juicy prey in front of it. The freshman's vision began to narrow, leaving them panicking. The fog is too thick. I can't even see where the Iron Fang Wolf is anymore. The swirling mist was so thick that even the sturdiest branches seemed to sway uneasily. Amidst the chaotic scene, Yue Ying stood tall, her sword raised, waiting for her opponent to come to her. She slowed her breathing as much as possible to sense the Iron Fang Wolf's movements. The massive monster transformed into an arrow, darting behind Yue Ying. Its blinding speed made the crowd talk more nervously than usual. What do we do? If we can't even see the demonic beast, how are we supposed to fight it? This is just the first boss, and it's already this hard. Suddenly, the chilling atmosphere began to shift strangely. The Iron Fang Wolf, sensing an opportunity, reverted to its original form and lunged at its prey. Unfortunately, Yue Ying had anticipated this and deftly leaned aside. Her swift action easily saved her from the vibrating air it left behind. After it leaped past her face, Yue Ying took a breath and raised her elegant sword. Her feet rotated in a smooth circle to match. Once her body was in the optimal position, she quickly used her power to deal with the dangerous Iron Fang Wolf. Its massive body fell to the ground, then vanished into thin air, taking the hazy black smoke around it with it. Thanks to this, the audience gained renewed energy and spoke with more vigor. We won. The Iron Fang Wolf has been defeated. What just happened? I was at the front. I saw everything. It was senior sister Yue Ying's S-grade talent skill. Light severing slash. Zhangze, standing further back, didn't hesitate to pull out his stat panel, a lingering sense of confusion in his mind. Light severing slash. Detailed information about the S-grade light severing slash appeared. Before his mind could fully process it, he heard Yue Ying's question. You've all received the key to unlock the first level, right? Followed by the joyful responses of the crowd. We got it. Thank you, senior sister. Their excited expressions made her nod contentedly. All right then, while I have some free time, Yue Ying opened the team chat channel to check it. There was nothing important there, so she turned her head and spoke to the bewildered new players in front of her. You guys, hurry and get through the first floor gate. The boss will respawn in an hour. My mission here is done, so I need to head back to the 5th floor to kill the boss there. Before she could even take a step, Ewing heard a Shue's questioning voice. Huh? Sis behind you? It's just. The other party's hesitation made her look back in confusion. The dim, dark gate suddenly began to move strangely. Yu Ying's composure vanished completely. This is a sign of the boss respawning. No way. It hasn't even been an hour yet. In just a brief moment, the gate emanated chaotic energy, enveloping itself. The horrifying sight sent a chill down her spine. No, this isn't right. This killing intent, it's not normal. Could it be? This is an elite Iron Fang wolf. That one statement turned the new players' faces pale with fear. An elite? No way. Don't be scared. We have seen your sister here, right? Before the panic could even subside, Yu Ying's urgent words cut through. You guys, hurry and run. You'll only get in my way here. Get out of here now. All their confused emotions froze them stiff. Seeing your sister, the group scrambled to leave. Only Zhang Zhe, with a bit of conscience left, turned back, silently wondering. Is she going to be okay? That's an elite boss. Yu Ying inadvertently revealed a worried expression. An elite boss's power can equal 5 regular bosses. Though it's not easy to deal with, it's only a first-floor boss, so I should be able to handle it. Never mind that now. First, I need to lure it away so the students can escape. Then I'll figure it out. The wolf attacked directly without a word, forcing her to lean to the side to dodge. Yu Ying's sword-wielding hand unconsciously tightened its grip. She coldly made a few thrusts at the cunning monster. But her mind wasn't satisfied with the results she'd just achieved. The damage is too low. Just how high is this elite Iron Fang wolf's defense? Just as the Iron Fang wolf intended to counterattack, Yu Ying quickly jumped back to dodge, but it deliberately changed direction to pursue her relentlessly. It even transformed its body into a gaseous form, gliding towards Yu Ying. Its clever movement caught her off guard, making her stumble. Her delicate body suffered its first wounds, followed by a slow report from a system. System, you are bleeding. The dull pain spreading from her face to her feet made Yu Ying curse. Damn it. Her mind was also working at full capacity. It's too fast. I tried to dodge, but I still got scratched. No, I can't give up. That thought helped her regain her composure and raise her sword to fight. Elsewhere, the dark night quietly did its work, regardless of the chaos below. A young man saw Zhang Zhe step slow down and quickly called out, Hey, don't just stand there stunned. Run. This made him even more lost in thought as he fell into a loop of reasoning. An elite Iron Fang wolf. Such a rare monster isn't something you encounter every day. If I could tame it, then. All his subsequent thoughts vanished as his ears inadvertently caught the other guy's voice. Idiot, don't you care about your life anymore? Just stand there and wait to die then. A moment later, Yu Ying panted exhausted. Her body was covered in wounds, big and small, but it didn't make her timid in the slightest. I didn't expect a first-floor elite boss to be this strong. Even now, it still has so much health. Just then, the wolf suddenly sprang forward, making Yu Ying quickly dodge. She also seized the opportunity to use Light's reprisal. However, Yu Ying's legs began to show signs of trembling. Her weakened body made the system issue a warning. Excessive bleeding has led to a decrease in physical strength. Unable to use skills. At the same time, the wolf coldly observed its prey. It excitedly transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards its opponent. As if sensing what was about to happen, Yu Ying could only stand still, breathing heavily, before receiving the monster's vicious slashes. Yu Ying's body collapsed to the ground, but the Iron Fang wolf showed no mercy, baring its fangs. Her blurry eyes still held an unwilling defiance as she realized. Luckily, before the worst could happen, a volley of arrows suddenly shot straight into the wolf. It turned out to be Zhang Zhe, who, after wrestling with his conscience countless times, had decided to fight. But the way he attracted the monster was utterly disgraceful. Hey, little puppy, come and get me. The unexpected sight made Yu Ying's mind race. Before sighing and thinking to herself, I remember now, that's one of the first-year students. Why hasn't he run away yet? Seeing Zhang Zhe's way of fighting, like poking a dog with a stick, even though she was out of breath, she had to speak up. You'll get bitten. Stop teasing it. Run. You can't beat it. But he paid no attention to her words, and instead fought with even more fervor, making the injured Yu Ying double her worry, both outwardly and inwardly. This idiot, he's going to die. In another area, hasty footsteps echoed throughout the forest. Zhang Zhe, who had initially been calmly taunting the wolf, was now gritting his teeth and sprinting forward. This elite boss still has half its health. Rushing in now would be suicidal. But at this point, how could I not intervene? I can't die. If I die, who will take care of my little sister? I need to lure it to a more open area, then my summoned beast will have an advantage. Too fast. I'm almost out of breath. Just as the wolf bared its mouth, intending to make a sashimi out of Zhang Zhe, He quickly slammed to a halt. Then he lowered his center of gravity, turned around, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Summon beasts." That one word quickly pulled the 4 rabbit turtle brothers out into reality. Under the system's emotionless voice, warning, excessive bleeding. My body's completely drained. Noyet Ing forced herself up, gulping down a health potion and muttering under her breath. How ridiculous. A newbie trying to take on an elite boss? I've got to go save him fast. I need to stop the bleeding now. I hope that newbie can hold out for a bit. As the tension mounted, a sweet voice suddenly echoed through the gloomy area. Healing green. A wave of cool green energy surged from a magic staff, enveloping Noyet Ing and healing her. The familiar mana surprised her. Little princess? What are you doing here? Jin Xian excitedly stood before the others, announcing, "Oh, re all here." Hero. Her teammates immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Noyet Ing, you're crazy. Did you really think you could take on an elite by yourself? You're being far too reckless. This is a top-tier elite boss. It's not something you can handle alone. The blunt scolding left Noyet Ing embarrassed and speechless. I'm sorry. I thought I could. Luckily, Ju Shun remained clear-headed, scanning his surroundings. Hey, wait a second. Where's that elite? This made her remember the crucial matter, causing her to shriek. That's right. It's the Shadow Wolf elite. The Shadow Wolf. A newbie just lured it away. We have to go save him. That declaration stunned the other 4. What? A newbie lured the elite boss away. Meanwhile, Zhangze was still locked in a tense battle with the advanced Iron-Tooth Wolf. Summoned beasts attack. Watching his army of rabbits and turtles charge forward, he suddenly fell into deep thought as he heard the fierce sounds of combat nearby. Although the Shadow Wolf was incredibly fast, its movements were sure to be restricted by the encirclement of 3 violent hares. Just then, the hard-shelled tortoise suddenly whipped its tail toward the wolf, sending it crashing into a nearby tree before it could even react. The sight boosted Zhang Ze's confidence, a cold smile forming on his lips. It also allowed the lava tortoise, hampered by its speed, to strike the Shadow Wolf perfectly. But as the wolf roared in fury, even 4 against 1 was nothing to it. The previous tactics quickly failed again, making Zhang Ze break out in a cold sweat. The damage is too high. My summoned beasts need to try and avoid direct attacks. Fortunately, at that moment, he suddenly received good news. A violent hare swung its fist at the fierce wolf. Violent hare, leveled up to level 2. The timely notification boosted Zhang Ze's flagging spirits. Another violent hare leveled up. Surround and attack it like this. Lava tortoise, block its attacks. Violent hares, attack it furiously. At that command, his beloved pets immediately clashed with the wolf. While later, the clouds gradually dispersed, letting moonlight illuminate the scene below. Good news was nowhere to be found. Instead, Zhang Ze unluckily received grim tidings. Violent hare LV1, defeated. His arm, drawing the bowstring, froze for a few seconds. Violent hare, and that's not all. The wolf's berserk attack once again sent another level 1 violent hare to its demise. A legendary arrow of resentment seemed to pierce straight through Zhang Ze's heart. Damn it, my violent hares. He couldn't hold back his curses any longer. Still not dead after fighting for so long, rage began to surge continuously within him. If he still won't die, I'll become a general without an army. All of Zhang Ze's hope quickly shifted to the hard-shelled tortoise's powerful tail. Just die already. Its overwhelming meat shield tactic quickly proved effective. A brief notification appeared as its body gradually faded away. Elite Shadow Wolf defeated. Happiness surged through his body as the system recorded Zhang Ze's victory. That was dangerous. My 2 remaining summoned beasts only had a sliver of health left. When he saw the dropped equipment arrow, a medium mana soul orb, wolf fang necklace, and wolf bone knife arrow, he happily shouted into the silent air. As expected of an elite tier boss, the mana soul orb is actually a medium grade. Wolf bone knife, wolf fang necklace. I can use the necklace. The damage on this wolf bone knife is pretty high, but I don't know how to fight hand to hand, so it's not much use to me. I'll sell it when I get back to cover my little sister's medical expenses. But as peace settled, Zhang Ze still felt a slight sadness in his heart, even though I lost 2 summoned beasts. But just a second later, a happy declaration escaped his lips. But I couldn't resist capturing a wolf cub. Zhang Ze excitedly raised his hand, instantly summoning the new member. Come out, my elite Shadow Wolf. The spatial rift suddenly became larger than ever. The Shadow Wolf proudly stepped out to greet its master. As he read its stats, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. These stats, they're too heaven-defying. This is absolutely an invincible existence on the first floor. His eyes, gazing at the moonlight, were filled with a rare, pure hope. It's getting late. I should head back. I have class tomorrow. A long while later, Jin Qian's voice suddenly emerged from the scene of the earlier battle. I found it. There are a lot of shadow wolf claw marks here. The newbie must have escaped. Long Wang also reported to Nui Yeding. I just scouted everywhere. Didn't see anyone else. Looks like things didn't end well. Zhu Shun, still leaning down to examine the area, sighed and interjected. There's nothing we could do. He was just a newbie, after all. That newbie disregarded his own life to save someone else. He truly had a brave heart and a kind spirit. Nui Yeding, not wanting to hear any more of it, dejectedly turned and left. He must be that teacher's student. Tomorrow, I'll go to the school and look for Teacher Lu Wei. If someone was really in that much trouble, he would have definitely known. His defiant eyes silently declared his will to the heavens. If he's really dead, then it's all my fault. Back in the real world, the dead quiet of the night made the wind outside howl. It was loud enough to drown out the sound of Zhang Zhe talking to himself in his room, marveling at the 70-plus soul orbs he'd collected. What a haul today. Time to hop on the online exchange and sell some of these. Let's try absorbing one of these soul orbs and see what happens. According to the guide, if my strength increases in there, my strength in the real world should increase too. I'll test it out at the training hall tomorrow. The next morning, Zhang Zhe woke to the sound of birds chirping on the roof. He trudged out to the main room and had a brief exchange with Zhang Feng. Bro, hurry up and get washed. Then come eat breakfast. Didn't I tell you not to cook anymore? You never listened to me. It's just a little breakfast. I can handle it, don't worry. Even while just brushing his teeth, his mind was racing. My sister's artificial kidney is starting to fail. I have to make more money, and fast. Should I tell them I awakened an S-rank talent? Nah, better not. I should keep my S-rank talent a secret. It's best not to draw any unwanted attention. His sister, Zhang Feng, quietly noticed how tired he looked. He came home so late last night. Could it be that he awakened a low-rank talent? But her worry kept bubbling up, and she had to speak. Bro, the abyssal zone is filled with danger. Maybe you should stop going. I'll figure out a way to make money for the rent. Her words made Zhang Zhe, who was busy slurping down noodles, stop and ask immediately. You have a way? What kind of way could you possibly have? But all he got in return was a cryptic, evasive answer from the girl. It's a secret that can't be told. I have my ways. A short while later, the sounds of the two siblings getting ready echoed past the high walls of their home. Before leaving, Zhang Zhe didn't forget to remind his sister, make sure you study hard. Let me worry about the money. I'm heading out, he said, receiving a reply that made him wonder if she'd even heard him. Be careful. He walked slowly onto the sprawling school grounds, where a noisy crowd of students was chatting before the bell rang. Talk about awakenings quickly reached Zhang Zhe's ears. Lao Su awakened a D-rank talent. Looks like he's destined to be a normal person for the rest of his life. What about you? What talent did you awaken? B-rank. As the two of them joked around. Hey, that's great. We promised we'd be losers together, and you went and became a genius. Zhang Zhe, however, remained calm and scrolled through his phone. Soul orbs really are a hot commodity. They're already all sold out. First, I'll withdraw the money. I definitely have to go to the abyssal zone today and get more soul orbs. I've almost saved up enough for my sister's surgery. Suddenly, Teacher Lu's stern voice made Zhang Zhe jump. Everyone, settle down in your seats. Is everyone here? But the authority of the homeroom teacher was no match for a pretty girl. It's Senior Lu Yueying. It's my first time seeing the goddess in person. She's even more beautiful than she is in the abyssal zone. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. It'd be amazing if she didn't. Keep dreaming. You're only a D-rank talent. Teacher Lu, looking as friendly as ever, boomed over the chatter. Students, yesterday, during the first floor boss fight, an unexpected incident occurred. I'd like to ask, who was it that helped Lu Yueying by luring the boss away? Could that student please stand up? Yueying would like to thank you personally. While everyone buzzed with speculation, who could it be? I have no idea. The actual person, Zhang Zhe, just ducked his head lower, scrolling on his phone and muttering to himself. No thanks necessary. There's no way I'm revealing my identity. With no one coming forward, Teacher Lu and Yueying had a brief exchange outside the classroom. Yueying, that student? It's very likely they aren't in my class. Yes, sir. If you find any information, please let me know. Of course. You should get to your own class now. He left the class unleashed, and the room became louder than a marketplace. Damn, who could have been? To dare lure the boss away, all alone? Does he have a death wish? Now that is a real man. I'm in awe. It's time to come clean. I was the one who lured the boss away. Oh, cut the crap. You wouldn't have the guts to lead a boss away by yourself. Amidst the noise, a knowing voice spoke up. It was Wang Yang. I know who it was. His words easily pulled Zhang Zhe away from his phone, who asked anxiously, Who? Who is it? After the boss appeared, all the other students ran away, but one person was left. He ran towards the boss. I think his name was Lassart. Just because he ran toward the boss doesn't mean it was him. Maybe he was just so panicked he ran in the wrong direction. Wang Yang brushed the topic aside and cheerfully changed the subject. Anyway, forget about that. Yesterday, when I was grinding in the abyssal zone, I met these two cute girls. Too bad, Zhang, they couldn't care less. How boring. I have to get to my part-time job at the martial arts gym. That one sentence made the other guy's face fall. Does your sister need more money for her surgery again? Only after hearing his friend confirmation did he relax. Don't worry. I can still handle it. Only then could Wang Yang let out a sigh of relief before changing the subject. All right then. If you ever need help in the demon realm, look me up. My name in there is Handsome Fatty. The day passed quickly, right up until the final bell rang. As Zhang Zhe busied himself cleaning the gym, he couldn't help but think, if I could just get a few more demon soul orbs, I won't have to work here anymore. In a far corner of the central square, the excited chatter of students filled the air. Zhenghao, you're a beast. As expected of the strongest student in the academy. That's right, he hit 507 kilograms. That's 7 kilos higher than the requirement for Tan University. And he even awakened an A-rank talent. His future is definitely limitless. Amidst all the praise, Zheng Hao calmly unwrapped the bindings from his hands. This is nothing. There's always a higher mountain to climb. Plenty of people out there are stronger than me. Even though he said that, a guy named Pan Xiong stubbornly stuck to his own opinion. You're just being too modest. Besides Senior Lu Yueying, you're the most incredible one here. At the mention of her name, Zheng Hao's expression softened with admiration. I wouldn't dare compare myself to the goddess, Yueying. She's a prodigy who awakened an S-rank talent. She was given a direct recommendation to Tan University's Martial Arts Academy. I'd be happy if I were even half as strong as her. Hearing that conversation, Zhang Zhe was silently impressed. He really is amazing. Once his hands were free from the mop, he threw a full-force punch at the machine next to him. The number 497 flashed on the screen, bringing a look of pure joy to his face. Awesome. Just one more attribute point made me this much stronger. Because of this, Long Yu was more talkative than usual. Before, the most you could punch was 390 kilograms. And now, just from absorbing one high-grade demon soul orb, you've gotten this strong. I have to enter the demon realm tonight. He had just read a text message from Zhang Feng. Hey, I'm going to a friend's house tonight, so I'll be home a little late. You're on your own for dinner. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but sigh. I wonder what that girl is hiding from me. I'll have to find the right time to figure it out. For now, I should hurry up and get to the demon realm to find some more soul orbs. Finally, the time came for the first floor of the demon realm to open. The vast arena felt small, packed with the sheer number of people gathered below. Zhang Zhe idly checked on his pets. 7 empty slots for summoned beasts. The list of summoned beasts sparked so many ideas in his mind that he started muttering to himself without realizing it. The first floor of the demon realm. I shouldn't rush to the second floor just yet. The second floor is too dangerous. It's not too late to go after I've collected 10 summoned beasts. Late into the night, he excitedly summoned his number 1 pet. Come on out, my little monster. Let's go hunt some mobs. An iron-toothed wolf. My damage should be enough. The best choice now is to find a hard-shelled turtle. The hunt lasted until dawn. A wild hard-shelled turtle let out an angry roar. Before it was ambushed by Zhang Zhe and his companion. Its soul was sent to the underworld much faster than expected. Not even a hulking creature like the violent rabbit could escape that same fate. Time flew by. A team of 7 turtles, 2 rabbits, and 1 wolf was enough to make Zhang Zhe grin. Finally, I've got enough. Now I can head to the second floor without any worries. Suddenly, he heard a desperate scream from the distance. Help me. Zhang Zhe curiously pulled on his hood and peeked out. The face of the guy running in front made him jump. Huh, isn't that Wang Yang? Wang Yang was frantically begging for his life. Brothers, uncles, please don't kill us. We're just newbies who started in the demon realm. We don't have anything valuable on us. But all he received in return were the horrifying cackles of the thugs behind them. We know you're newbies. We don't want the trash you're carrying anyway. But if we catch you, it's a different story. We can threaten your families in the real world for a hefty ransom. That sight made Zhang Zhe duck deeper into the bushes. Once your identity in the demon realm is exposed, there's a huge risk of being targeted by criminals for kidnapping and ransom. Even if you report it to the police, there's very little they can do. Usually, even if the ransom is paid, there's no guarantee the hostage will be returned. To make sure their own identities aren't revealed, they usually choose to kill the victim to silence them. Meanwhile, Wang Yang continued to plead for mercy. Boss, my family is really poor. Please let me go. But a man named Xiong immediately shot him down. Trying to fool us? Weren't you just bragging to those 2 little ladies that you drive a luxury car in the real world? Let's see where you run now. Swamp Pit. Seeing his and his teammates' legs being sucked into the dark mire, he screamed for all of them, this ecchi euro, a talent skill. Just then, Xiong casually pressed a knife to Wang Yang's throat, threatening him. His cold words echoed through the air. If you don't want to die, give me your family's information. But despite his heart pounding in his chest, Wang Yang put on a defiant face. In your dreams, I'm not telling you anything. Unfortunately, Ashion wasn't the type to waste time talking. The last guy said the same thing you did. But after I chopped off one of their arms, they gave up the info real quick. From a distance, an arrow left its bow, flying swiftly forward. It pierced right through the man's wrist. A wave of pain shot through him, and Ashion roared in fury. Son of a bitch. Who the hell dares to sneak attack me? You got a death wish. You dare to ambush me. The moment he spotted Zhang Zai's figure, the system notification popped up. Assassin Archer. While they were still itching for a fight, he arrogantly cursed him out first. You bunch of trash. You only ever do vile, unforgivable things. That one sentence stopped a bandit who was just about to step forward and claim credit. The archer who ambushed us is right here. That was until Zhang Zai turned around and fled into the forest. That's when Xiong flew into a rage, leading his group in pursuit. You shot me, and you think you could just run away? Those 3 greenhorns are already afflicted by my innate skill. They won't be able to run anywhere for the next hour. You guys come with me. Let's go get the bastard who dared to ambush me. I'll tear him into 100 pieces. From another vantage point, Zhang Zai covertly watched the group pursuing him and started calculating in his mind. I've been through here before. The terrain here is treacherous. It's all mountains around here, with only one path. First, I'll need to lure them in. The chase continued, with one fleeing and the others pursuing, until Zhang Zai was cornered against a desolate cliff. The bandits' laughter echoed everywhere. Run. Why aren't you running now? What a fool. You're digging your own grave. Xiong made sure to tell his henchmen. Don't let him die too fast. I'm going to torture him slowly. Killing him straight away would be such a waste. Get all the money off him first. When Zhang Zai asked an unexpected question, if you kill someone inside the demon realm, outsiders won't find out, will they? He arrogantly deigned to answer him. Don't worry. We kill people here, and no one ever finds out, guaranteed. Of course, if you beg, I might just let you die with your body whole. Their disgusting way of speaking bought him more time to activate his spatial pouch. Is that so? Then that's just perfect. Come out, my darlings. Let's greet our guests. Suddenly, multiple magic circles appeared on the desolate cliff. And just a moment later, his beloved pets were unleashed before the guests' hero, those filthy pigs' hero, making them tremble uncontrollably in fear. Ow! How can you summon so many magical beasts? So many magical beasts. Plus, the terrain here is too dangerous. It puts us at a huge disadvantage. We need to get out first, then we can plan. But they hadn't taken more than a few steps when they saw a strange, ominous aura surrounding their bodies. The cold gaze of the Iron Fang wolf suddenly shone brightly in the darkness. Its extraordinary aura made it easy for everyone to identify as the pack leader. Even the 2 dumbest bandits recognized it. A boss Iron Fang wolf. And an elite boss at that. Zhang Zai's voice was like a silent verdict. Just now, you said that if you kill someone here, no one outside would know, right? Realizing this was no joke, the group turned pale with fear and spun around. Run. But how could they possibly outrun the elite wolf? But those figures, once feared by new players, were now being beaten breathless. If not by the Iron Fang wolf, then by the sturdy armored turtle, or even by the surprisingly ferocious violent rabbit, with its exceptional fighting spirit. A moment later, the cliff returned to its inherent silence. Zhang Zai surveyed the chaotic scene, not a trace of compassion in his eyes. They brought their own doom. These guys actually had some decent loot. When he picked up the Thuva and the Bao Fu, he finally showed a glimmer of normal human thought. Good stuff. Could be used as a final trump card at a crucial moment. Zhang Zai left, satisfied, leaving the messy battlefield behind. Time to head to the 2nd floor now. Just as he was about to step into the spatial portal, Wang Yang's noisy shouts echoed in his ears. Great hero! Great hero! Wait a moment. I knew you'd still be alive. Thank you so much for saving us. His female companion, running alongside, quickly added her thanks. That's right. Thank you for saving us. Wang Yang's mournful cries of great hero reached his ears. There are too few good people like you in this demon realm. I must repay you. Is 1 million enough? Outwardly, Zhang Zai, ever the honorable one, replied casually. No need. I just didn't want to see those bastards harming people. You all be more careful next time. But inwardly, he sighed with resignation. 1 million. You really are rich, Fatty Wang. But I can't accept it because once a transfer is made, my identity could very likely be exposed. You should just keep this money for yourself. Nothing else, then. He then waved his hand and left. See you again sometime. Unbeknownst to him, a fan club dedicated to him was secretly formed behind his back, accompanied by exclamations expressing everyone's opinion of the mysterious young man. So handsome. The demon realm, 2nd floor. Inside a massive cave lay an arena. Zhang Zai quietly observed his surroundings. I didn't expect the 2nd floor of the demon realm to be a cavern. Meanwhile, others were excitedly shouting and clamoring. Only B-tier talents and above are welcome to join. Idiot Bard here. Need a team? My talent is D tier. Support type. If you need one, add me to your team. While everyone else was clearly expressing their desire to team up. He, however, calmly walked away, staying true to his own methods. It's safer for me to play solo. Taking advantage of his free time, Zhang Zhe meticulously researched the monsters in this area. The poison spiders and blood-sucking bats aren't as worrying as the sky-devouring boss, but they all make a novice like me feel uneasy. It seems the magical beasts on this second floor are stronger than those on the first floor. As he walked leisurely, Zhang Zhe's senses suddenly screamed a warning. He quickly darted forward, then spun around. His eyes met those of a massive spider, perched on a pile of silk threads, staring at him. Since when? His heart hammered so hard his voice caught for a few seconds. The venomous spider let out a piercing shriek. A surge of anxiety forced Zhang Zhe to play his usual trump card. Come on out, my summons. The violent rabbits were the first to emerge. The chosen ones quickly charged the venomous spider, only to be stopped by a spray of webbing. Seeing its opponent struggle to escape its sticky prison, the spider quickly shot out drops of foul-smelling venom. The unfortunate rabbit writhed in agony as the spider's poison slowly seeped into its body. A quick test of its abilities led Zhang Zhe to a worried conclusion. This venomous spider's attack damage isn't that high, but once you're poisoned, you lose health incredibly fast. He quickly decided to go with the classic all-out brawl you see in superhero shows on TV. Everyone with me, charge. No matter how strong the spider was, an 11-on-1 fight was too much for it. A moment later, the venomous spider was defeated. Zhang Zhe, feeling dejected, quickly summed up the entire fight. I had to sacrifice a violent rabbit just to take down one venomous spider. He sighed and looked down at the ground. Only 2 low-grade soul orbs dropped. After that feeling passed, he excitedly summoned his new pet. Summon, venomous spider. The spider that had just vanished reappeared, looking healthier than ever. Skimming through its stats, Zhang Zhe couldn't hide his excitement. As expected of a second-floor monster, its stats are way higher than the first-floor violent rabbit and hard-shelled turtle. After that, he continued his quest to climb the ranks. Unfortunately, his pace slowed with boredom. He'd walked this whole way and only managed to kill 2 venomous spiders. The second-floor monsters are stronger than the first, but there don't seem to be many of them. Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Zhe was ambushed by a swarm of blood-sucking bats. Luckily, he kept his cool and called out his minions. Summon. That one simple call was enough to bring out all of Zhang Zhe's loyal pets. His heart pounded in his chest, and his breathing grew heavier. Good thing my summoning speed has improved. Otherwise, getting ambushed like that would have been no joke. But his voice was full of energy as he issued the command. Everyone go. At first, the pets fought ferociously. They were doing a pretty good job, until the bats got angry and started biting their necks. The powerful beast bodies began to weaken as their blood was drained away. The sight made Zhang Zhe frown with tension. That blood-sucking attack restores so much of its health. Looks like I'll have to focus fire them one by one. The blood-sucking bat's life-steal ability is too strong. That line of thinking forced him to call out the newest member of the family. Summon, venomous spider. Use your poison attack. It quickly followed his command, spitting out a glob of concentrated venom. The poison caused the bats to slow down. Thanks to that, Zhang Zhe regained some of the confidence he'd lost. Let's see how you like my poison. The poison damage was just enough to counteract the blood-sucking bat's lifesteal, using that as a stepping stone to victory. He rallied his pets and gave the order. Nice work, spider. Everyone, take them out one by one. The massive cave echoed with the painful sounds of clashing skills. The blood-sucking bats gradually lost the upper hand, getting pummeled so relentlessly they couldn't even open their eyes. They fell to the ground in despair and faded into nothingness. The harsh battle was finally over, but Zhang Zhe wasn't feeling very cheerful. I lost several summons just to take down 2 blood-sucking bats. It seems only the strong can survive to the end. Once his head was clear again, he raised his hand and called out, "Go! Summon beast." Looking at the 2 bats that had just given him so much trouble, Zhang Zhe immediately started calculating in his head. If I add these 2 blood-sucking bats, I'll have a total of 8 summons. That should be enough. Time to fight the second-floor boss. He immediately put his plan into action, turning back the way he came instead of pressing forward. To his surprise, a large crowd of people was already standing there. Their faces were masks of open hostility, their anger palpable. Are these guys nuts? This is a public boss. Since when did it become their private property? We're here protecting our homeland. We fight monsters in the demon realm to get stronger for our country, and these scumbags are selling us out for money. This is outrageous. Isn't anyone going to stop them? Is the Demon Realm Association empty or something? The high-level experts are all on the upper floors. Who's going to bother looking out for us newbies? Faced with the harsh accusations, Lao San stepped forward to intimidate the crowd. Everyone shut your mouths. His hand slammed down on a sign. If you want to fight the boss, you have to hand over 10 soul orbs. Just seeing the price list, one of the adventurers couldn't help but protest. 10 soul orbs? That's pure greed. Lao-san never want to hold back, shop back. This is a protection fee, understand? You got a problem with the price. One spot left for the boss fight. Anyone in? A strange voice from Zhang Zai's throat cut through the silence. I'll take it. Hey, big brother, I'm new to the demon realm. I don't have many soul orbs. Can I pay with gold ingots instead? Lao-san looked genuinely surprised, seeing someone so sincere for the first time. What, gold ingots? But when the other party adopted an overly obedient attitude, that's right, my family's loaded. Just lead me to the boss and help me get the key to the 3rd floor, and the money is all yours. He immediately took the bait, his excitement growing. You better not be bluffing, kid. If you don't have the gold when this is over, you'll regret it. As the man slung an arm over his shoulder, Zhang Zai didn't show any discomfort, even nodding along. Big brother, how would I dare? Seeing his naive expression, Lao-san didn't bother to question him further and accepted right away. Let's go. I'll show you how we take down the heaven-devouring snail. As for Zhang Zai, he was determined to keep up his acting career until the very end. Yes, thank you, big brother. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly at these idiots. Just you wait. The group slowly advanced deeper into the small cave. There, someone was already sitting and waiting. Lao-san hurriedly walked over to report. Captain, the party's full. Let's go. Shaoran just turned his head and grunted dismissively. Old Three shrieked. Just sit tight and watch while Captain takes down the boss. Zhang Zai couldn't hide his worry when he saw the face of their leader. I remember Liu Yueying's assessment was that he's a skilled swordsman. Anyone with that title is OP. The group silently followed each other deep into the barren cave. The sight made the obedient followers feel refreshed, and they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, this cave is huge. It's truly amazing. But Zhang Zai noticed something else, obscured by the dust. A chubby figure, motionless, quickly caught his eye, which made Zhang Zai unable to hide his surprise. The ugly gluttonous toad stared blankly at the humans before it. Never thought I'd run into it this early. He blurted out unintentionally. That gluttonous toad is huge. Suddenly, Tiny Man slowly took off his heavy cloak. Stand back a bit. I'm about to go ham. As the cloth touched the dusty ground, he activated the power beneath his feet and leaped forward. His powerful fist was covered in a layer of strong aura, giving Tiny Man even more confidence to jump straight at the giant toad. The desire to win made him take a tense breath. Tiny Man quickly unleashed a series of punches to the monster's throat. The nimble movements made the people below exclaim endlessly, "So badass." The boss has already lost half its HP in just one chapter. It's like an A-grade blazing fist skill. Tiny Man gained some confidence to continue his reckless work. But that fighting style angered the gluttonous toad, and it spat a fireball to scorch the faces of those noisy people. But thanks to that, Tiny Man had the chance to switch his attacks to the toad's head. The prolonged fight made Zhang Zai's eyebrows furrow tightly. The gluttonous toad has half its HP left. Need to aim for the right moment. Tiny Man was also extremely dissatisfied with the time he was taking to defeat. Seeing the monster's HP drop quickly, Zhang Zai excitedly drew his bow. Now's the time. The arrow flew quickly through the battlefield, piercing the weak eye of the toad. Poor thing. The sudden pain made it thrash wildly, accidentally knocking Tiny Man to the ground, instead of returning to Mother Earth. It was blessed by the vengeful arrow to see who had caused it pain. The unexpected plot twist angered his henchmen, and they cursed, "Mothurfi Euro. Didn't we tell you not to attack? Don't let him kill the boss, or he'll loot all the items." The gluttonous toad angrily chased after Zhang Zai, making Old Three a little brave to run back to where his boss was standing. "Captain," but before he could say anything, Tiny Man interrupted. "Don't bother with him. A newbie dare to steal. Dare to loot. I think he's just asking for death. No one interfere. Just let the gluttonous toad kill him." The soft words were clearly heard by Zhang Zai, not missing a single word. The blonde guy sneered. He really doesn't know his own strength. A bowman trying to solo a boss. He's courting death, the black-haired guy chimed in. This guy is a goner for sure, daring to steal the captain's boss. The three people watched the battle from the sidelines, constantly judging. Even if he can eat the boss, how will he get out of here? Tiny Man's group won't let it go. At this moment, a light appeared in Zhang Zai's hand. Summon. Instantly, countless monsters appeared. They charged towards the gluttonous toad. Old Three widened his eyes in shock. What the hell? This guy can summon monsters? Tiny Man also looked with shock. Summoning magic? I've never seen anyone with this innate skill before. The gluttonous toad was now being bitten constantly. In addition, Zhang Zai drew his bow and shot arrows at it. The gluttonous toad was injured and unable to resist, and so, in the next second, it fell to its doom. Zhang Zai received a system notification and smiled with satisfaction. You have defeated the gluttonous toad. Lord, The three guys from before now changed their expressions. He actually killed the boss. Seriously? Impossible. A newbie? How could he? Then he walked towards the pile of spirit stones scattered on the ground. Worthy of being a lord-level boss. So many dropped. Suddenly, someone approached Zhang Zhe from behind. No wonder he dared to steal. Old Three looked with greedy eyes. So you have some tricks up your sleeve. He threatened loudly. Hand over everything on you, along with 10 gold bars, and we'll consider this over. Otherwise, don't even think about getting out of here alive. Zhang Ze's eyes darted around, assessing the situation. You dare say I stole the monster? If you guys weren't blocking the entrance, I could have killed it alone. Unreasonable fee. I don't feel like wasting words with you guys. Just now, killing the boss killed a few rabbits. Drop Bloodsucker and Lava Turtle. There were quite a few casualties, but I still haven't gotten the Shadow Wolf. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. Now Tiny Man spoke up. Kid, your talent is quite interesting. A stream of black energy appeared around him, but it's useless. Tiny Man jumped up and destroyed a monster, causing Zhang Ze to shout, Bloodsucker. And then he received a notification, Bloodsucker died. Not stopping there, he even stepped on its corpse. Zhang Ze gritted his teeth in anger. Tiny Man's face was as cold as ice. No matter how many more you summon, in front of a proud Euro, they're just chickens and dogs. Those words pushed his anger to the peak. Originally, I just wanted to kill the boss for the key, but now I want to punch you guys in the face. Suddenly, someone appeared between the two of them. Wait a moment. Skynet appeared, holding a name tag. I'm from the Demonic Realm Management Bureau, Technical Inspection Division. Don't you dare cause trouble. Zhang Ze glanced over. The Discipline Division. These guys are from the upper echelons of the Management Bureau. They conduct thorough investigations and gather evidence to prosecute any violations of the rules. A minor position, but a whole lot of power. Looks like I won't have to step in after all. Lao San hurriedly leaned in close to Qian Chaoran and whispered to his captain. If this guy exposes the bribery with Section Chief Gao, we're screwed. Why don't we just finish him off for good? And then he turned to them and issued a command. I have recorded all of your actions and words. I will be submitting this to my superiors. I advise you to turn back now before it's too late. Report to the Management Bureau and turn yourselves in immediately. But Qian Chaoran just smirked cryptically. He didn't seem the least bit afraid. Too bad. You're not getting that chance. The discipline inspector hadn't expected this. You can't be. Are you going to kill me to silence me? He and Zhang Ze were surrounded. The discipline inspector raised his weapon. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. His gaze was incredibly determined. Your talent skill is very practical. I see a lot of potential in you. After I've apprehended these people, I'll recommend you to my superiors. And then, the first man charged forward, swinging his sword. The inspector immediately countered. Frostbeam. A second later, the man was frozen solid. Lao San was a little surprised. That's an A-rank mage talent. But Qian Chaoran just looked bored. Don't worry. A talent skill like that has a long cooldown. That's more than enough time for me to handle him. He then barked an order. Everyone attack. Hearing this, the man charged forward aggressively. The inspector ducked, dodging the mace. He then countered with a single kick that sent Lao San flying. The inspector looked triumphant. I graduated at the top of my class from the Martial Arts University. Did you really think I was just some weak scholar? He stared directly at Qian Chaoran's cold face. My colleagues will be here soon. Not only that, the inspector pointed a finger at them, his voice sharp. I demand your immediate surrender. You can't escape justice. Lao San got to his feet, a careless look on his face. Surrender? In your dreams. A golden energy surged from his palm. It flowed over and enveloped Qian Chaoran. Nice one, Lao San. And then he stomped the ground, planting his feet. Flames erupted from Qian Chaoran's hand. He lunged forward like a gust of wind. The inspector immediately brought his staff up to block. Frostbeam. But the attack did no damage. Qian Chaoran was using magic resistance. The inspector's jaw dropped in shock. What? He then bravely stood in front of Zhang Ze. Get out of here. Run. This guy's too tough. We can't fight him. Seeing this protective display, Qian Chaoran just sneered. Neither of you is getting away. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a fireball at them. It all happened so fast that the inspector had no time to defend himself. All he could do was raise his arms to shield himself. He squeezed his eyes shut, accepting his fate. But unexpectedly, a monster appeared to block the flames. A lava turtle. Above them, a spider was shooting a web at Qian Chaoran. Only then did Zhang Ze step forward. Discipline inspector, leave this to me. The inspector's face was a mask of shock. What? You want to fight them? Blue circles of light appeared around his hands. Who said I was going to fight? Then, Zhang Ze held out his hand to summon. They're the ones who'll be fighting them. A black mist enveloped everyone, making them curious. Why'd it get so foggy all of a sudden? And then, a black wolf with ferocious eyes slowly padded forward. Lao San's eyes went wide. An iron-toothed wolf. And it's an elite class. It walked to Zhang Ze's side, creating an invincible front. Meanwhile, Qian Chaoran easily tore through the webs. Zhang Zero's expression was cold and unreadable. And then, an enormous shadow appeared behind him, striking even more terror into their hearts. The heaven-swallowing toad. He can summon that thing too? The brown-haired man's jaw dropped. What the hell is going on? Why are the Floor 1 and Floor 2 bosses both here? Is there a problem? The guy behind him smacked him on the head. You idiot. That guy obviously summoned them. And then he, too, panicked. What? What kind of broken talent is that? He can summon bosses? The man with long hair stared wide-eyed. That's way too OP. He can actually summon a boss. The witch next to him was also in awe. I'd say that Archer's talent is probably a rank, right? No way. It has to be S rank or higher. Laosen shouted nervously, Captain, what do we do? That kid summoned 2 major bosses. Qian Chaoran's face twisted. There's no turning back now. He immediately gave the order. I'll handle the demonic beasts. You guys take care of him. Qian Chaoran lunged forward again with his flaming fists. The inspector yelled in fear. Watch out. Zhang Ze immediately commanded his 2 monsters. Heaven-swallowing toad. Iron-toothed wolf. Attack. They instantly charged forward. The iron-toothed wolf lunged at Qian Chaoran with its claws, but he nimbly dodged the attack. Then Qian Chaoran charged in and punched, causing the devouring frog lord to lose 1/3 of its health. The frog wasn't about to be outdone. It immediately spat a blast of fire at him. But then it took another hit from Qian Chaoran. Now, his face relaxed, a triumphant smile spreading across it. A euro with just a few more monsters to kill. Theta euro s all. A euro. Zhang Ze, however, frowned in annoyance. A euro with this guy really is formidable. A euro. A euro all plans to take care of the devouring frog first, and the iron-fanged wolf. A euro. Lao San was now utterly satisfied, shouting loudly. A euro, oh, you think you can take down our captain? A euro. He scoffed mockingly. A euro, how many times do you think we Euro V killed the devouring boss already? A euro. A euro, you think just because you summoned this boss, you Euro V won? A euro. Luo Tian Euro's face became tense. A euro, this guy really is a monster. A euro. A euro, devouring frog Euro's defense is an euro T high. A euro. A euro, looks like it won a euro T last much longer. A euro. Zhang Ze pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. A euro, looks like I Euro LL have to show you just how powerful I am. A euro. It was interwoven with mysterious black and red. Streaks of golden light gave the impression of immense power hidden within. Luo Tian quickly recognized it. A euro, a berserker talisman. These a euro, this Issa euro, a euro. Then he immediately threw it. A euro, iron-fanged wolf, go wild. A euro. The berserker talisman flew towards it, then immediately burned out above the iron-fanged wolf Euro's head. And just like that, its power began to surge. The iron-fanged wolf Euro's eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with aggression. It then roared, flaunting its power, making even Qian Chaoran wary. A euro, oh, such terrifying killing intent. A euro. The blonde-haired guy uneasily backed away. Eroia, berserker talisman, oh, euro, even Lao San began to feel anxious. Euro, s berserk now. Euro, the iron-fanged wolf advanced, growling, right in front of Qian Chaoran. He was drenched in cold sweat, silently calculating. A euro, ethis is the berserk state? I haven't euro T even done anything to it yet. A euro, oh, why did it go berserk by itself? A euro. Moments later, Qian Chaoran hastily jumped to flee, looking back one more time. A euro, oh, in this state, there a euro s no way to win a euro. I hope to save my life. A euro. However, none of Qian Chaoran Euro's movements escaped Zhang Zero's eyes. A euro trying to run? Too late, kid. A euro, he immediately jumped up, hot on his heels. As he turned his head, the iron-fanged wolf Euro's claws appeared right in front of him. Qian Chaoran was trapped by endless dark energy. He was continuously attacked from different directions. The iron-fanged wolf kept slashing with its claws, making Qian Chaoran scream in agony. Lao San was utterly shocked by the sight. A euro, a captain. Euro, he couldn't Euro T take it anymore and collapsed to his knees. Qian Chaoran Euro's face contorted in despair. A euro, this little devil euro, he Euro s actually this strong? A euro, I underestimated him. A euro, as he fell, the system announced. A euro, Qian Chaoran has been eliminated. A euro. The remaining guys panicked, babbling chaotically. Le capitaine ensemble marque commercial is dead. That guy Euro S2, ruthless. A euro, LO S, run. A euro, with that, they scattered and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Lao San was targeted by the iron-fanged wolf. A euro, Zhang Ze merely observed coldly. A euro day. I euro, LL, make sure you all died at a euro. Beside him, Luo Tian just glanced silently. A euro this guy euro as talent is terrifying. A euro. A euro a talent like this must be recruited to help the nation. A euro. A euro otherwise, the consequences would be dire. A euro. Suddenly, a voice called from the distance. A euro tiens. Oui au symbole commercial reir. A euro. He was overjoyed. A euro est perfect. My people are here. A euro. A euro de no symbole commercial te l'etenuan escape. A euro. A euro catch them all. A euro they immediately chased after the fleeing group. A euro stop right there. A euro meanwhile, Zhang Zhe calmly knelt down to pick up his loot. A euro is expected of high-level adventure. A euro. A euro so much loot. A euro. Qian Kairin euro s drops. He picked up a piece of iron armor and discovered a strange object. Zhang Zhe picked it up curious. A euro what is this? A euro. The system announced it was an invitation letter. The more he looked, the more confused he became. A euro. What euro s? A euro purple abyss euro. I don't euro t remember seeing this in the Demon Abyss guidebook. A euro. Then Zhang Zhe focused on picking up the stones again. A euro forget it point a euro. A euro o first. A euro ll absorb these high-grade soul orbs. A euro. Luo Tian rushed over to compliment him. A euro bodel zanzu a euro. A euro your performance just now was truly outstanding. A euro. He put a friendly hand on Zhang Zero's shoulder. A euro are you interested in joining the Demon Abyss Bureau? A euro. A euro en serving the nation. A euro. But Zhang Zero's face showed no trace of enthusiasm. A euro essery. I don't euro t have any plans for that yet. A euro. Luo Tian pondered for a moment. Then he took out paper and pen and wrote. A euro all right. Everyone has their own path. I want a euro t force you. Here a euro s my number. Feel free to contact me if anything comes up. A euro. Zhang Zhe politely accepted it. A euro iake. I euro. Not stopping there, Luo Tian called out after him. A euro del zanzu a euro. A euro on Martin point a euro. He reminded him gravely. A euro oi don't a euro t know how strong you euro ll become in the future. A euro. Euro, I hope you remember that the blood of great Xia flows within you. You must never do anything that betrays our country and people. A euro. Zhang Zhe turned his back and raised a hand in promise. A euro I know. I euro am also a child of great Xia. A euro. With that, he stepped into the teleportation gate. This time, Zhang Zhe arrived in a dense, mysterious forest. He looked around, silently assessing. A euro this floor seems less populated than the previous one. A euro. Even the demon beasts are much stronger. A euro. A euro if you euro re not strong enough. You shoot an euro t risk your life here. A euro. Then Zhang Zhe opened his book. A euro l at euro s. See what monsters on the third floor. A euro. A guide to the demon realm immediately appeared. There are currently two types of monsters here. Goblin warriors and goblin mages. His eyes were fixed on the book. The monsters on this floor aren't insects or beasts, but humanoids. Now, this is interesting. Zhang Zhe raised his hand, looking at his watch. It's getting late. Time to head back. He stepped through the spatial gate once more. Night had fallen by the time he returned to his familiar home. Zhang Zhe walked into the room and looked around. What the? Why are all the lights off? He walked up to a bedroom door and called out. Xiao Feng, are you asleep? Xiao Feng. When he heard no reply, Zhang Zhe opened the door. I'm coming in. Seeing the empty room, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Why isn't she home this late? Zhang Zhe then pulled out his phone. Did something happen? I'll try calling. The phone screen showed it was already 11:34 p.m. He quickly hit the call button. Someone picked up instantly. Zhang Zhe asked immediately, hello? Is this Pan Pan? I'm Zhang Feng's older brother. Her voice was frantic. Why are you just now picking up? Get to the Yunding Club. Hurry. He froze, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. What happened to Zhang Feng? Zhang Zhe sprinted toward the club. This was the most extravagant nightclub in Tianfeng. Why would she be here? Seeing a suspicious person at the door, the security guard issued a warning. Hey you, what are you doing here? He gritted his teeth in anger. Don't tell me. She's working here? Is this what she meant? I don't care who it is. If anyone dares to touch her, I will make them pay. Zhang Zhe then knocked the two men down and bolted inside. He barreled through the nightclub doors without a moment's hesitation. Inside a private room, Wu Tiansheng was leaning on a crutch, spewing insults. I gave you a chance to be reasonable, and you throw it back in my face. I just asked you to have one drink with young Master Chun, and you have to be this difficult? He sneered, pulling out a bank card. Here, there's 10,000 yuan on this card. Now get over here and pour the drinks. Then Wu Tiansheng threw it contemptuously onto the floor. You came here to work, so stop acting all high and mighty. It's disgusting. Pan Pan quickly stood in front of Zhang Feng. Sir, my friend really can't drink. Please, let me drink in her place. But he was immediately shoved aside. Who do you think you are? The one young Master Chen wants is her. Wu Tiansheng pointed a finger right at the girl's face, threatening her. Let me tell you something. You're going to entertain our honored guest tonight. If you don't, Suddenly, a voice cut through the room, drawing everyone's attention. Honored guest. Zhang Zhe strode forward menacingly. I don't give a damn what kind of guest you are. Lay a single finger on my sister, and I'll break both your legs. As if grasping a lifeline, Zhang Feng called out, Brother! Wu Tianqing's expression remained scornful. You little brat. You dare cause trouble with the Tianqing group? Are you looking to die? Hearing this, Ponpon's face paled with recognition. The Tianqing group? Don't tell me that's Wu Tianqing? A murmur went through the onlookers. That guy's from the Tianqing group. Looks like these two are in for it. Her face was etched with worry. This is bad. Wu Tianqing is a major power in Jiangbei. He has a lot of demon realm experts under him. He has connections everywhere, from the underworld to high society. Zhang Zhe silently bent down and picked up the bank card. Seeing this, Wu Tianqing smirked triumphantly. Now, that's more like it. Isn't it better to just be obedient? Zhang Zhe held it up coldly. You think this little card gives you the right to touch my sister? And with that, Zhang Zhe flicked the bank card forward with incredible force. You're dreaming. It shot straight for the man's face. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Wu Tianqing, catching the bank card between his fingers. Chun Feng stood with one hand in his pocket. He held the card in his other hand, striking a cool pose. Even Zhang Zhe was taken aback. So fast. Then, the man pointed directly at Zhang Zhe and ordered, Get him! Break his legs for me. And so, the henchman charged forward on Wu Tianqing's command. Break his legs! Just as the fight was about to erupt, a woman's voice rang out. Stop! Jiang Jie appeared, her arms crossed, her expression stern. You dare cause trouble in my Yunding club? Are you looking to die? Pompon's face lit up with a relieved smile. Jiang Jie. She walked forward slowly. I was wondering who it was. Jiang Jie's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Turns out it's Boss Wu. Wu Tianqing. What brings you all the way to my humble Yunding club? But inwardly, she remained cautious. This Wu Tianqing is not a good person. Still, I can't let him lose face completely. Wu Tianqing spoke without hesitation. Jiang Jie, your girls here are a little too uptight. My friend and I aren't having any fun. She replied with a warm smile. Boss Wu, you're a big man. Why lower yourself to arguing with a child? How about we just let this go? But he was clearly not satisfied and shouted back. Let go. Your management is seriously lacking. I'm thinking this Tianfeng city is due for a change of leadership. At this, Jiang Jie forced a smile. Boss Wu, you are always welcome to visit Tianfeng. A second later, her expression hardened. But if you're here to cause trouble, you better take it back to Beijiang where you came from. And with that, everyone else in the room chimed in. So what if you're from Beijiang? Who do you think you are, coming here to throw your weight around? Jiang Jie is right. Trying to bully our people. You're not welcome here. Bunch of bullies. Hey sis, don't be scared. They can't get away with this. Tiancheng pointed at the group, mocking, rely on you? Without my investing in and strengthening the awakened from the demon domain to fight the demonic beasts. Do you think you Euro-D have survived to this day? Only true elites deserve to enjoy life. He then pointed towards Zhang Feng. Today, I'm taking this little girl away. Jiang Qi couldn't take it anymore, her face hardening. Oh really? Then don't blame me for being impolite. She immediately moved behind Tiancheng, raising her katana. Unexpectedly, Chun Feng appeared in front of her. With a single kick, he sent Jiang Qi flying. Chun Feng frowned, looking displeased. Tiancheng, on the other hand, laughed heartily. As expected of Chun Xiao, the only S-rank awakened in Jiangbei in 10 years. She lay sprawled on the floor, annoyed. That little punk. He glanced at the little girl, ordering, bring that little brat here. Let's see who dares to stop me. The tiny Zhang Feng stood trembling between the two guards. Suddenly, one of them reached out towards the little girl. But Zhang Zhe's hand was a step faster. He delivered a sharp elbow to the guy's face. Get your filthy hands off her. An interested glint appeared in Chun Feng's eyes. He hugged his sister, declaring loudly, I said it before. Anyone who touches my sister gets no respect from me. He had a compliment for him. That's some speed. Tiancheng had also recognized Zhang Zhe's identity. So, he's also a demon domain adventurer. At this moment, Jiang Qi also stepped forward curiously. Little brother, what's your agility stat? How are you so fast? Chun Feng's eyes turned serious. My agility stat is 11. Didn't expect someone to be faster than me. He then ran his hand through his hair. This is getting interesting. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Chen Feng, senior at Longhu High School, Jiangbei City. What's your name? Zhang Zhe didn't hide anything, answering frankly, 5th High School, Tianfeng City. Zhang Zhe. Chun Feng put his hands in his pockets. Stepping forward, he declared loudly, I didn't expect you to be in the same year as me. He then reached out his hand, suggesting excitedly, what a coincidence. Let's have a spar. Zhang Zhe then put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulders and coldly brushed past him. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Suddenly, a bottle came flying from behind. Zhang Zhe immediately spun around, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the bottle instantly. Then, he glared fiercely at Chen Feng with a serious look. Chen Feng shamelessly spoke provocatively. You noticed? Your speed is really something. Without my permission, you two aren't leaving here today. Jiang Qi behind him reminded him. That guy's strength is immense. At least 800 pounds. You have to be careful. But Zhang Zhe wasn't worried at all, sternly instructing Zhang Feng. Feng, wait for me over there. After I deal with him, we'll go home. Chen Feng stood with his arms crossed, saying with great enthusiasm, there's only one in all of Jiangbei. I didn't expect to meet you today. What luck? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The eagerness on his face was undeniable. I hope you could surprise me. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and rushed forward like an arrow. He threw a punch and charged straight at Zhang Zhe with a very smug look. Seeing this, Jiang Qi couldn't help but be stunned and surprised. It turned out that Chen Feng had been hiding his strength all along. His first punch alone was over 1,000 pounds. Chen Feng quickly launched a devastating punch, but Zhang Zhe dodged to the side. He narrowed his eyes, calculating his strategy in his head. My advantage is speed. I have to strike fast and win fast. Then he immediately launched a powerful counterpunch, but Chen Feng's arm quickly blocked it in time. Seeing that Zhang Zhe's attack could only push him back a negligible distance, Chen Feng challenged him. Not bad, but unfortunately, your punch is still too weak for me. Zhang Zhe immediately darted forward like a gust of wind. He appeared right behind him. He turned his head in surprise and panic. Too fast. He was still shocked by Zhang Zhe's almost unbelievable speed. How can he be so fast? Chen Feng gritted his teeth in anger as he saw Zhang Zhe gaining the upper hand. Damn it, what's this guy's agility stat? How can he be so fast? Even Tian Cheng, who was standing outside observing, had wide eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that such a small city like Tianfeng would hide such talent. He let his guard down. Zhang Zhe then delivered a powerful punch from behind, causing Chen Feng to cry out in pain. Pan Pan opened her mouth wide in surprise. Your brother is usually so gentle and warm. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Zhang Feng stood akimbo, laughing triumphantly. My brother is just a little humble. After launching a barrage of attacks, Zhang Zhe quickly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from his opponent. Chen Feng cradled his aching arm, his face full of annoyance. Damn it! Zhang Zhe clenched his fist and smiled triumphantly. Chen Feng, it looks like you can't even lift your arm anymore. Still want to fight? Chen Feng stood silently, saying nothing. His legs could barely hold him steady. Watching from his side, Tian Cheng offered some advice. Young Master Chen, a wise man knows when to retreat. We can settle this another day. This is Tianfeng City. His words made Chen Feng hesitate. A master has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The best thing to do now is get out of here. But instead of a quiet retreat, he made a firm declaration. Zhang Zhe, I'll remember your face. The national exam is in 3 months. After I get into Qingdao Martial Arts Academy, I'll personally come find you. Zhang Zhe broke into a wide grin. What a coincidence. I'm planning on applying to Qingdao Martial Arts Academy too. Who knows? We might end up being classmates. Chen Feng, exasperated, yelled. Your speed is decent, I'll give you that. But when it comes to strength, constitution, and spirit, you don't meet the requirements for any of them. And as for your character, I doubt a man with any real integrity would let his own sister work in a place like this. Unfazed, Zhang Zhe extended a hand in a gesture of goodwill. You don't need to worry about my business. You should worry about your arm. See you at Qingdao Martial Arts Academy. Chen Feng's face twisted with frustration as he spoke. I don't know where you get your confidence. After he and Tian Cheng left, the surrounding crowd erupted with shouts and jeers. Yeah, get lost. Think you're so great with your dirty money? Trying to bully the people of Tianfeng City? Yeah, how does it feel to get put in your place? Zhang Zhe put an arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and said gently, Xiaofeng, it's getting late. Let's go home. Just then, Sister Jiang spoke up. Young man, please wait. She extended a gentle invitation. Young man, thank you so much for what you did today. If you don't mind, could you come upstairs for a chat? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Zhang Feng, looking delighted, said, Brother, Sister Jiang is a good person. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe immediately agreed. All right then. The two siblings were then led upstairs. Sister Jiang slowly approached and began to speak. Young brother Zhang Zhe. She placed a bank check on the table and said frankly, this is 500,000. Her voice was filled with sincerity. Please, consider it a small token of my appreciation. But Zhang Zhe was quick to refuse. I may be short on cash right now, but I can't just accept your money like this. Still, he felt a pang of regret. 500,000. That's enough to pay for my sister's hospital bills. Sister Jiang didn't hesitate to speak her mind honestly. Young brother Zhang Zhe, I'll be direct with you. You saw what happened today. I have some bad blood with Wu Tianqing of the Tianqing group. Her expression grew more relieved as she spoke. He brought that Chen Feng here today. clearly intending to cause trouble in my establishment. This money is a retainer. I'm asking for your help. If it weren't for you today, I would have been done for. Zhang Feng put on a cute, pleading face that Zhang Zhe couldn't refuse. Brother, please help Sister Jiang. Zhang Zhe let out a sigh and finally agreed. All right, I'll accept the money for now. As for that Chen Feng, if they come looking for trouble again, I'll definitely step in. Sister Zhang's tone immediately brightened. Thank you, young brother Zhang Zhe. Qilong thanks you. Zhang Zhe spoke softly. No need to be so formal. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Sister Jiang, composed and respectful, replied, Let me have someone escort you home. Zhang Zhe politely declined before quietly leaving. That's not necessary. We can get back on our own. Once they left, Zhang Zhe sternly lectured Zhang Feng. Xiao Feng, you're not to come to places like this again. Zhang Feng latched onto his arm, grinning. Brother, I know I was wrong, but the pay here is really good. Zhang Zhe reminded her loudly. I don't care how high it is. No. Zhang Feng replied softly. I know. She then beamed, her eyes crinkling with pride and excitement. Brother, you look so cool when you were fighting today. Unmoved, Zhang Zhe's voice remained cold and firm. What's so cool about it? Let's get home so you can get some sleep. You have school tomorrow morning. The next morning, warm sunlight bathed the school campus. Just as Zhang Zhe stepped out of the classroom, he heard Wang Yang's frantic yell. Zhang Zhe. He rushed forward, arms outstretched, tears streaming down his face. My brother. You almost never got to see me again. I almost got kidnapped yesterday. He hugged Zhang Zhe tightly, sobbing and sniffling like crazy. If it weren't for the great Rakshasa saving my life, I'd probably be torn to shreds right now. Zhang Ping wasn't touched at all. Instead, he coldly pushed him away. You got lucky. Let's go. I have to get home and cook for my sister. Wang Yang then started jumping around, cheering with boundless admiration for the great Rakshasa. He's seriously strong. I want to become his disciple. Zhang Zhe worried to himself. This fatty's memory is pretty good. Just then, Zheng Hao suddenly approached, saying, Hey, classmate. Hello. He cut right to the chase. I'm Zheng Hao. I want to ask you something. Yesterday, after school, you were cleaning the martial arts gym, right? A look of anxious unease appeared on Zhang Zhe's face. It's him, the guy who awakened an A-rank talent. Could he have seen me inputting the data into the dynamometer? His tone became hesitant and flustered. It was me. Zheng Hao immediately pressed him, excitedly asking, So, did you see who used the dynamometer then? Zhang Zhe replied awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't see anything. As he spoke, he watched Zheng Hao's reaction intently. Then he quickly turned and ran away. I still have things to do. Gotta go. In his heart, he felt a little relieved. Good thing he didn't find out. Looks like I need to be more careful and meticulous. I definitely can't reveal my talent. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao stood there, watching Zhang Zhe for a long time, pondering his suspicions. Could it really be him? His friend immediately denied it, his face full of doubt. Him? No way. That's Zhang Zhe from class A8. During the preliminary assessment last time, he didn't even make the top 100 in the school. It's definitely not him. Even so, Zheng Hao couldn't completely dismiss his guess. All right, then we'll just wait until the global competition. The truth will come out then. While Zhang Ping was doing the dishes, Zhang Zhe was focused on watching the news on TV. Recently, a dangerous wanted criminal has fled to our Tianfeng city. The city bureau is reminding the public to pay attention to their safety. Students should avoid going out at night unless it's important. If you notice anything suspicious, report it to the police immediately. Then he went over and carefully reminded Zhang Ping. Xiaoping, and the Ma domain thing. It's not safe outside lately. Remember to stay home and be good. Zhang Ping replied softly, Okay. On the 3rd floor of the Ma domain, under a clear blue sky with birds soaring, Zhang Zhe carefully examined the system panel, thoughtfully considering his options. Even though I harvested the heaven-swallowing toad boss, the casualties were pretty heavy. There are 5 empty slots in the team. I need to fill those 5 slots quickly. The bee summoning board still has 5 open slots. Zhang Zhe took out the Ma domain guide and focused on studying it. There are 2 options, Elf Warrior and Elf Mage. Zhang Zhe carefully calculated every move. Let's do a test battle first. Then I'll decide which elf to add to the team. At that moment, a worry suddenly flashed through his mind. I wonder what the monsters on the 3rd floor are like. Suddenly, a scream of terror echoed from a distance. Help! A group of warriors were facing off against the elves, looking terrified. Be careful. Their attack power is strong. As he spoke, his eyes widened in horror. The enraged elf warrior charged forward, swinging its sword, shattering his shield, and piercing his stomach, splattering blood everywhere. The others scattered and ran, but they couldn't escape the powerful slashes of the elves. Zhang Zhe watched from above, carefully analyzing the situation. 3 melee fighters. But they can't even beat 1 elf. Meanwhile, the desperate cries of the warriors below continued to echo. Help me. This led Zhang Zhe to a conclusion. Looks like both types of elves are very strong. He spread his arms wide and confidently issued the order. It's time for you guys to go into battle. Heaven Swallowing Toad. Get him. The Heaven Swallowing Toad immediately appeared, its eyes blazing, radiating an aura of readiness to fight at any moment. Then it immediately spat out a torrent of intense flames, heading straight towards the elf warrior with a heat that could incinerate everything. Zhang Zhe was now extremely excited. Full power. The lava turtle's solid shell quickly appeared, its roaring echoing to display its overwhelming power. It immediately rushed forward, its body as hard as steel, but the elf warrior steadily blocked with its shield. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but look utterly bewildered and confused. What? I can't believe it blocked that. The elf mage then counterattacked by launching a barrage of massive stone chunks. Seeing this, Zhang Ze's jaw dropped in surprise. Crap, this stone elf's rocks are too strong. His solid shell quickly collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Faced with this situation, Zhang Ze urgently ordered, Heaven Swallowing Toad. Change targets. Attack that stone elf. The Heaven Swallowing Toad immediately spat out a blazing stream of fire, heading straight for the elf mage. The elf mage's eyes widened in stunned disbelief as the blazing fire crashed down on it. Zhang Ze was thrilled and excited to see the flames rushing in, causing a terrifying explosion that inflicted massive damage on the elf mage. Nice. Keep going. The elf mage's body was immersed in flames, and its vitality was rapidly weakening. At this moment, Zhang Ze pressed the attack. Iron Tooth Wolf. Finish it. But he hadn't anticipated the elf mage's despicable move. What? His face paled, and he spat out curses in an instant. God damn it. How can it be that if it can't win, it runs away? Faced with this critical situation, the elf mage immediately turned tail and ran for its life. Zhang Ze wasn't about to let it escape, immediately summoning Violent Rabbit. Trying to run? Let's see who's faster, you or my Violent Rabbit. Violent Rabbit, muscles bulging, charged forward. In the blink of an eye, it was almost catching up to the enchanted mage. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze stood with his hands on his hips, full of swagger. He taunted the enchanted warrior. It's just you left. Still want to stubbornly resist? Get him. As soon as he said that, Devouring Toad and Iron Tooth Wolf simultaneously attacked, making the enchanted warrior scream in agony. The system's voice rang out triumphantly as the enchanted warrior finally lay motionless on the ground. He was pretty brave. Took a whole 10 minutes to subdue him. He quickly held out his hands. Instantly, a halo flashed, preparing to capture the enchanted warrior. Come on, little buddy. Let's see how mighty your stats are. The enchanted warrior immediately stood up, his body full of vitality. At the same time, the stat panel showed his power stats. Elite Rakshasa Warrior. Health, 450. Defense, 300. Zhang Ze's face couldn't help but show astonishment. The attack power and defense are both really strong, worthy of being an elite from the 3rd level of the Demon Realm, although it doesn't have any skills. Its stats are even stronger than a level 3 Violent Rabbit. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized that Violent Rabbit had chased after the enchanted mage. Speaking of Violent Rabbit, why hasn't it come back after so long? At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Your Violent Rabbit has died. Zhang Ze was utterly horrified. What happened? My little bunny, how did it die? Suddenly, hurried footsteps rang out behind him. Heavy thuds that made the ground shake violently. What's that sound? In the distance, the figures of a group of enchanted creatures appeared, advancing together. The enchanted mage, leading them, charged straight ahead, roaring as if giving the order to attack to his comrades. The shock almost made Zhang Ze's eyes pop out. His whole body swayed, as if about to fall over. Crap, that damn rock imp brought all his buddies here. Without thinking, he immediately turned and ran. Why are there so many of them? Could my summoned beast team be completely wiped out? Better collect them first. Gotta run fast. Zhang Ze was running headlong through the forest. Behind him, a horde of enchanted creatures roared and chased after him in a frenzy. The enchanted mage suddenly stretched out his hand, signaling his comrades to stop. Zhang Ze stood hiding on the altar. Panting, he focused on observing the movements of the enchanted creatures. These guys, they know they can't get near the altar. They're actually pretty smart. Other players saw the horde of enchanted creatures surrounding the altar and couldn't help but chatter. Damn it, what did those guys do to attract so many enchanted creatures? Did he seduce some enchanted creature's wife? That's why he's being chased. Such a strong taste. The enchanted mage gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything. Then, he flipped Zhang Ze off and turned to leave. His comrades also reluctantly turned away in bitterness and helplessness. Zhang Ze sat down on the altar. He carefully studied the enchanted warrior's stat panel, pondering. These enchanted creatures are too cunning. They not only know how to run away, but also bring a whole army of reinforcements. The best way now is to not give them a chance to escape. How can I make sure they can't escape? His eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered something. Got it. He stood up with great excitement. How could I have forgotten about it? Then, Zhangze quietly stood on a tree branch, observing the movements of two other enchanted creatures. He stared at them with a determined look on his face. After a while, Zhangze was able to draw his conclusion. It seems that whether it's ranged or melee combat, you guys have fixed formations. This time, I'll open your eyes. He waved his hand forcefully and loudly gave the order. My buddies, go. Attack those enchanted creatures for me. Hardshell armor immediately appeared and quickly chased after the enchanted creatures. Zhangze continued to summon Iron-Tooth Wolf and Devouring Toad, causing the space to heat up with blazing flames. Shadow Wolf and Devouring Toad. Unleash fire and burn those damned enchanted creatures. Immediately after, Hardshell armor rushed in and rammed its sturdy body into the enchanted warrior. The attack caused it to immediately fall to the ground. Zhangze grinned with great satisfaction. You can't handle that this time, can you? He quickly turned his attention to the enchanted mage, who was now all alone. He glared. He said in a threatening tone, "It's just you left now." Iron-Tooth Wolf bared its sharp teeth, closing in on the enchanted mage, who had only a little health left. Then, it immediately turned and ran away, just like before. Zhangze had a knowing smirk and summoned Poisonous Spider, as if he had completely anticipated it. I knew you'd run. Poisonous Spider, web attack. Poisonous Spider quickly launched a poisonous web, binding its feet and causing the enchanted mage to fall to the ground. Zhangze and his summoned beast team surrounded the enchanted mage, taunting it with great satisfaction. Aren't you good at running? Aren't you good at wriggling? Brothers, finish him off. The enchanted mage gritted his teeth, his body trembling, unable to hide the fear on his face. Immediately, its painful screams echoed throughout the forest. Zhangze checked the information on the stat panel after capturing the enchanted mage. Damn it, this guy's range damage is really high. Its power stat surprised him. Rakshasa Enchanted Mage. Health, 300. Defense, 280. At this moment, Zhangze's face suddenly showed determination. The damage is almost the same as Shadow Wolf. No wonder it hurts so much. No way. I must subdue a few more. He quickly summoned his entire summoned beast team and cheerfully ordered, "Brothers, charge. We'll wipe out these damn goblin bastards." The battle starts with the poison spider's web constriction. Then the Iron Fang Wolves and elite goblin warriors rush in to finish them off. Zhangze watches intently, learning as he goes. The poison spider's web attack is really effective. Looks like I should use it more often. Froggy's also torching the other goblins. System notification pops up. Lava, turtle, Luvalba. Life extinguished. Death. After the subjugation battle ends, Zhangze checks the numbers of his summoned beast army. 7 goblins, 1 poison spider, plus 2 big bosses. Finally maxed out. A grin spreads across his face. This time, I'll see what the boss of the 3rd level of the demon realm is really like. Immediately, Zhangze moves to a place of towering, majestic mountains shrouded in mist. Looking down from above, the goblin den appears vast, heavily guarded. Zhangze hesitates, frowning. Looks like this level's boss is way stronger than the previous ones. This week, the Goblin King is surrounded by countless smaller goblins. Facing him head-on would be really tough. Just then, an enticing invitation echoes from afar from Atong. I've reached S-grade talent. I can lead newbies to fight bosses for free. Hop on board if you want to come. We'll leave when we have 100 people. This chance won't come again. Zhangze considers it seriously. So many people are making a living by leading newbies to fight bosses and taking a cut. Atong's fake, smiling face makes him angry. Because there's no oversight here, these guys are exploiting the system. Robbery and looting are common, and some people even get killed. He closes his eyes, ignoring it, not bothering to care. Just another scammer. Atong suddenly waves, calling out with a bright smile. Hey, Archer bro. He reaches out, inviting in a gentle, affectionate tone. Interested in joining my legion? We only need 5 more people to reach the member limit. The whole trip is free, and you keep all the loot after killing the monsters. We won't take anything. Zhangze thinks carefully. Too many people here. I need to find a less crowded spot. With my summon squad, step by step, I can push my way in. It shouldn't be too difficult. Then he refuses flatly. No thanks. I prefer to go it alone. His firm attitude makes the other players uncomfortable, and they start talking. Whoa, he's got guts. Turning down a personal invite from a master. Yeah, right? An archer trying to go it alone on this mountain? Isn't that just asking for death? Whatever. Let him be. Why bother caring? His death has nothing to do with us. Is that guy normal? Does he want to pay someone to carry him, or what? Zhangze ignores them and immediately approaches the goblin stronghold. Then he hides behind a tree, focusing on analyzing the situation. Not only is it deserted here, but there are very few enemies. I'll break in here. He immediately draws his bow, loudly summoning. My darlings. Instantly, all his summoned beasts rush forward, full of energy. Charge! Froggy quickly opens its mouth wide, spewing a blazing stream of fire, incinerating the guarding goblins. The iron fawn wolves also swing their sharp claws, stabbing forward, dealing serious damage to them in the blink of an eye. Zhang Zhe seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the goblin base. Seeing the goblins trying to chase after him, Froggy launches a blazing wave of fire, clearing the way for Zhang Zhe. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe takes out and checks the number of soul orbs he's collected so far. This trip has been pretty fruitful in terms of soul orbs. Then he quickly pulls out a book and focuses on studying the terrain. According to the map, suddenly, a shrill scream erupts from inside the tent in front of him. Help me. This confirms his suspicion. The Goblin King is definitely in there. At the same time, the heart-wrenching screams continue to echo through the space. Help! Zhang Zhe's eyes widen in stunned confusion. Has someone already started fighting the boss? The chaotic shouting grows, increasingly panicked and desperate. The goblins are killing people. Other players are running away in disarray from the Goblin King's attack and pursuit. Help me! The Goblin King roars furiously. Instantly, the goblin warriors rush forward, swinging their swords to slash across their bodies. Under the Goblin King's command, another group of people is surrounded by goblins, with no way out, seeing the goblins tearing apart and hacking at the players in a savage manner. Zhang Zhe can't help but be shocked and stunned. Aren't those the same guys from earlier? What's going on? The purple robe guy is there too, but why isn't he helping them? The goblins continue to unleash brutal slashes, while the players can only scream in agony and grit their teeth, enduring the pain. Finally, the Goblin King swings the huge sword in his hand, unleashing a powerful finishing blow. The players fall one after another. Their bodies collapse amid the intense clash of swords. The Goblin King immediately leans back in his chair, laughing with great satisfaction and arrogance. The scene before him helps Zhang Zhe see through Atong's plan. I get it now. That purple-robed guy isn't some S-grade talent master at all. He's in charge of leading the newbies to their deaths. He glances at the scattered equipment on the ground, quickly deducing. Then he'll find an opportunity to collect these soul orbs and equipment. Then he tiptoes forward, reaching out to pick up a soul orb in front of him. Zhang Zhe stares intently at the soul orbs in his hand, feeling extremely angry. These low-level soul orbs were all earned by those newbies with their lives. That purple-robed guy is truly despicable. Suddenly, a giant broadsword flies towards him at an alarming speed. Zhang Zhe is startled to see the broadsword slam down, instantly shaking the ground and shattering it into pieces. It's then that he realizes with wide, shocked eyes. I'm screwed. The Goblin King roars in fury. His body flashed, surrounded by crackling lightning. He casually slung his sword over his shoulder and bellowed, "You suicidal moron!" Instantly, the elite warriors surged forward as one. Ready to attack without mercy, Zhang Zhe swiftly backpedaled and immediately summoned his own elite warriors. Eldest, second, third, help me fend off these guys swarming me. And so, the elite warriors of both sides clashed, initiating a hard-fought battle. In a flash, Zhang Zhe hatched a brilliant plan. As long as my warriors can hold these little creeps for a while, I'll have time for a one-on-one fight with the boss. He quickly drew his bow, simultaneously summoning venomous spiders. Let's go. Venomous spiders, web attack. The spider spewed out a thick web capable of restraining enemies. Zhang Zhe swiftly commanded his elite warriors to charge in for a direct attack. Fourth, fifth, engage in close combat. The elite Goblin King roared furiously. Then, he unleashed his full power, slashing wildly at the elite warriors. Insects! You're just a bunch of insects. The claws and streaks of lightning instantly knocked away and defeated the elite warriors in a blink. Zhang Zhe's face couldn't hide his utter fear and astonishment. That's his whirlwind skill. Is that damage level even allowed? But he didn't give up. He immediately crouched down, raising his bow and preparing his next move. Toad, Devourer, Goblin Mage, ranged warriors, focus fire on the boss. As soon as Zhang Zhe released his arrow, Toad Devourer spat out a raging fire to amplify the arrow's damage. The fire blazed toward the Goblin King, surrounded by magical stones from the Goblin Mages, creating an overwhelmingly destructive attack. The elite Goblin King roared furiously. Then he swung the two swords in his hands, effortlessly deflecting Zhang Zhe's attack. You suicidal fools. I sentence you to death. Zhang Zhe's expression turned utterly shocked and stunned. I can't believe he blocked that with dual swords. Doubt flooded his mind. Aside from Toad Devourer's fireballs, he can block almost all other physical attacks more than half the time. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy goblin mages simultaneously hurled stones at Zhang Zhe. The elite warriors swiftly charged forward, using their shields to block the attacks and protect him. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe continued to assess the situation and strategize. This guy's attack and defense are both insane, and my little creeps over there are about to give out. What should I do? Maybe retreat for now? Just then, a Tong suddenly appeared, wielding a dagger emanating dark energy, and lunged straight at Zhang Zhe. A sudden stab from behind pierced his abdomen, leaving Zhang Zhe stunned. He reached down, clutching his stomach. His face contorted in excruciating pain, his brow furrowed in anger. Pointing directly at Atong's face, he exclaimed in disbelief. It's you. Zhang Zhe inwardly berated himself for his oversight. I forgot to watch out for Kiss of Death. Without hesitation, he snapped, You despicable bastard. Atong licked the blood from his dagger, then said with arrogant smugness, I can't believe you're still alive after taking a fatal blow like that. Looks like your stats are pretty good. Huh? That's right. My talent is invisibility. As long as I don't actively attack or take damage, I can stay invisible. Pretty cool, huh? Zhang Zhe's eyebrows furrowed in intense annoyance and frustration. Your talent is pretty useless against monsters, but it's OP against other players. Looks like you use it to trick other players. Huh? Atong didn't deny it, instead puffing out his chest, shamelessly admitting it. That's right. If you hadn't shown up to mess things up, I would have gotten a ton more soul orbs. So now you have to die. Zhang Zhe focused on analyzing the situation, thinking with growing anxiety. The situation is not good. The elite Goblin King is behind me, and the Kiss of Death is in front. I'm surrounded. At the same time, the elite Goblin King decisively swung his sword, slicing through Zhang Zhe's elite warrior. Zhang Zhe's eyes widened as the system notification appeared. Your elite warrior has been killed by the elite Goblin King. With his meager remaining health, Zhang Zhe was now trapped in a pincer movement with no escape. What do I do? Am I going to be defeated by this guy? No way. I have to think of something, quick. Atong's voice rang out, full of taunting challenge. What's the matter? Still not giving up? Zhang Zhe's eyes suddenly widened as if he had an idea. Got it. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned venomous spiders. Venomous spiders, web attack. The venomous spiders hastily unleashed a thick web, enveloping Atong before he could react. Crap. After being bound and forced to the ground, he threatened, You brat. You think you can trap me with spider webs and get away with it? The elite Goblin King's real enemy isn't me. The corner of Zhang Zhe's mouth suddenly twitched up into a wicked grin. Who said I wanted to run? I'm staying here to loot your corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, ordering the elite warriors facing the elite Goblin King. All you guys come back here. Seeing this, Atong couldn't help but panic and tremble. Are you crazy? Then, Zhang Zhe sprinted away, not forgetting to leave behind a smug, mocking smile. I'm not crazy. You're the one who's about to lose it. The game was now seemingly completely in his hands. I've recalled all my summons. Now I'll run out of the boss's aggro range. Who else is the boss gonna hit? While Tong was tightly bound, forced to sit motionless, the elite Goblin King swung his dual swords up high, gathering power for an attack. I fell for this guy's trap. The Demon Lord's eyes flashed. He gritted his sharp teeth, as if wanting to devour his prey. Just as its twin blades were about to strike, Atong chanted, believing he still had a way out. You little punk, don't you dare think your plan succeeded. How about invisibility magic, you know? Right after he used his invisibility spell the Demon Lord's twin blades and body froze, a look of utter bewilderment on its face. Atong gritted his teeth, a mix of resentment and fear on his face. You little bastard, I'll remember your face. Once I'm out of this mess, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. 25 seconds left. While the Demon Lord was looking around, Zhang Zhe suddenly appeared. Atong's eyes widened with alarm. What the hell? Why is that punk back? What's he trying to do? Zhang Zhe gently lifted the curtain, closing his eyes and smiling with excitement. He quickly drew his bow, aiming straight at Atong. So he's invisible, huh? The arrow shot out like a lifeline for the Demon Lord. Well, let me lend you a hand. The arrow pierced straight through his chest, sending Atong crashing backward. His face was a mask of utter confusion and shock. I'm invisible. How can that punk still see me? He gritted his teeth in panic as he met the Demon Lord's fierce gaze behind him. I'm done for. The Demon Lord's eyes lit up, locking onto the prey it was seeking. It immediately swung its blade, hacking straight into his back, causing Atong to scream in agony. He collapsed, his body trembling uncontrollably on the verge of exhaustion. Only 5 seconds left. Just gotta hold on for 5 more seconds. He roared in boundless fury. I hate your damn trick. I'm gonna kill you. The system displayed a notification. Web status, 50 seconds. Zhang Zhe stood akimbo. A look of victorious arrogance lit up his face. I don't need to see you at all. I just need to see my web. He continued to draw his bow. His voice was tinged with pity and anger. Enjoying being tormented by the boss, huh? Weren't you always watching people get killed by the boss all the time? Now it's your turn. The arrow flew straight towards him, hitting him squarely in the chest. At the same time, the demon lord behind him raised its twin blades high, ready to strike with all its might. Atong gritted his teeth, struggling to utter his last words before kicking the bucket. Even if I die, Yahello. Just as he finished speaking, the demon lord unleashed its blade, slamming it into his body. Yahello, I won't let you get away with this. Seeing his body almost completely vanish, Yahello, Zhang Zhe said with satisfaction. Brought on yourself. Deserve to die. Then, he quickly raised his hand, summoning all his summoned beasts with a heaven-storming aura. Come on out. Next up, it's our turn to fight. At that moment, the goblin warriors frantically ran towards the demon lord. As soon as he saw them get a good distance away, Yahello Zhang Zhe bent down and picked up several orbs lying on the ground with a pair of gloves. He exclaimed admiringly, "This guy's a lot of items. Dozens of magic orbs." He gently put on the gloves he had just picked up. The system immediately displayed the words, "Silk gloves." He thought in surprise, "This equipment is pretty good. Adds 50 damage. My attack stats finally got a boost." Right after equipping the item, he'd picked Zhang Zhe immediately drew his bow and fired at the demon lord. The arrow shot forward like a bolt, but the moment the arrow hit the demon lord's head, it didn't even flinch. Instead, the arrow bent in an instant. Zhang Zhe muttered embarrassedly, "My attack, Yahello. Something's off." The demon lord grew furious. It quickly unleashed its attack. Whirlwind slash. However, its attack was aimed straight at the goblin warriors. The demon lord shouted irritably, "You insects!" Just like that, one by one, the goblin warriors died before Zhang Ze's eyes. Level 1 goblin. HP, 0. Dead. He exclaimed in shock. The boss's whirlwind slash damage is too high, and it's an area of effect attack. This is insane. Gotta think of something. Seizing the opportunity, the demon lord pointed its blade at Zhang Ze and roared, "You insects!" Seeing it preparing to swing its blade at Zhang Ze summoned poisonous web and launched a web attack. Quickly, the web covered the demon lord's feet, allowing him to dodge the demon lord's attack easily. The moment the blade touched the ground, it was stuck fast by the web, unable to lift the blade or move away. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Ze seized the moment to attack. Melee spread out. Anyone ran G to prepare to attack. Toad Devourer, upon hearing the command, immediately opened its mouth wide and spat out blazing flames. Even the goblin mage immediately cast its attack. Seeing this, the demon lord quickly waved its twin blades to block the attacks. Zhang Ze chuckled to himself smugly. "Is this strong enough to deal with you?" Soon after, Toad Devourer's flames blazed even more fiercely, gradually engulfing the demon lord. At that time, the demon lord's health bar was only at 9%. Zhang Ze loudly commanded, "A little more. Almost there. Only 9% health left. Ranged attack." And so, in an instant, a barrage of attacks rained down on the sprite overlord. By the time it regained its senses, all it saw was the blazing form of the gluttonous toad. Finally, just like that, the sprite overlord was defeated. HP at 0%. The system notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have defeated the sprite overlord." Zhang Ze cheered loudly. "Finally, I won." Suddenly, the sprite overlord's throne began to slide open. A gap appeared. Then, a mystical vortex materialized. System alert. The 4th floor teleport gate has appeared. Zhang Ze thought to himself. No wonder I couldn't find the teleport gate. So, it was hidden inside the boss's throne. He glanced down at the orb in his hand and chuckled. Wouldn't expect anything less from a boss. Managed to snag a high-grade soul orb. Get up. Don't just lie there. The moment he gave the order, the sprite overlord slowly rose from the ground. It fully materialized with a loud, guttural roar. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red light as it glared down at Zhang Ze. But Zhang Ze just grinned back at it. He gave it a light tap on the head, scolding it. "Man, you were a tough one to beat. I lost almost all my summoned beasts." Then he patted its head, praising, "But you're one of my guys now." With that, Zhang Ze turned away, pondering his plans. Summoned beast list. Right now, I have 3 bosses. Dark Wolf, Gluttonous Toad, and Sprite Overlord. Even though the Dark Wolf stats are the lowest of the 3, it's still an elite monster, and it's about to level up soon. 5 slots left. Later, I'll add 3 Blade Shield sprites and 2 Stonehead sprites. But should I go to the 4th floor first? Otherwise, the boss will respawn quickly. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Ze burst out laughing. Later, I can try summoning a few more bosses and sprite overlords. Then, I'll be invincible, right? Just as he was about to step into the portal, a voice from behind caught his attention. Hold it right there. A group of people rushed towards Zhang Zhe, threatening, drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. I repeat, drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. Some even appeared in front of him to block his path. Noticing the badge on their chests, Zhang Zhe thought to himself, that symbol is the Supernatural Affairs Management Bureau. In just a flash, a large number of adventurers had surrounded Zhang Zhe. One of them shouted at him, where are the adventurers who joined your team? He blankly replied, what are you talking about? I didn't form a team. I think you've got the wrong guy. But Xiaolin yelled at the top of his lungs, don't try to weasel out of it. We received a report. Someone is falsely claiming to be a high-level player, leading teams to farm monsters for free to trick new players. In the past year, this has caused 3 incidents, resulting in hundreds of deaths. At that moment, Xiaoning gripped her bow tightly in her hand. She shouted to Zhang Zhe, we are the control team from the Supernatural Affairs Management Bureau. You can't escape today, no matter what. Drop your weapons and come with us. If you dare resist, you'll face the consequences. Then, she immediately drew her bow, warning, don't even think about running through the stone gate to escape to the 4th floor. We've already set up a siege. If you don't drop your weapons, we'll strike immediately. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe thought to himself, there are over 10 of them. Judging by their equipment, they're clearly not ordinary adventurers. I'm not sure I can win if I resist. He raised his hands, lamenting, looks like I have to go with them. What bad luck today. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Wait, that person is not a criminal. Zhang Zhe saw who it was and hurriedly shouted, it's you, Skynet. Skynet stepped forward, speaking, Luo Sha. What a coincidence. We meet again. The people around them shouted, Manager. Hearing the people call him that, Zhang Zhe was puzzled. Manager? Weren't you an inspector? When did you get promoted to manager? Skynet laughed and replied, all thanks to Luo Sha. He reached out to shake hands with Zhang Zhe and continued, thanks to the case we solved together last time, the higher-ups made an exception and promoted me. I'm now the manager of the control department. I have to thank Luo Sha for helping me that day. Zhang Zhe replied, you're too kind. It was just a small matter. No need to thank me. Seeing this, Xiaoning asked Skynet in confusion. Manager, when we arrived, he was the only one here. If it's not him, then who is it? Skynet happily explained, everyone, listen to me. First, Luo Sha is my friend. I believe he's not a criminal. Also, according to the description of the person who reported the crime, the name of the criminal who deceives new adventurers in the demonic realm is Death Whisper. That's right, Luo Sha. Have you seen Death Whisper here? And those new adventurers were deceived by him. Zhang Zhe shook his head and said, you guys are too late. All the new adventurers have already met with misfortune. Everyone there, and even the Net Heaven squad, cried out in unison. What? Did the entire team run into trouble? Net Heavens gritted his teeth, muttering, another 100 lost. Aero, if that Death Whisper guy is just too cruel. Aero catch him, no matter what. Aero. Zhang Zhe casually spoke up. Aero, I doubt you ever will. Aero. Aero, cause I already killed him. Aero. Everyone gasped in shock. Aero, what? Aero. Net Heavens approached him, questioning. Aero weak according to the Bureau's records. Aero. Aero Death Whisper claimed to have S-class talent. Aero. Aero he was a high-level adventurer who'd been roaming the demon realm for years. Aero. Aero known as a master assassin. A formidable opponent. Aero. Are you serious? Aero. Zhang Zhe said, puzzled. Of course. If you don't believe me, check my kill list. Aero. Aero Eve kill list records the names of enemies adventurers have slain in the demon realm, including Blade Shield Goblins. Aero. Des Whisper and Boulder Golem. Xiaoning exclaimed. Newbie Wo Euro has only cleared the 3rd floor, defeated a seasoned pro. Aero. Shaolin added, stunned. Euroian in a one-on-one fight too. Aero. Net Heavens smiled brightly at Zhang Zhe. Aero, you really killed him. Aero. Wow, did you do it? People around them began whispering to each other. Aero, you're the younger generation's the strong now. Aero. I remember when I was a greenhorn. I had to tag along with the pros just to hunt monsters. Aero. No pain, no gain, hiked? Don't crowd him. He might be a legendary genius. Aero. Net Heavens patted Zhang Zhe on the shoulder, praising. Aero Luo Sha. You've impressed me once again. Aero. Aero etrally. The younger generation is to be feared. Aero. Aero, thank you for eliminating this menace. Aero. Aero, no problem. It was nothing. Aero. With that, he turned to leave. Aero, there's nothing else. I'll be going now. Aero. Suddenly, Net Heavens called out. Luo Sha. Aero. Aero 3 Euros, something you should know. Death Whisper was a member of a secret organization in the demon realm. Aero. This organization is called Shugunuro, Dawn at a Euro. A sounds righteous, doesn't it? A Euro, but in reality, it's incredibly evil. A Euro. Kidnapping, extortion A Euro. Assassination. Every crime you can imagine, they've done it. A Euro. Or Bureau of Demon Affairs has been investigating them. A Euro, but they're very good at covering their tracks. A Euro. O plus. Their members are strong and cunning. A Euro. ESO. We haven't made much progress. A Euro. You kill one of them. They'll likely target you. To ensure your Safiti Euro. A Euro. I suggest you join the Bureau of Demon Affairs. A Euro. Zhangze paused, deep in thought. After thinking it over, he still decided to turn and leave, waving his hand. No need to join the Bureau. A Euro. Remember the name of the organization. A Euro. Be careful, myself. Zhangze quickly disappeared. Net Heaven stood there, clenching his fists silently, then smiled and muttered, A Euro Ionde. You'll join our Bureau of Demon Affairs. A Euro. On the 4th floor of the Demon Realm Euro, a beam of light shone down into the protective barrier there. As soon as he teleported in a Euro, Zhangze found himself trapped inside the barrier with a large group of adventurers. He looked at them struggling, confused. A Euro, what's going on? A Euro, the crowd noisily complained. A Euro, what, right, does the Bureau of Demon Affairs have to keep us in here? The Demon Realm belongs to everyone. A Euro. Have the freedom to enter and exit as we please. A Euro. I haven't even finished the mission my boss assigned me. A Euro, you guys are stopping me from hunting monsters. A Euro, if I get fined and fired by my boss. A Euro. Oho's going to take responsibility for that. A Euro, saying there's a death zone on the 4th floor. A Euro. Only a fool would believe that. You're definitely hiding something from us. A Euro. Oui, protest. Zhangze frowned, annoyed after hearing everything. Was Bureau of Demon Affaires again? The crowd continued to shout loudly. Are we saying there's a death zone on the 4th floor? A Euro. Only a fool would believe you. A Euro. Itis o la conspiracy. Oppose a monopoly of the 4th floor. A Euro. Meanwhile, Zhangze was becoming suspicious. A Euro. Have an invitation to the death zone in my body. A Euro. Cold this be related? A Euro. Just then, someone from the Bureau of Demon Affairs stepped forward to address everyone. The Bureau of Demon Affairs is dedicated to maintaining and protecting the stability of the Demon Realm. A Euro. Absolutely do not want to be enemies with anyone. A Euro. Death Zone has truly appeared on the 4th floor. A Euro. Perhaps many of you don't know what a death zone is yet. A Euro. Because there are no records of it in the Demon Realm Handbook. A Euro. Let me explain it to you. A Euro. A death zone is actually another dimension. A Euro. Haven't fully researched the specific situation of this dimension yet. A Euro. An image of the death zone at that time, Euro, terrifying. The sky turned gray, and terrifying monsters appeared everywhere. Zhong were gnawing and eating people one by one. And there were huge monsters with extreme power. A series of adventurers ran away in fear at the sight. The person continued. A Euro, all we know is that it appears randomly on a floor of the Demon Realm. A Euro. The monster's eyes gradually turned crimson red and murderous when they saw someone attacking them. The person continued. Difficulty of the 4th floor has suddenly increased to the level of the 10th floor. A Euro. That's why we're preventing everyone from entering the 4th floor. Because it's too dangerous. A Euro. Hope you understand. A Euro. Some adventurers inside the protective barrier retorted loudly. A Euro, why should I believe you? A Euro. I don't believe your nonsense. I want to get out. A Euro. The person from the Bureau of Demon Affairs responded. A Euro, if you insist on leaving. A Euro. I can let you out, but you're responsible for all the consequences. Right then, the person from the Demon Realm Management Bureau replied, if you're really set on leaving, I can let you out, but you're responsible for all the consequences. The frustrated adventurer inside the protective circle spat. He yelled, fine, I'm out. I'm not afraid of you. He ran out of the protective circle. He turned and pointed at the person from the Demon Realm Management Bureau, criticizing, you think I'm really a scaredy cat? The person from the Demon Realm Management Bureau glanced at the adventurer stubbornly leaving and sighed softly. He asked everyone inside the protective circle if anyone else is determined to leave. I'll let you out too. Some adventurers inside whispered to each other. Should we go out? Is there really a death zone? Do you believe it? Suddenly, a scream from afar attracted everyone's attention. The adventurer who had just left hurriedly returned. He clutched the scratch on his face, screaming in pain. They're mutated. They're mutated. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. The monsters are all mutated. They were chasing me like crazy. Luckily, I ran fast. I almost died out there. Everyone inside the protective circle panicked and asked him, "Really mutated?" The man trembled, saying, "I didn't expect there really to be a death zone." The person from the Demon Realm Management Bureau turned his head and said, "Do you all believe it now? I suggest that in the next few days, everyone should not log into the 4th level of the Demon Realm. Wait until the Death Zone team disappears before coming to this level." Some adventurers exclaimed in surprise. "What? Not log in for several days? Then what are we waiting for here? Let's log off and take a break." And so, one by one, people left the game. Zhang Zhe thought to himself, "It's getting late. If I can't go out, then I should go back too. Luckily, tomorrow is Saturday, so I don't have to go to school." Meanwhile, in another area of the game, a huge monster wielded a sickle. It roared loudly at an adventurer standing in front of it. However, that adventurer only smiled faintly with satisfaction. The adventurer gently drew his sword. With a series of practiced moves, the adventurer stepped forward and dashed straight ahead. With just a few slashes, the adventurer cut through the monster. The adventurer's cuts severed the monster's face. Finally, the monster was defeated by the adventurer. The system popped up a congratulation. "Giant zombie has been defeated." A purple orb fell from the monster. The adventurer saw it and sheathed his sword. The adventurer bent down and slowly picked it up. The system notified, "You have received a new notification. Do you want to view it? Death's remnant has been defeated by Rakshasa." The adventurer read the information and immediately showed an inscrutable smile. The adventurer muttered, "Rakshasa, huh? Interesting." With that, the adventurer advanced forward to fight the boss of the 22nd level. The next morning, at Zhang Ze's house, Zhang Ze was sitting at the dining table. He saw his younger sister approaching with a plate of food in her hand. He instructed her, "Xiaofeng, be good and do your homework. I'm going out for a bit." Zhang Fanfan said her cousin has a job that's perfect for me. Zhang Feng responded worriedly, "Zhang Fanfan's cousin? I heard his job is very dangerous." He turned to leave, not forgetting to comfort her. "Don't worry, you know my skills. Be good at home." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay, then be careful." A while later, in the grounds of an abandoned area, a person was leisurely walking. Zhang Ze looked at his phone while scratching his head, feeling a little confused. He muttered in a daze, "The address is clearly here. Where's Zhang Fanfan?" Fanfan stood in front of an abandoned building and loudly called to Zhang Ze. "Zhang Ze, big brother, over here, over here." With a bright smile on her face, she continued, "Zhang Ze, big brother, it's here. Come on, my cousin is waiting inside." The moment the door opened, Zhang Ze thought to himself, "This place looks like it's been abandoned for a long time." Soon after, the two of them went deeper inside. Before them, there were several people discussing something. Fanfan called out loudly, "Cousin, this is Zhang Ze, the person I told you about." Then she turned to introduce, "This is my cousin Lu Kai." Hearing that, Lu Kai reached out his hand and enthusiastically said to Zhang Ze, "I heard from Fanfan that you're talented and need money, right? Do you want to join my team?" Zhang Ze replied awkwardly, "I really want to find a job, but I still don't know what you guys do." Lu Kai sighed and explained, "We're going to the Ruluan Battleship Zone." Zhang Ze exclaimed in surprise. "The Ruluan Battleship Zone?" He began to explain, "You probably know that recently it's been overrun by monsters. Many cities have collapsed and are desolate. However, the Ruluan Battleship Zone not only has monsters, but also a lot of treasures like money, antiques, valuable paintings, and so on. So many rich folks would love to get their hands on this stuff. They want to take it home and add it to their collections. This job is super dangerous. You might run into monsters. And since national security forbids civilians from entering the wreckage zone Euro, what we Euro redoing is illegal Euro, but hey, for the money Euro, we don't Euro T care about the danger." Suddenly, Tai Gang, who was standing next to Lu Kai, let out a hearty laugh and said, "A Euro oh high risk, high reward. Kid, why don't a Euro T you join our crew?" A Euro. Feng Zi smirked and proposed, "One run, 300,000 a person. So what do you say? You in?" Behind him, Old Bai's face scarred, remained silent, as if awaiting an answer. Zhang Ze frowned, deep in thought. 300,000 isn't a small amount. Besides, his sister's life is a race against time. The money earned from selling mana, orbs, plus the 500,000 that sister Jiang gave Euro, totals more than 800,000. Just 300,000 more, and it'll be enough to pay for her kidney transplant. After a moment of calculation, he decided to accept. "All right, I'm in." As soon as Zhang Ze finished speaking, Lu Kai immediately draped his strong arm over his shoulder, his voice full of delight. "Great, you got guts. There's more good news. The boss has given us a super difficult mission this time. The reward Euro S doubled. 3 million this time." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Feng Zi couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 3 million? So that's like 600,000 each?" Zhang Ze couldn't help but wonder, hearing such a large sum. What exactly are we looking for this time? Liu Kai's expression immediately turned serious, and his voice lowered. A calligraphy piece from the Five Dynasties period. After discussing with each other, Liu Kai instructed everyone. The location is the Jiangdong Museum. 4 in the morning tomorrow. Be there on time. The next day, before dawn had fully broken, Zhang Zhe was already up and getting ready to leave. Just as he stepped out of his room, he was surprised to see Zhang Feng preparing breakfast. Xiao Feng, why are you up so early? Don't you need your rest? The girl smiled obediently and replied, It's okay. I knew you'd have to get up early for work, so I made breakfast for you. Zhang Ze's eyes suddenly froze when he saw 2 fresh, delicious apples on the table. Where did those apples come from? Zhang Feng happily recounted, Oh, right. The new neighbors next door gave them to us. The uncle seems really nice. As he munched on a sandwich, he praised, Resources are scarce these days, especially fresh vegetables and fruits. 2 apples like these must cost at least a few hundred. Our new neighbors are really generous. Seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Ze quickly grabbed his bag and left, but didn't forget to remind his sister. Keep the apples. Remember not to accept things from strangers so easily next time. I'm off. The girl obediently nodded. Okay, be careful. Strolling along the deserted road in the early morning, he ate quickly while thinking to himself, This trip is really dangerous. Last night, before going to sleep, I absorbed all the remaining mana orbs. Zhang Ze opened the system to check his personal information. He focused on the 2 most important stats. My current strength stat has reached 14. I haven't tested my punching power, but I think it must exceed 10,000 kilograms. The agility stat is 15. If I run into a ghost tiger monster, I might actually be able to put up a fight. I just hope everything goes smoothly and safely, and that we don't run into any monsters. Before long, Zhang Ze arrived at the location. The scene before his eyes was incredibly shocking. A colossal city wall stretching straight into the gloomy sky. He said to himself, This is the city wall. Under the massive forbidden character painted in bright red on the wall, the group had gathered. Liu Kai waved to signal him. Over here. He immediately handed Zhang Ze a dead chicken. Take this. Use it in case of an emergency. He blankly accepted the chicken, completely clueless. What's this for? He patiently explained. Ghost tiger monsters like to eat corpses. If you're targeted, just throw this dead chicken at them and make a run for it. Zhang Ze muttered and put the chicken in his bag. Oh, I see. Just then, it started to rain. His teammates began urging him. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow us. Liu Kai quickly responded. Coming. Zhang Ze quickly grabbed the rope that had been set up. He mustered all his strength and kicked hard against the vertical surface of the colossal wall to climb up. The torrential rain made the rope slippery, making it difficult for him to climb. Zhang Ze finally managed to climb to the edge of the wall. Sweat and rainwater mixed on his face. The scene beyond the city wall was skyscrapers, now just piles of rubble under a gloomy sky torn apart by many monsters. Liu Kai couldn't help but sigh. So tragic. He turned back, patted Zhang Ze's shoulder, and instructed, You're Pan Pan's friend. I hope nothing happens to you. Follow me and listen to my instructions. I guarantee you can return safely. He just nodded in agreement. Feng Zi urged as he climbed down the city wall. Hurry up. It's getting late. After getting off the city wall, the group quickly entered the dilapidated street. Old Ba walked forward alongside Liu Kai and whispered, Boss, after this job, let's find a chance to send that kid back, huh? Dragging this dead weight around is such a pain. He actually nodded in agreement. Theta what I was thinking too. The group stopped in front of a massive building. The main entrance was blocked by a huge pile of rubble, as tall as a small hill. Liu Kai chirped happily. We Euro here? Zhang Ze asked, dumbfounded. But there are Euro no way in. Fengzi had already scrambled up to scout ahead. Liu Kai called out, Fengzi, find anything? Fengzi brushed aside a chunk of broken concrete, revealing an acid warning sign, still faintly glowing. He turned back, grinning triumphantly. Boss, over here. After Fengzi confirmed the location, Liu Kai immediately ordered, Old Ba, get to it. Old Ba cracked his knuckles, signaling everyone. Out of the way. He clenched his fist, winding up for a massive punch. A thunderous blow shattered the thick concrete slab. Debris flew everywhere. As the dust settled, a wide enough entrance had been created. Liu Kai boasted proudly. Old Ba has the highest strength stat in the team. I think it's 12. Zhang Ze frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. 12, huh? That's even lower than mine. The group filed into the building through the opening. Liu Kai didn't forget to warn everyone. The tiger demon monsters like to hide in dark corners. It's pitch black in here, so there might be monsters lurking. Everyone be extra careful. The group cautiously advanced deeper into the building. The lamplight revealed countless human skeletons scattered everywhere. After passing through the deadly corridor, they stopped before a heavy metal door. Liu Kai placed both hands on the cold surface of the door, slowly opening it with a grating screech, revealing a vast exhibition hall with priceless paintings covered in dust. Lu Kai urgently commanded. We're in the exhibition hall. Everyone spread out and be careful. Everyone scattered. Lu Kai walked along a wall, his flashlight sweeping across a huge landscape painting. He squinted, shining the light on a small brass plaque below the painting with the title. He muttered, reading it, then sighed in disappointment. Spring River Drifting Boat. Doesn't seem to be it. Suddenly, Little Program's voice came from behind. Is it a gift for Prince Jianfu? The image on my phone screen matches the willow tree painting perfectly. Lu Kai exclaimed excitedly. That's it. That's the one. As soon as he confirmed the target, he carefully removed the painting from the wall. Lu Kai carefully rolled it up and stashed it in his backpack. Fengzi stood beside him, cheering nonstop. Success. Once I get my cut, I'm heading to the Yunding Club for some fun. Zhang Zhe suddenly felt uneasy. He looked around the exhibition hall. Aren't we missing someone? That's when everyone started to notice. Ironhead. Lu Kai used his radio. Ironhead. Ironhead. Do you read? Over. But there was no response. Olba also became alert. He was just standing right there. Now he's gone. Lu Kai felt that the situation was likely bad. He decisively issued an order. We can't wait here. This place is too dangerous. Leave a message for Ironhead. But getting out of here first. They didn't know that they were being watched by a pair of glowing red eyes on the ceiling. The group ran together, unaware that it was slowly crawling down. Little Program keenly heard a noise. What was that? Just as he turned his head, a loud crash echoed from behind, as if something huge had fallen. Lu Kai's face paled instantly. Damn it, we ran into them. Zhang Zhe frowned, asking, what is it? From within the smoke appeared a large foot, full of sharp points. A hideous monster with many arms and teeth appeared. Lu Kai shouted in horror. It's a level 2 tiger demon monster. Old Ba jumped forward to attack, not forgetting to tell everyone, you guys fall back. I'll handle it. He darted towards a monster like lightning. Without hesitation, he drew his knife and swung it with all his might. But the blow was no more than a mosquito bite. The knife even shattered. Old Ba's face was a mix of anger and fear. Damn, that's some tough skin. Before he could gather himself, the tiger demon monster swung its claws to attack. He quickly crossed his arms to block. The monster slammed into him with tremendous force. Everything was enveloped in dust and smoke. Everyone cried out in worry. Old Ba, hidden in the hazy smoke, was the image of a man, hunched over slightly. Thankfully, Old Ba was okay. He calmly reassured everyone. Only my arm's busted. I'm okay. Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat after witnessing the scene. This monster is terrifying. Old Ba weighs over 100 kilos, and the tiger demon monster hit him so hard he slammed into the wall. The tiger demon monster opened its mouth wide and roared, revealing countless rows of teeth inside. The sight made his face drain of color. Zhang Zhe quickly pulled the chicken from his bag. He threw it with all his might. Lu Kai hurriedly signaled. Run! They ran out of the corridor with all their might. The monster was right behind them, as they were about to run outside. Little Program looked back, seeing the monster had closed in on Fengzi and Old Ba. Fengzi took off his glasses, muttering a curse under his breath. He roared, drawing his weapon and attacking the monster. Boss, you guys go on ahead. I'll hold these monsters off with my life. A hail of bullets exploded against the demon hole beast, forcing it to stop and shield itself. Eighth Bro pulled out a grenade, his voice laced with determination. Today, we brothers fight them to the death. We live together, we die together. The two of them did everything they could to hinder the monster. They kept shouting to those ahead. Boss, hurry and get out of here. The moment the grenade touched the monster, it detonated in a huge explosion. Smoke and fire billowed everywhere. The explosion was so strong, it almost blew Lu Kai and Zhang Zhe away. Zhang Zhe looked back, heartbroken. Eighth Bro. Fengzi choked out the guys. Lu Kai couldn't contain his emotions either, covering his face. Damn it. Tears welled in his eyes, but he knew he couldn't waste his comrade's sacrifice. This wasn't the time for grief. We'll mourn later. Let's get out of here first. With that, he grabbed Zhang Ze's hand and pulled him along. Lu Kai ran, clinging to hope. Just gotta get through this hole, and we're safe. The two of them struggled to squeeze through the narrow opening. The instant Lu Kai made it outside, his face twisted in horror. What the hell? They reached the spot they'd entered from. Just gotta get through this hole, and we're safe. Zhang Ze and Lu Kai struggled to escape through the passage. Soon, both of them were outside. Lu Kai scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he recoiled in fear. What is that? Another demon hole beast stood before them, staring intently. Amid the ruined landscape, several more demon hole beasts slowly appeared, surrounding Zhang Ze and Lu Kai. Seeing the plump prey before them, they excitedly lunged forward. Lu Kai tossed the backpack to Zhang Ze. The calligraphy painting is in the bag. You go on ahead. Take care of my sister for me. He immediately protested. No way. We go together or not at all. Lu Kai ignored him, pointing his gun at the monsters with a determined look. He charged forward, firing relentlessly. Go to hell, you freaks. His bullets were like mere scratches to the demon hole beasts. It raised its hands high, preparing to strike. Liu Kai quickly recognized the danger and stepped back. He leaped backward to dodge the blow. But before he could land, another demon hole beast was waiting. He quickly pulled the pin on a grenade with his teeth. Without hesitation, he threw it forward. The action engulfed it in an explosion. The image of the demon hole beast gradually emerged from the dust. It stared intently at Liu Kai from behind. Zhang Zhe called out a warning. Watch out! But the demon hole beast had already grabbed Liu Kai. He lay trapped in the palm of its hand, unable to move. It flung him away, shattering his gun. Liu Kai slammed into the wall, writhing in pain. He struggled to hold onto a piece of the wall to stand, but failed. Liu Kai slumped down, sighing. Damn it, is this really how I'm going to die? The demon hole beast couldn't wait any longer. It rushed toward him, drooling. Liu Kai gritted his teeth, almost giving up. From behind, Zhang Zhe clenched his fist and charged forward. In a flash, he stood in front of Liu Kai. Liu Kai stared at him in utter disbelief. He cursed the demon hole beast. You bastard. He raised his fist again, jumping up to confront it. He punched straight into the demon hole beast's palm. The force sent it flying backward. Liu Kai watched in amazement. Holy crap. His strength is insane. He can go toe-to-toe with a monster. But the battle wasn't over. It immediately landed on its feet. Joint movement engaged. Not a problem, though, but going head-to-head with a monster, it's just not effective enough. He looked at the demon hole beast with concern. There are too many of them. If they all rush at us at once, there's no way we can win. Liu Kai immediately reassured him. Relax. Demon hole beasts have a quirk. They don't fight over prey. Unless you actively give up. Otherwise, they won't all attack at the same time. As proof, the ones in front only roared but didn't move. Zhang Zhe stepped forward confidently. If that's the case, then I'm not worried. The demon hole beast, enraged by the blow it had just taken, faced Zhang Zhe, who looked back with disdain. You might be strong, but what about speed? Its roar grew louder and louder, as if it couldn't stand his taunting. It stretched out its hands to attack Zhang Zhe. With his skills, all it caught was air. Zhang Zhe had already leaped away. He flew into the air, attracting its attention. He clenched his fist. Eat this. His punch shattered its teeth and lips. Blue fluid streamed from its eyes, disgusting to behold. Zhang Zhe quickly landed, looking at it. The demon hole beast reached its hand toward him. Liu Kai, observing the fight, praised, "Nice one, kid. That punch was amazing." The demon hole beast tried to attack Zhang Zhe, but seemed to lose its strength and collapsed. He wiped his sweat, looking at it. That last move was seriously dangerous. Good thing I'm fast enough. He sighed, sweat beading on his forehead. One down. He eyed the snarling pit fiends before him. Still 3 to go. Today, I'm taking you bastards down. The two pit fiends exchanged glances, sizing each other up for the kill. One charged at him instantly. Zhang Zhe braced for a fight. Suddenly, something zipped past, making him turn. Someone's foot slammed onto his shoulder. A mysterious big sis used his shoulder as a springboard, leaping forward. She spun through the air, striking the pit fiend with a series of attacks. Enraged, it whirled to face her. The pit fiend switched targets, lunging at the mysterious big sis. Nimble, she backflipped away from its attack, observing it from above. She slammed a powerful kick into the pit fiend's back, staggering it. That kick was a critical hit, shattering its bones. The moment she landed, it dropped, defeated. Zhang Zhe stared, dumbfounded. This girl is fierce. That kick had to pack at least 2,000 pounds of force. The mysterious big sis turned around. Hey, kid. Before he could figure out what was happening, a vehicle screeched to a halt behind him. The car pulled up beside the mysterious big sis. At the same time, the remaining pit fiends charged. She glanced at the oncoming monsters. Grab your buddy. Get in the car, quick. Zhang Zhe snapped to attention. Right. As he helped Liu Kai inside, someone in the car called out, Big sis. Get in. More of those things are coming. She bolted for the car. Got it. She slammed the door shut. The driver immediately shifted gears. The car sped off. The vehicle flew through the air. The pit fiends pursued relentlessly. The car gained distance, but couldn't shake the monsters. Zhang Zhe glanced back, a shiver running down his spine. Another pit fiend blocked the road, ready to attack. The driver floored it, plowing straight through, leaving it writhing in the street. He called out a warning. Big sis, there's too many of them. If we lead them to the city Wall Euro and they attack Tianfeng City, we'll be in deep trouble. She didn't answer, just stared out the window. She turned to Zhang Zhe. Hey, kid, stop staring. He blinked, surprised. The mysterious big sis popped the sunroof. Unless you want to be Monster Chow, get up here and help. She grabbed a backpack and held it out to him. Get your butt up here and work. Don't make me regret saving you. Zhang Zhe opened the backpack, still bewildered, as the mysterious big sis ordered. Here's flashbangs. Toss him behind us to scare off those monsters. They both climbed onto the roof of the car. A swarm of pit fiends were right on their tail. Grenades and flashbangs flew, detonating in rapid succession. Meanwhile, the mysterious big sis kept her eyes on the approaching horde. She pulled a grenade and yanked the pin. He instantly grabbed a flashbang, ready to throw. They hurled the grenades and flashbangs simultaneously at the pit fiends. They charged on, mindless and relentless. Explosions erupted everywhere. One by one, the pit fiends were consumed by the fiery blasts. In an instant, the car shook them off. Doubt crept into Zhang Zhe's mind. Who the hell is this girl? How does she have so many weapons, grenades, and bullets? The driver turned to Lu Kai and Zhang Zhe. What did you two do? Why were those pit fiends after you? Lu Kai placed a hand on Zhang Zhe's shoulder, polite as ever. We didn't do anything. We were just heading back to our hometown to sweep the tombs. We never expected to run into pit fiends. Thank you both for saving us. The mysterious big sis and the driver were skeptical, but had no proof, so they fell silent. She turned to Zhang Zhe, making him jump. Hey kid, what's your name? Back there, when you were fighting those monsters, you were quick and brave. I like you. He stated his name directly. I'm Zhang Zhe. She nodded, continuing. Zhang Zhe, huh? Good name. Next time, don't go digging around in the Wan Fortress. You'll get yourself killed, unless you're a demon realm powerhouse. He paused, lost in thought. Even though this girl's identity is a mystery, they don't seem to have any bad intentions. The mysterious big sis issued a warning. The city walls are up ahead. One of you is injured. You should get to a hospital right away. We'll leave you here. Zhang Zhe and Lu Kai thanked them. Zhang Zhe helped Lu Kai, still curious. Who are they anyway? I don't know who they are, but they're probably demon realm powerhouses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to take down those pit fiends. He turned back, a bit regretful. What rotten luck. The monsters tore up my backpack, and I lost the box with the calligraphy painting. Lu Kai sighed wearily. It was fate. He consoled him. What's lost is lost. At least we're still alive. The two arrived at the hospital as dusk settled. Zhang Zhe scratched his head as he walked down the corridor. Today was definitely full of close calls. If that girl hadn't suddenly appeared, Lu Kai and I would probably be dead in the Luan-class warship sector. Damn it, I lost that calligraphy painting. If not, I wouldn't have come back empty-handed today. Lost in thought, he bumped into a man wearing a face mask. Sorry. His expression changed instantly as he walked past the man. Why does this guy's figure look so familiar? He watched the man pull his hat down mysteriously. Zhang Zhe felt the man look just like Tai Gang. Could it be him? He watched the man's back as he stepped down, disappearing into the ruins. Now he's showing up here? He frowned, quickly put his phone away, and followed. Let's see where you're going. Zhang Zhe kept his distance to observe his movements. He weaved through the streets. He tried to keep a safe distance to avoid being spotted. He was determined to follow his every move. His destination was a deserted alley. Zhang Zhe hid behind the wall to observe him. He peeked out, careful not to be detected. He pulled out his phone and connected. Hello, boss. Hearing this, he got angry. That bastard. Is he behind everything? The man didn't realize he was being followed and was very confident. Yes, I'm here. No one's following me. Rest assured. In the distance, two figures gradually approached him. Han Fei and Bosley. You're here. He raised the cigarette in his hand, smirking. The item I need? Did you bring it? A joyful expression appeared behind the mask. It was indeed Tai Gang. He presented the item to them. Of course. He hinted at the reward, but Bosley cut him off. What about my money? You won't be shortchanged. Bosley opened the painting with satisfaction. I really admire you. So ruthless. Extremely decisive. He looked at Tai Gang with a smile. To monopolize 3 million. You even betrayed your brothers you've been with for over a decade. Truly ruthless. Zhang Zhe overheard the conversation and couldn't help but curse. Tai Gang, you bastard. He signaled Han Fei. All right, here's 3 million. Seeing the stack of money in front of him, Tai Gang's eyes lit up and he snatched it. Only ruthlessness leads to success. Behind him, Han Fei was cocking his gun. He pointed the gun at Tai Gang's head, startling him. Tai Gang turned around angrily. What do you want? His eyes became horrified. Before he could get an answer, he ate lead. Bosley looked at him, lying in a pool of blood. Only ruthlessness leads to success, huh? That makes sense. He retrieved the briefcase from Tai Gang's hand. The smile on his face was full of contempt. So, I have to be even more ruthless than you. Bosley took the painting and turned to leave. I hate petty people like you the most. The confined space of the alley was an ideal place to deal with someone unnoticed. Zhang Zhe was shocked by the scene he just witnessed. A shot straight to the head. Killing without batting an eye. Who exactly is this Bosley? What's his background? Seeing them leave, he immediately retreated. I have to get out of here. It was dusk when he returned home. Zhang Feng was already waiting outside the door. He hurried home. The scene from earlier probably still flashed in his mind. The little girl saw him and smiled, waving her hand. Brother, you're back. How was work today? He stretched wearily. Don't even mention it. It's hard to put into words. Let's go inside. As he was about to enter, Someone opened the door next door. Zhang Feng called out enthusiastically. Uncle. He was puzzled by the little girl's warmth. Uncle. The little girl introduced him. Brother, this is the neighbor who gave us apples. He turned to look at him. The scar on his face was very similar to Han Fei, whom they met earlier. He smiled and greeted. Hello, you're Zhang Feng's brother, right? Being a reasonable person, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but notice. Why is the scar on his forehead exactly like Boss Li's bodyguard? He worriedly stepped in front of Zhang Feng. Hello, uncle. Thank you for the apples. He extended his hand to shake. Don't be so polite. We're neighbors. We should help each other in the future. The naive little girl was a bit too enthusiastic. That's right. Uncle, would you like to come over for dinner? Zhang Zhe interrupted sharply. Enough. He smiled fakely, waving his hand. Uncle, I'm too tired today. Maybe another time. We'll go inside first. Stepping inside, Zhang Feng still promised. Come over for dinner sometime when you have time, uncle. The door slammed shut, leaving Han Fei standing alone. He pondered, as if he had realized something. Zhang Feng put on an apron and spoke. I'll go prepare dinner. Zhang Zhe was still suspicious of the neighbor's figure. No way. Why is the scar on that uncle's forehead exactly the same as that hitman's? Could it be? He immediately turned to leave. Zhang Feng, I'm going out for a bit. The little girl was very confused. You just got back. Why'd you keep going? You climbed out the window, and then you told me. Stay home and wait for me, and don't go outside. You already made up your mind. No way, I gotta figure this out. Otherwise, both of us are gonna be in danger. Zhang Zhe quickly jumped to the next apartment's balcony. He's checking out Han Fei's place. Chalk dust on the balcony? Lucky for me, my agility's at 15. It's not hard to avoid that. He carefully opened the window. Nobody just puts this stuff out like that. He slowly stepped into the room, looking around. The place is too simple. Chalk dust by the balcony window. This guy's definitely not normal. He ducked under the bed and found a box. He immediately opened it. What's this? Inside the box was Huang Hanfei's rank 1 Transcendent Demon certificate. He clenched the paper in his hand. It's him. He's disguised as some middle-aged dude. And he plotted to live right next door. What is he trying to do? Suddenly, a noise getting closer startled him. Zhang Zhe immediately realized Han Fei was back. He opened the door saying, Hey kid, come on out. Zhang Zhe hid under the bed, praying, Hope he doesn't find me. If I get caught, I'll have to fight him. Han Fei, holding a gun, walked over with a cruel smile. Under the bed, Zhang Zhe was in mortal danger. He slowly approached the bed. Don't hide anymore. I know you're still in this room. Zhang Zhe's face filled with fear. I'm done for. He found me. No wonder he's a demon domain powerhouse. The clock ticked by. Every second. Almost 8 p.m. The clock stopped at that time. The bell rang, startling him. 8 o'clock. Han Fei couldn't hide his grin when he heard the bell. Found you. The bell gave away Zhang Zhe's location, scaring him. He pulled the trigger straight at under the bed. The sinister smile on his face didn't fade. Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat. In the moment the bullet was about to hit his head, the clock released a blue lightning bolt. The time he entered the demon domain had arrived. Han Fei's room glowed with a blinding blue light. He stood still, looking at the bed. It was immediately flipped over. He cursed, seeing the empty space in front of him. He pulled a bullet out of the floor. His face was angry. The demon domain gate opened at 8 o'clock. That kid must have gone into the demon domain. He grinned sinisterly. Kid, I'll be here waiting for you to come back. He tossed the bullet on the ground. His face became extremely excited. Zhang Zhe had transformed into a Rakshasa. He opened his status screen to check his stats. He found out, that guy's definitely camping by the bed, waiting for me to come back. And I can't stay in the demon domain forever. His worried face couldn't hide behind the cloak. 12 hours later. When my energy is depleted, I'll be kicked out of the demon domain. What am I going to do? Looking at the screen, he made up his mind. Welcome to the demon domain. Which floor do you want to go to? I gotta become super strong in 12 hours. Otherwise, there's no way I can beat that criminal. He quickly selected the 4th floor. Very quickly, he arrived on the 4th floor of the demon domain. In front of him was a crowded scene of adventurers from near and far. Zhang Zhe slowly appeared in the space. He looked around, stunned. The death domain hasn't disappeared yet. I can't leave the altar. So how am I supposed to kill monsters and get stronger? He eavesdropped on the surrounding information. The Demon Management Bureau says, the death domain is about to appear. They're telling us to wait a bit. Damn it, I've been waiting for 10 hours. How much longer do we have to wait? Another group of people rushed over, asking, do you guys know what's going on? Yeah, right. The crowd started discussing heatedly. They said only when the boss in the death domain is defeated will the death domain disappear. I heard a group of experts are preparing to enter the death domain. Someone else gave their opinion. I heard that to enter the death domain, you need an invitation. Otherwise, there's no way to get in. That's right. Only the boss drops the invitation. And the drop rate is super low. 1 out of 100 bosses drops it. Zhang Zhe was still listening to their conversation. Newbies like us shouldn't even dream about it. The rewards in the death domain are very tempting, but it's dangerous. If we go in there, we're as good as dead. So even if they give me an invitation, I wouldn't take it. Zhang Zhe opened his inventory to check the Death Domain invitation. It's a one-time use rank C Death Domain pass. He looked at it, pondering. A Death Domain invitation? He was a little stunned, looking at the thing in his hand. That's the invitation those adventurers were talking about. A red notification appeared. The Death Domain gate has opened. Do you want to use the invitation to enter? Accompanied by 2 options. Zhang Zhe thought silently. I've already cleared the first 3 floors. Grinding monsters there won't get me anything. And I can't get into the 4th level. Back in the real world, there's a demonic powerhouse breathing down my neck. Looks like I don't have a choice. Activate the Death Realm invitation. Stat. Another notification popped up on the screen. Activation successful. Entering Death Realm in 3 seconds. Please prepare. System initiating countdown. The invitation was phasing in and out of existence. Azure energy swirled around him. As the system counted down to 1, the ground beneath Zhang Zhe lit up. He officially entered the Death Realm. He was quickly transported to the mission location. A number of adventurers were already there. He looked at the scene before him, puzzled. What's going on here? He looked at some of the foreign faces, confused. Aren't the demon domains supposed to be separate in each country? Why are there so many foreigners here? There was even a guy in samurai armor. Guessing he's from Japan. As Zhang Zhe pondered, a hand landed on his shoulder. Rakshasa. He startled and turned around. Zhang Zhe whipped around on instinct. His eyes flashed with vigilance. Yuang approached, greeting him warmly. Her face was beaming with happiness. I finally found you. She struck up a conversation. You saved my life last time. I've been looking for you ever since to repay you, but I couldn't find you anywhere. Who knew we'd meet here? Chun Lu Shu, remembering something important, chimed in, probing. Yuang, is this the guy who distracted the Shadow Wolves for you? Yuang smiled and confirmed, that's him. 6th uncle, this is the guy who saved me that day. Zhang Zhe, suddenly brought into the spotlight, waved his hand bashfully. It was nothing really. Don't mention it. She introduced them to each other with a smile. This is my 6th uncle, and this young man is my younger brother. Xiaodian chimed in shyly. Hello. Lu Shu looked over Zhang Zhe, impressed. Not bad. You came to the Death Realm alone? You got guts. He offered a friendly warning. But this place isn't like the demon domain. Not only are the monsters more vicious, but there are also tons of foreign adventurers. Then, he emphasized, fights break out all the time over monsters and loot. Lu Shu offered a suggestion. So don't go it alone. It's best if you stick with us. Xiaodian chimed in, friendly. Yeah, Rakshasa. My 6th uncle is rated an elite level adventurer. You'll be totally safe with us. Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up. Elite level. According to the Demon Compendium, adventurer strength is ranked as follows. Compliant is the lowest. Then, the levels increase in order. Skilled elite. Powerful, extraordinary, and the highest title, supreme. Zhang Zhe was practically frozen by this unexpected information. 6th uncle is elite level? He must be pretty damn strong. He seriously considered the offer. This is my first time in the Death Realm. It really is dangerous. Finally, he decided to take a chance. Actually, this is my first time in the Death Realm. If you guys are willing to let me tag a longa euro on the inside, I'm freaking out with excitement. Of course, that's great. Lu Shu praised him, well pleased. Not cocky or arrogant. I like your attitude. Yuang finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She was worried he'd refuse. Then she wouldn't be able to repay him. As soon as the thought left her head, the system notification chimed in. Rakshasa has joined the party. Lu Shu carefully laid out the ground rules. Now that Rakshasa has joined the team, we're all teammates. I think we should know each other's innate skills. That way, if we run into trouble, we can coordinate better. Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Lu Shu quickly took the initiative to demonstrate. My innate skill, ecchi. Repulse. As if hearing the call of its prey, a demon beast suddenly pounced, ready to attack. But Liu Shu's mind didn't waver for a second. His gaze was cold and determined. Repulse. Quick as lightning, he unleashed a palm strike so powerful that the monster was sent flying backwards, unable to resist. The system quickly updated the information. Innate skill, repulse, can knock back a target 10 steps and paralyze it for 30 seconds. Xiaodian volunteered to show off his skills as well. My innate skill is illusion. It can create an illusion of the target, and it lasts for a full hour. He skillfully demonstrated his skill. Each movement was graceful and captivating. Suddenly, a troubled look crossed his face. Butairo the illusion can't fight. Yuang began to speak softly. My innate skill is light slash. You probably saw it last time. What's your innate skill? A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Zhe. Someone's going to find out sooner or later. Might as well tell them now. Then I'll just take a gamble. My innate skill, ecchi. In an instant, a surge of intense energy erupted, engulfing him like an invisible flood. Witnessing the scene, everyone was stunned. They could only gape in utter shock. The goblin warriors appeared instantly at the command. Their milky eyes held a dense, murderous intent. It roared deafeningly. The powerful sound was like a display of dominance throughout the space. Zhangze calmly orchestrated his strategy. Yue was so impressed by the summoning art that she blurted out unconsciously, "Amazing." Uncle Lu beside her also praised, "Impressive. That's awesome." She curiously approached and asked, "Do the monsters you summon all obey your commands?" Zhangze nodded slightly in confirmation. Uncle Lu, sensing the opportune moment, quickly advised, "That's enough introduction for now. The others have already entered the village. If they snatch the boss, we'll end up empty-handed. You cooperate obediently with your senior." While exploring the formation, Zhangze eagerly inquired, "Is the boss in the death domain more dangerous than in the demon domain? What kind of items will they drop?" Uncle Lu calmly replied, "Yes, the death domain is equivalent to an independent instance. It will drop good items like non-attribute demon spirit orbs, high-level equipment, rare props, and so on. But at the same time, the danger level is also doubled." His voice remained steady as he explained, but in his mind, images of high-level items, shining brilliantly, flashed involuntarily. He turned to share his thoughts with Zhangze. "This time, I brought Yue and Xiaotian along to give them a chance to broaden their horizons." The group of four confidently headed straight forward. Their strides were confident and without hesitation. Suddenly, Zhangze sensed something was wrong. What the hell? Before them was a scene of utter chaos, where magical beasts and players were locked in a frenzy of slaughter. Despite the horrifying scene unfolding, Uncle Lu remained calm. "These villagers are probably being controlled by something. That's why it's like this. Let's go into the village and find the boss first." Sensing the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, Uncle Lu quickly led the team. "Stick close to me. Don't get lost." As he ran, he carefully observed the surroundings. This village seems to be a maze. Every corner they passed was carefully memorized in his mind. And the length of the houses here is also the same. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed continuously, bringing a sense of tension that enveloped the space. Suddenly, Zhangze keenly noticed something was wrong. He quickly turned around and warned his teammates. "Something's not right. I think we've been here before." Yue couldn't hide her worry. "That's right. Looks like we've just gone around in a circle." A sudden feeling of unease washed over him, his eyes widening in alarm. "It's coming." She immediately tensed up, alert. Her eyes darted around, examining everything. Suddenly, the space was filled with crazed roars. The sound was so powerful that it felt like the floor was about to crack. The magical beasts roared incessantly. Their hunting instincts erupted fiercely, as if they had been starving for centuries. They aggressively approached. It looked like a massive army was surging forward. The sound of footsteps grew increasingly dense, signaling the number of magical beasts was constantly increasing. The atmosphere was stretched to the breaking point, as if even a small movement could ignite a battle immediately. In the moment of impending danger, Uncle Lu calmly spoke to reassure everyone. "Don't panic." He carefully assigned tasks to each person. "I'll defend the front. Yue, defend the rear. Xiaotian and La Sha's brother will take care of the middle. We'll fight as we move. Absolutely don't split up." All members unanimously agreed to the plan. They bravely stood their ground amidst the storm of battle, despite the ever-changing situation. The magical beasts, upon seeing their targets, couldn't help but roar uncontrollably. Without a second of hesitation, they lunged at their prey fiercely, determined to take them all down. In stark contrast to that hasty mindset, Zhangze calmly used his abilities. He quickly summoned them with his skilled technique. "Come forth. Warrior priority. Mage priority." The trembling appearance of Xiaotian beside him caught his attention. Looking at that scared face, it seems he's a newbie, lost in thought. Zhangze didn't notice the magical beast had already arrived in front of him. It waved its hand and sent the goblin mage flying, as if brushing away a weak and ordinary person. The chaotic scene before him inevitably made Zhangze feel stunned. What? These monsters have such high damage and defense. Again, he was careless during the battle. And right before him now was a giant monster preparing to launch an attack. In the nick of time, a swift figure suddenly rushed in. Uncle Lu, who had appeared in time to save him, struck decisively, slicing the enemy in half with a single slash. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I thought if he managed to rescue Yue, his strength must be pretty good. But unfortunately, he seemed unable to recover from the unexpected scene. Zhangze stood frozen amidst the chaotic situation. Above, a dark vortex suddenly appeared, like a black hole wanting to suck the life out of the entire space. He frantically shouted a warning. "Uncle Lu, watch out." Uncle Lu's face suddenly became extremely shocked. "What? Someone's ambushing me." A deafening thunderclap resounded. Lightning tore across the sky and struck him directly. Amidst the extremely chaotic environment, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out. "Xiaorun." Doctor cordially acted polite. "We meet again," unable to believe the truth unfolding before his eyes. Uncle Lu could only stammer in shock. "It's you." Completely ignoring the other party's words, he coldly drew his weapon. He excitedly smiled slyly using his skill. Fireball technique. Uncle Lu hastily yelled to warn his teammates. Paralysis effect. "I can't move. Everyone watch out." The entire battlefield shook violently after an earth-shattering explosion. Smoke and fire billowed, obscuring vision. Uncle Lu collapsed to his knees on the cold ground. His body trembled, as if all life had been drained from him. Yuaning panicked so much that her words became a jumbled mess. Uncle Lu, in the chaotic melee, an arrow suddenly shot out with terrifying speed. Only when she heard a warning from her teammate did she realize the danger in time. Careful! She immediately spun around with nimble footwork, decisively swatting away the incoming arrow. From the heights of the building opposite, a faint figure flickered into view. The elf stood tall, assuming a battle-ready stance. A proud smile remained on his lips. Zhang Zhe seized the opportunity, immediately summoning his elf warrior, Yuxian. He bravely charged straight toward the massive figure. Without the slightest hesitation, the clang of metal echoed across the arena, a chilling sound that heightened the tense and suffocating atmosphere. Brimming with momentum, Harry-sun stepped forward, full of excitement, as if ready to challenge anyone before him. Zhang Zhe anxiously shouted a reminder. "This guy's attack power is insane." Uncle Lu looked at the group before him and questioned loudly, "You three again?" The old man sneered. "I let you off easy last time. Didn't expect you'd dare come looking for another beating." Uncle Lu's body erupted with a dark aura as he said, "Shameless bastards." The doctor retorted, "Didn't expect you to bring 3 helpers to the death domain today. How can we pass up this opportunity?" As he spoke, he summoned lightning from his scepter. "As long as we're the ones laughing in the end, who cares about being shameless?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a massive bolt of light struck the old man head-on. A moment later, Uncle Lu's face fell. The aftershocks of the lightning crackled a few times. A hint of worry crept into the old man's heart. "Damn it, paralysis again. If this keeps up, I might just die here. These sons of bitches really want to fight to the death. But I still have 2 members of the clan behind me." Uncle Lu decided to down the potion, thinking to himself, especially Yue. "She's the hope of the clan. We can't let anything happen to her." He only heard the 2 people behind him call out his name. "Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu gritted his teeth, gripping the hilt of his sword in front of his stomach. Decisively, he roared, "Go, get out of here." The doctor was a bit surprised by that action. Didn't expect him to use the activation potion, although the activation state will grant 30 seconds of immunity to any adverse effects. The price is that you'll take 20% more damage afterward. Yuaning worried about the old man's life. "Uncle Lu," she thought to herself. Uncle Lu used the activation potion. I'm afraid he's trying to risk his life. Uncle Lu's dark aura turned green. He didn't turn around, but called out loudly, "Yue, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I'll retreat immediately. Don't worry about me." Yue still wouldn't leave. "Uncle Lu," the doctor immediately ordered. "Harry-sun, go." He quickly swung his massive axe. "None of you are getting away." Uncle Lu didn't back down, even the trash talk. "Save your breath." The old man's attack sent Harry-sun spinning in the air. "Save your breath." Yuaning frowned, extremely worried, not wanting to waste any effort. Yue turned and took the lead. The elf wasn't leaving them any room to escape. "Want to run? Let's see where you go." The phantom's arrows curved like snakes. They seemed to have a life of their own, chasing after Yue. "Over here," Xiaodian quickly changed direction and announced, "Sis, that arrow's chasing us." Her mind raced. This is her innate skill. "Everyone be careful." Then, Yue pulled out the sword at her side. She stood alone, blocking the arrow. However, in her recklessness, she missed another arrow. Yue's pupils contracted in shock. Not good. It was too fast, and she was hit. Yue gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she pulled out the arrowhead. She instructed Xiaodian and Zhang Zhe. "Their target is my Uncle Lu. They won't be targeting us for now." Xiaodian called out softly from behind, "Sister Yue, what should we do?" "Discard the arrow on the ground." Yuaning ordered. "Let's quickly find a place to hide first. After the Death Domain boss is taken care of, then we can leave this place." The 3 of them hid behind a large rock. Zhang Zhe suddenly spoke up. "That's right. I have a question. I thought adventurers from each country could only hunt monsters in their own country's magic domain. How did your Uncle Lu end up making enemies with these foreign adventurers? Only 2 magic-type goblins are left, along with a few low-level bosses who haven't been transformed yet." Yuaning looked at him and explained. "The magic domains of each country aren't really connected, but the death domain is different." Looking at Uncle Lu's battle, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Maybe Uncle Lu had some conflicts with those guys before. Xiaodian sat down on the ground and sighed. "It's all my fault. If I had known the death domain was so dangerous." then I wouldn't have insisted on coming here. My innate skill is basically useless. Are you even a man? You're so scared over just a little thing. Seeing him torment himself, Zhang Zhe went over to reassure him. Don't be so pessimistic. Your innate skill is actually pretty strong. You just haven't figured out how to use it yet. Xiaodian was still blaming himself. Stop trying to comfort me. Your innate skill can summon little monsters to help you fight. What good is summoning dreamscapes? Suddenly, Yueying jumped, calling out softly, quiet. Did anyone hear something? All three turned at once. Their eyes fell on someone bound in chains. Along with a drooling, 300-pound jaw, a grotesque figure appeared before the tower. Wielding a weapon, it was known as the Death Butcher. The Death Butcher loomed at the foot of the tower. The three of them stared in shock. As soon as they saw clearly, Yueying cried out involuntarily, Euro, crap. I think we're screwed. Xiaodian was both frustrated and angry. Oh man. Euro, what rotten luck. Euro had just escaped from the tiger's den. Euro, and now we run into the Death Butcher. She looked at Zhang Zhe with a somber expression. What do we do? If Uncle Lu was here, Euro, we might still have a chance. Now, relying only on the three of us. Euro is practically suicide. He gestured for silence, then reminded them, don't panic. Euro hasn't spotted us yet. That Euro. Xiaodian was so shaken he held his head and trembled. Euro, what are we going to do? Euro Varane adventurers behind us. Euro and the Death Butcher in front. Euro looks like we're cooked this time. Euro. Seeing him like this, Zhang Zhe thought to himself. Commercial t'es juste standirend ou tout. He narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, if that's the case. Then let's take down the boss together, Euro. This made Xiaodian jump up. What? Euro, that's a boss from the Death Domain. Euro, how can we possibly defeat it? Yueying was deeply worried and agreed. What is height? Are you sure you can handle the Death Butcher? Zhang Zhe resolutely tried to convince them both. Euro, I am not 100% sure we'll win. But compared to standing here, waiting to kick the bucket, Euro, better to risk it all. Even so, Xiaodian still vehemently objected. That won't work. Euro, what if, while we're fighting the boss? Euro, those three guys come up from behind. Euro, then we're totally screwed. Zhang Zhe chuckled, praising him. That's a great question. At that time, Euro, your innate skill will come in handy. Xiaodian tilted his head, dumbfounded, asking, what do you mean? My skill? Back to the fight of the three doctors. Someone shouted, Son of Euro, seeing a monster charging at them. Harry commented, Euro knew that Newfing chasing us had a random teleport scroll he could use. Euro. He casually landed another blow, making it log out. After finishing it off, Harry-san speculated contemplatively. Euro, if I remember correctly, that item is incredibly expensive. Euro. Euro market price is at least tens of thousands of US dollars. Euro. What is guilles lodet? At this time, the elf sat down and continued to cast magic balls. Euro looks like he got lucky this time. Otherwise, we definitely would have settled that debt today. The doctor standing nearby started calculating. Euro, need to feel regret. Euro. When that guy escaped, his health was only around 10%. Euro. If the location he teleported to is surrounded by monsters. Euro, how could he possibly survive? Finding this delightful. Euro, exactly. Best if he goes right next to the boss. Euro, so the boss can finish him off directly. Harry-san said next to him. Euro, hope, soda, Euro. Suddenly, a jolt went through the doctor's brain. He yelled, calling to his teammates, Euro, look over there, Euro. The toothless Death Butcher appeared before them. Could it be? They all exclaimed. Commercial et sa boss, alright, Euro. The elf recognized its identity. Euro, Death Butcher. Euro. Excitement was written all over Harrison Euro's face. Euro, looks like we're going to get rich this time. Euro, the amount of gold contained in a boss is incredible. Euro. Euro, no one else has noticed yet. Euro, let's take it down quickly, Euro. The doctor also couldn't hide his analysis. Euro Day is indeed lucky. Euro didn't expect it would be our turn to fight the boss. The elf drew his bow, making the first shot. Euro, this great equipment is mine. Euro. Then, a rain of arrows fell. The Death Butcher stood still, watching the arrows pierce through its body. The doctor cast a ball, saying, Euro physical immunity, Euro. Euro, how about this move then? Euro. The flame was amplified several times. But the Death Butcher remained completely unfazed. The doctor was slightly surprised. Euro, what Euro is going on? This boss. Euro. Why isn't Euro T at taking even the slightest bit of damage? Euro. Harry-san frowned, exclaiming intensely. What is this strange? Never seen a boss like this before. Euro completely immune to all forms of damage. Euro. He seems to have realized something. Could this be a boss skill? When attacked, it immediately turns transparent. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian has activated her ability. You two, hurry up. My illusion only lasts for an hour. Yuan Ying's eyes widened. She still didn't understand the plan. How do you want to fight? Zhang Zhe simply replied. We absolutely can't rush in blindly. First, we need to slowly figure out his weak points. Then, a green glow appeared in his hand. Come on out, my little darlings. It's your turn to fight. As soon as he spoke, dozens of monsters were summoned. Yuan Ying was stunned for a few seconds. I didn't expect him to be able to summon bosses from floors 1, 2, and 3. I thought you could only summon small fries. Just then, the Iron Fang Wolf transformed. It leveled up instantly. Zhang Zhe seized the moment to assign tasks. Time is critical. You two, charge in together. All the beasts charged forward. The Death Butcher watched the Iron Fang Wolf and Spirit King charging, a sneer on its face. A mere swarm of insects. It swiftly retaliated with its enormous blade. Zhang Zhe's voice was stern as he gave the order. Dodge! Just as he finished speaking, the Death Butcher slashed down. Drop dead. At that moment, the Iron Fang Wolf's eyes blazed. It tried to avoid the attack as the Death Butcher growled. Can you feel the stench of death yet? The Iron Fang Wolf took a brutal beating. Drop dead. The Death Butcher absolutely pummeled it. Standing on the sidelines, Zhang Zhe clenched his fists. It really is an abyss boss. Its strength is absolutely terrifying. The Death Butcher let out a powerful, cold snort. A bunch of pathetic insects. Don't even dream of defeating me. Zhang Zhe frowned, observing. It truly is an abyss boss, with terrifying power. Yuan Ying stepped forward, reaching for her sword. Your Dark Wolf is no match for him. We have to charge together, otherwise, it won't last long against the Death Butcher. Suddenly, he summoned another monster, the Poison Spider. Web attack. Spider webs shot onto the Death Butcher's legs, immobilizing it. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Ying sprang high into the air. She moved like a dancer, her sword tracing an elegant arc. Now, it was Zhang Zhe's turn to strike. Ranged attack. The sky-devouring snail obeyed, spitting out a massive torrent of fire. Yet, the Death Butcher only acquired a few more scorch marks. This time, it was truly enraged. I'll feast on your flesh and drink your blood. Zhang Zhe realized with a start, this boss's IQ is actually quite high. I didn't expect it to attack me directly. At this point, Zhang Zhe had no choice but to use the Spirit King. The two humanoid bosses clashed in the center of the battlefield. The Spirit King's eyes blazed brightly, but the Death Butcher seemed to have the upper hand. Take this. Even Zhang Zhe unconsciously recoiled. It's too terrifying. That's bone reconstitution. The attack reduces 20% defense and speed to increase damage. The Death Butcher didn't even notice when the Iron Fang Wolf suddenly appeared. It roared, raising its claws to strike. The Death Butcher turned its head, thrusting its massive blade straight forward, right into the wolf's chest. Give your life to me. Zhang Zhe's pupils contracted in stunned disbelief. The Dark Wolf. Its HP is 0. My Dark Wolf. He couldn't hold back his frustration. Damn it. He finished off my Dark Wolf already. Yuan Ying, though worried, tried to remind him. This isn't the time to mourn. If we don't defeat the boss, then all of us are dead. Xiao Tian's face went completely pale. You two, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Zhe pulled a bow from thin air. All right, I'll stake my life on this. Poison Spider, Web Attack. The sky-devouring snail and Poison Spider combined their powers. Ranged attack. Burn the boss. The Death Butcher flinched, spinning around. Before its eyes, a massive blaze roared. Yuan Ying took a running leap, soaring high. She barked an order to the whole group. Everyone charge in. Collective attack. Thanks to the concentrated assault, the boss's health plummeted to 30%. The Death Butcher struggled violently to break free. Zhang Zhe noticed something amiss. Careful. He's about to enter his second stage. Yuan Ying cautiously retreated. Careful. Another strange phenomenon is happening. What's happening? Even Zhang Zhe felt bewildered. Why is this boss running? What's he trying to do? It wasn't targeting them anymore. The Death Butcher was greedily regenerating its HP. A hunger for flesh. Its HP soared rapidly. Yuan Ying shrieked. We're doomed. Zhang Zhe realized the final boss's terrifying ability. This boss can eat flesh to regenerate health. Zhang Zhe and his summoned beast stood rooted to the spot, as the Death Butcher continuously regenerated its health. Activating the Yongbao program. Stop it from healing. Ranged attack. Charge up for me. Swallowing Toad already has a huge amount of fire stored in its mouth. It's launching it straight at the Death Butcher, so intense you can barely see anything but light. Somehow, the Death Butcher endured and evolved. Zhang Zhe quickly uses his spiderweb bind. Don't let it get near Swallowing Toad. Spiderweb assault. Death Butcher charges in wielding 2 weapons. Now, Yue Ying, it's your turn. Light slash. Elf King slips around back for a sneak attack. He slashes down relentlessly while Zhang Zhe encourages, everyone, hang in there a little longer. This guy's about to crack. Seeing that, she shouts encouragement too. Go get him. Fueled up, Elf King unleashes a flurry of chops, seizing a rare chance. Zhang Zhe directly draws his bow. Take this. The arrow hits it right between the eyes as he finishes speaking. Go kick rocks. Death Butcher roars in pain. It trembles, struggling. Unforgivable. The huge body collapses with that final word. Xiao Dian retrieves the blue orb and asks, We actually defeated the boss. The system displays a series of notifications. Announcement. 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 Xiao Dian happily eyes the loot at their feet. I call dibs on one. So exhilarating. So awesome. We finally defeated the boss. Suddenly, Zhang Zhe notices something. This bow, the system panel quickly provides information. Bloodlust longbow. He's surprised behind his mask. Looks like a Class S weapon. Yue Ying beside him praises. This weapon has blood-boosting properties. Your luck is really good. This weapon is also very suitable for you. Many people have been grinding in the death domain for decades and still haven't gotten a Class S weapon. Then Zhang Zhe directly tests the bow. He frowns, sensing its power. This weapon is too strong. I can even feel a bloodthirsty aura radiating from it. Zhang Zhe puts away the weapon and checks around. A total of 16 attribute-less magic soul orbs dropped. 10 swiftness scrolls. 4 high-efficiency HP potions. I'll keep the scrolls. We'll split the rest in half. Yue Ying shyly waves her hand in refusal. I don't need. Suddenly, the system pops up a new notification. Luo Sha has sent a gift to your mailbox. Claim now. Zhang Zhe gestures to her. It's been sent to your mailbox. Don't refuse. We defeated the boss together. Yue Ying is still a little uncomfortable. Well, in her heart, she thinks, although these things could help me try for the second level of the demon. But this time, defeating the boss. The greatest contribution was originally his. Suddenly, Doctor's voice rings out from somewhere. So you're here. You damn great Xia trash. I can't believe you dared use illusions to trick me. Xiao Dian panics, wanting to retreat. We're done for. It's them. Yue Ying recognizes the super trio in front of her. It's you guys. Harry-san roars in anger. Don't waste words on them. He rushes forward. Deal with them. Then just take back what's ours. Zhang Zhe glances at the monsters behind him. Only a few summoned beasts left. If we directly risk our lives against them, I'm afraid our chances of winning aren't good. Let's get out of the death domain quickly. Xiao Dian beside him agrees. That's right. We already defeated the boss anyway. It's better to run first. But this time, Yue Ying has made a different choice. You two go ahead. This guy dealt with Sixth Uncle. I must get revenge. Xiao Dian doesn't want to charge into the fray. Quickly turning, I don't know anything. I don't want to die. I'm out of here. Yue Ying's determination makes Zhang Zhe uneasy. This Lu Yue Ying is really stubborn. Am I really going to leave her alone here? Seeing him still hesitating, she frowns. Why haven't you left yet? This is my personal vendetta. It has nothing to do with you. No matter what, Zhang Zhe won't abandon her. Although your personal vendetta really has nothing to do with me. But I absolutely can't stand by and watch those 3 foreigners deal with you. Finishing speaking, he summons something. Come on out. Let them taste your power. The elf suddenly cries out. What? Harry-san can't hide his shock. This is... The image of Death Butcher slowly appears. This time, Zhang Zhe can summon Death Butcher as a weapon. They can't believe what's happening. What's going on? Death Butcher revived again. Never heard of a Death Domain boss being able to revive after dying. Am I seeing things? Only Doctor is calm among them. You're not seeing things. Another Death Butcher has really appeared. Harry-san clenches his weapon, grinding his teeth. However, why isn't this Death Butcher attacking those 2 great Xia people? Yue Ying's tears are almost overflowing. Sixth Uncle, I'm here to avenge you. Right at this moment, she receives a notification. You have received a message from new phone, Zhuai Sha. Would you like to check it now? Sixth Uncle sends Yue Ying a message. Yue Ying, I'm still alive. You and Luo Sha should leave there quickly. Absolutely don't risk your lives against those 3 foreigners. She can't help but be surprised in her heart. Sixth Uncle, it really is him. He hasn't ranked up yet? He replied with a funny text. Are you hoping I go out of business that quickly? Stop talking nonsense. Come out here now. Xiao Tian told me everything that happened. You two did great. Yue Ying couldn't hide her joy. Sixth Uncle, it's good the pills are okay. I'm heading back right now. After reading it, Yuan Ying turned and announced, That's great. Sixth Uncle is still alive. He wants us to hurry back. Zhang Zhe's eyes widened with relief. Really? That's fantastic. Soon after, she pressed the button to return. We'll meet again at the 4th level altar. Zhang Zhe felt much more at ease. This girl, I don't even know what to say about her. Meanwhile, the super trio was going head-to-head with the Death Butcher. Harrison's axe slammed into the ground. Both he and the Death Butcher vanished. Why did the Death Butcher disappear? A moment later, on the 4th level of the Demon Realm, Yuanying reunited with 6th Uncle and Xiao Tian. 6th Uncle chuckled, praising La Sha. Yuanying, you two did a great job. You're truly outstanding, kid. Well done. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Zhangze took the compliment in stride. You flatter me. Then, 6th Uncle turned to Xiao Tian, reminding him, learn from La Sha. Look at yourself. You're useless. He put his arm around Zhangze and pulled him aside. Hey kid, what he said next made Yuanying blush. My family is considered a distinguished clan. Yuanying doesn't have a boyfriend right now, and you two are around the same age. You should keep in touch. She stammered, Uncle. She protested, pouting, 6th Uncle. I haven't even teased my niece enough. 6th Uncle laughed heartily. All right. I won't say any more. Just then, Zhangze spoke up. Right, senior. I have something I'd like to ask you. The uncle turned serious. What is it? Go ahead and ask. He frowned, explaining his concerns. It's like this, senior. How can I defeat a rank 1 Demon Realm expert? He secretly calculated. That's a problem for later. We'll talk about that later. Right now, there's a killer waiting for me in the real world. Looking 6th Uncle up and down, Zhangze observed that the Lu family wasn't the biggest in the Great Xia Kingdom, but they were still near the top. They have immense power. Meanwhile, the uncle was stroking his chin, deep in thought. A Demon Realm expert. La Sha, my brother, are you facing some trouble? Don't be shy. Just tell me straight. I can help you get justice. Despite 6th Uncle's good intentions, Zhangze waved his hand in refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but I think I can handle this myself. He held one thing in his heart. The hardest thing in the world to repay is a favor. I should just handle it myself. I have 8 high-grade, non-attribute demon soul orbs. After absorbing them, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Suddenly, Xiao Tian urged him anxiously, Big Brother La Sha. Demon Realm experts are much more powerful than you think. You absolutely shouldn't recklessly risk your life. Yuanying chimed in, agreeing. If you want to deal with a Demon Realm expert, besides being strong enough yourself. 6th Uncle continued their thought. You also need to focus on the enemy's weaknesses. What do you mean? Something clicked in Zhangze's head. La Sha. The uncle began to analyze the situation. Everyone knows that to become a Demon Realm expert, you have to pass a trial. But the truth is, the rank 1 Demon Realm expert's trial is simple. You just need to meet the 4-dimensional attribute standards. Strength boosts for warriors. Speed boosts for assassins. But some experts want to be even more outstanding when they reach the final stage. So they enhance a certain attribute from the start. Stamina boosts for mages. For example, if a Demon Realm expert invests heavily in the strength attribute, their strength will be incredibly powerful. Their attack power will be much higher than other Demon Realm experts. The same goes for stamina and speed. Detailed guidance. Zhangze nodded. Understand. Even Demon Realm experts of the same rank will have differences because of their 4-dimensional attributes, creating a gap between them. Then, he swiped through his system, thinking to himself, among my 4-dimensional attributes, agility is the highest. It's already at 15 points. If I keep investing resources in it, my movement and attack speed will increase as well. That would give me an advantage in battles. My chances of winning would be higher. I just wonder what Huang Hanfei's real advantage is. Just then, Xiao Tian waved, getting their attention. Uncle Lu, Sister Yuanying, our time in the demonic domain is almost up. Let's head home. At that moment, Lu Yuanying decided to depart. Well, if there's nothing else, we'll be heading back now. A mechanical voice from the system chimed. Lu Yuanying has sent you a best friend request. Immediately, her figure began to fade. She didn't forget to remind him. Be careful by yourself, okay? Zhangze nodded. I know. Goodbye. The system then announced. Request accepted. Zhangze lowered his head and sighed. He tapped the screen and murmured, my turn now. A moment later, a swarm of demonic soul orbs buzzed erratically around Zhangze. He reached out and grabbed one, thinking, I need to absorb all these demonic soul orbs first. As soon as he absorbed it, the orb of light instantly grew larger, and the other soul orbs began to move faster. Zhangze inwardly noted with satisfaction. My speed has increased by 26 points already. At that moment, his eyes hardened. He clenched his fist. Time to risk it all. A few seconds later, Zhangze teleported to a different location. A dazzling stream of energy radiated brilliantly from a window. A powerful blue light spilled into the room. A wisp of gray smoke rose from where he landed. Zhangze knelt, looking around suspiciously. No one's here. Where did Huang Hanfei go? Then he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Wait, could it be? Zhangze burst out the door, a wave of panic crashing over him. Oh no, Xiao Feng is in danger. He ran straight into the house, yelling, "Xiao Feng!" What met his eyes was Xiao Feng timidly sitting next to Huang Hanfei. The moment he saw Zhang Zhe, he let out a mocking sigh. The little girl, tears welling up, timidly called out, "Brother." Huang Hanfei calmly continued, Well, kid, you came back earlier than I expected. Don't rush. Have a seat first." He sliced an apple with a knife, a sinister smirk on his face. "We're going to have a proper chat, you see." Zhang Zhe pleaded urgently. "Please, let my sister go. We can talk about everything else afterwards." Huang Hanfei merely glanced at Xiao Feng and said coolly, "Let her go." "Impossible. If she's already seen my true face, then she might go to the police." "So, what exactly do you want?" Zhang Zhe questioned, frowning. At that moment, Huang Hanfei pressed the knife to Xiao Feng's neck, making the little girl tremble violently. I won't call the police. Please let me go. I beg you." He laughed with amusement. "What do I want to do, you ask?" Huang Hanfei calmly laid out his plan. "Why, to take your organs, both of you siblings, and sell them on the black market, of course." He proudly raised a hand, exclaiming, "Let me tell you something. You two siblings are my personal gods of wealth right now." Finally, Huang Hanfei's face twisted into a sinister expression, and he gravely threatened the girl. "How could I ever hurt you two?" Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang from outside, making all three of them jump. Huang Hanfei gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "You dare to call the police?" Zhang Zhe quickly retorted. "I didn't." Huang Hanfei then gripped Xiao Feng's shoulder tightly and commanded, "Go open the door, and don't you dare try anything." He turned to leave. "I only just sent a message to Teacher Lu Wei. It couldn't be him, not this fast." Zhang Zhe slowly took the doorknob and pulled. Outside stood a girl holding out a box. "Hello, your food order has arrived. Enjoy your meal." Zhang Zhe frowned at her. "I didn't order any fast food. You must have the wrong address." The girl exclaimed, surprised. "How can that be?" She intentionally pushed past him slightly. "But the address clearly says this one. Are you trying to mess with me?" Her eyes darted inside, then she gasped, "Oh, maybe the other two ordered it?" His suppressed emotions finally boiled over, and Zhang Zhe couldn't hold back any longer. He abruptly shoved her outside. "I told you, we didn't order any food. Just go home." Zhang Zhe slammed the door shut. The girl, furious, yelled and pounded on the door. "That's outrageous. What kind of attitude is that? Are delivery people like us, not human beings?" A few minutes later, the girl puffed out her cheeks, turned, and left, muttering to herself. "What kind of people are they? Think they're so great just because they're from the city? Huh? Seriously?" However, at that very moment, the girl suddenly burst into excited laughter. The little princess calmly took off her hat and cheered happily. "It really is here. 1.5 million in bounty money is almost mine." Back at Zhang Zhe's house. By now, Huang Hanfei had completely lost his patience. He brutally yanked Xiao Feng up, pointing the knife's tip menacingly. "Open the door. We're going somewhere." Once they were outside, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but ask, "Where do you think you're going?" Hanfei didn't bother to answer. "Save your breath. Just get in the car." He kept reassuring his little sister, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you, no matter what." Seeing Zhang Zhe standing there frozen, he angrily yelled, "Quit dawdling. Move your ass." Just then, something came flying out of nowhere, heading straight for Hanfei, making him grit his teeth and curse in pain. He pressed the knife closer to the girl's throat. "Who's there? Show yourselves, or I'll kill her." However, at that very moment, the little princess stepped out and casually replied, "Looks like I missed. But if you want to kill her, be my guest." She twirled the dart in her hand and gave a playful wink. "That will make it easier for us to settle things." As soon as Zhang Zhe saw her, he recognized her immediately. "Isn't that the delivery girl from earlier?" Hanfei smirked, excited. "This little girl? A bounty hunter? How much do you want? You think you can catch me all by yourself?" The little princess confidently cut him off. "Don't judge a book by its cover, old man." Right after that, she threw the dart fiercely at him, challenging, "Why don't you try me?" However, this threat didn't faze Hanfei at all. He tightened his grip on Zhang Feng's neck, pressing the knife even closer. "Don't forget, I have a human shield here." At that moment, Zhang Zhe rushed out without hesitation. "Little sister." But just as he reached out, the dart suddenly changed direction and shot out from behind, startling Hanfei and making him release the girl. Zhang Zhe quickly turned and pulled his little sister behind him. The dart's trajectory shocked Hanfei. "What theuro?" Even the little princess couldn't believe her eyes. "This guy's fast. He actually caught my dart with his bare hands?" Zhang Zhe angrily shouted, "You almost hurt my sister." The little princess put her hands on her hips, smiling, and explained, "It wasn't intentional. Who told her to stand in front of the criminal?" At that moment, Hanfei suddenly burst out laughing. "I wasn't planning on massacre today." The shadows obscured his face, making it impossible to guess his expression. Hanfei smirked, sighing, "But it seems I have no choice." At this moment, the little princess started rushing forward. "Get out of the way if you're not involved." My darts have no eyes. Han Fei, sensing a worthy opponent, calmly adjusted his glasses. This little one, her speed seems to be pretty high. With that, he pushed down his glasses. Han Fei's eyes widened, and a brilliant purple light flashed in them. Then he stared intently at the little princess, grinning provocatively, which made her face turn pale. This attitude of the other party immediately pleased Han Fei so much that he burst out laughing. She's put all her points into agility. Her mental strength must be very low. He confidently threatened, she definitely won't escape my mental domination. You want to catch me? Today, let's see how I send you all on your way. At that moment, Zhang Zhe, seeing her standing there frozen, anxiously wondered. This isn't good. Why isn't she moving? It looks like she's been controlled. Could this be mental domination? I didn't expect Huang Hanfei's specialty to be mental strength. Thinking of this, he quickly rushed forward, trying to gain the advantage. If that's the case, then seize the opportunity. Eliminate him. Zhang Zhe's body flew toward him. He clenched his fist behind his back, full of determination. Now's the time. Take advantage of my speed. At that moment, Han Fei realized his intention. He angrily grabbed his gun and cursed. You little hero. However, before Han Fei could act, Zhang Zhe landed a devastating punch to his stomach, surprising him so much that his mouth dropped open. Han Fei clutched his stomach in pain and raised his gun straight at him, preparing to pull the trigger. Don't push your luck. At this moment, Zhang Zhe kicked him straight in the face, causing him to spin around and lose his grip on the gun. Han Fei lay flat on the ground, still not believing his eyes. You little bastard, how are you so fast? But Zhang Zhe didn't reply, only secretly breathing a sigh of relief. That was close. If he had pulled out his gun from the start, I don't know what the consequences would have been. Zhang Feng worriedly ran over. Brother, are you okay? He gently shook his head. I'm fine. Then, she asked about the little princess. What's wrong with her? Zhang Zhe pursed his lips, guessing. She's probably been hypnotized. That bounty hunter only has money on her mind. She almost hurt me just now. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly leaned in and smirked. Should we help her? Zhang Zhe was confused. Help her? She got herself into this mess. Let her deal with it. Why should we help her? The little girl continued to ask. Do you have a pen? Preferably the permanent one. Zhang Zhe quickly understood his sister's intention. He happily nodded. I do. Let me go get it. The scene cuts to 10 minutes later. More people had gathered outside. Lu Laoshi helplessly scolded. Zhang Zhe, you got a lot of nerve, kid. Didn't I send you a message telling you not to act rashly? I and the police were on our way. Do you know that 7 victims have died at his hands? Zhang Zhe, realizing the gravity of the situation, scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, Teacher Lu Wei. I didn't have time to grab my phone and check. Just then, a police officer came over and patted him on the shoulder, defusing the situation. Don't criticize him too much. Today, he's practically a hero of Tianfeng City. We've been after this wanted criminal for 2 years. Every time, he's managed to slip away. And today, your student catches him. You should be proud and honored. Saying this, Teacher Lu's voice suddenly choked up. He trembled as he pointed. Of course I'm proud, but I'm mostly worried about their safety. Still, Zhang Zhe, how did you beat this guy? He's a formidable demon realm powerhouse. Zhang Zhe glanced around, unsure of what to say. He thought to himself, better to hide my strength for now. It's not time to reveal it to Teacher Lu Wei yet. He immediately pointed at the little princess and explained. I couldn't have beaten him alone, of course. It was all thanks to that girl's help. Oh, right. It seems she was hit by Huang Hanfei's hypnosis. She can't move right now. As soon as the police officer saw her, he recognized her. It's Shen Dai again. That girl really doesn't care about her life for money. Hearing this, Zhang Feng sighed. So, her name is Shen Dai. It's a nice name. The police officer slowly approached and hummed in acknowledgement. She's a bounty hunter, and a season 1 at that. Also, a tier 1 demon realm powerhouse. She's caught quite a few wanted criminals. But she's also caused his cops a lot of trouble. However, as soon as he got closer, the police officer scratched his head in confusion and asked, What's wrong with her face? Zhang Feng mischievously shook his head. I don't know. Her face was like that when we found her. Her face was already like that when we met her. Fine, red, brushstroke-like veins appeared on Mengya's face. At this time, the police officer temporarily put it aside. All right, we'll take this criminal and Shen Dai back to the police station first. After putting her on a stretcher, the police officer didn't forget to remind them. All right, young man, Huang Hanfei's bounty is 1.5 million. If you said you and Shen Dai work together to catch him, then the reward will be split in half. In a few days, remember to bring your ID to the police station to collect the money. His words immediately shocked Zhang Zhe, and he shouted, What? Half each? 750,000. That's so much money. He put his arm around his sister's shoulder and happily replied, Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. Great. The total amount is enough to pay for my sister's surgery. Outside Zhang Zhe's house, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He lay in bed, constantly hesitating and fiddling with his watch. It's time. The purple realm has been cleared. Maybe the 4th level of the demon realm has been freed up too. Immediately afterward, Zhang Zhe decided and pushed the button. A stream of lightning, like an electric wire, immediately shot out. 4th level of the demon realm. Here I come. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 4th level of the demon realm. A desolate mountain forest scene gradually appeared. Each withered and barren branch seemed to have been drained of life. At this time, someone behind him raised his hand and shouted, "Team of 4, need a female medic." Good pay. Zhang Zhe looked around and thought to himself, looks like this place has returned to normal. I can come and go freely now. He lowered his head and flipped through the notebook in his hand. After the previous battle, the team has many openings. But now I have the Death Butcher and the Goblin King on my side, plus the sky-swallowing frog's long-range fireball. It shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Zhe muttered to himself. Let's see what kind of monsters are on this level. The system displays each monster on the 4th level of the demon realm. Multi-headed monster, feathered human, Boston Commander like heads. Reading this, he was a little surprised. Multi-headed monster and feathered human. The information is pretty simple, but the damage seems to be quite significant. I'll go scout out first. Zhang Zhe quickly moved to the barren forest. Underfoot was a white mist rising from nowhere, which was extremely magical. Behind the thin tree trunks appeared several pairs of bright red eyes, staring intently at him, extremely fierce. Those were the multi-headed monsters, staring intently at him, extremely fierce. Zhang Zhe grabbed his wrist and happily shouted, "Perfect timing." He calmly raised his hand, summoned the swirling orb, and shouted, "You two big guys, come out and greet our guests." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ze's monsters quickly appeared. Both bodies were huge and powerful, not inferior to the Goblin King or the Death Butcher. At this time, the multi-headed monsters lowered their heads and glared. A low growl came from their throats, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. The two sides stood face to face, causing the atmosphere to immediately become extremely tense. In the next moment, the group of multi-headed monsters quickly charged forward, taking the initiative. Zhang Ze immediately ordered, "Goblin King, surround them." As soon as he finished speaking, the Goblin King jumped up and used his large sword to block their spiked mace. The sound of metal clashing together was extremely ear-piercing. At this point, Zhang Ze couldn't help but exclaim, "Their damage resistance is really high." Immediately afterward, he continued to order, "Death Butcher, ambush them." The Death Butcher slowly threw his long chain. His fat body made each lump of fat shake with the force. The chain then slammed into the face of a multi-headed monster, catching it off guard. Zhang Ze was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and cursed. That damage was terrifying. At this time, a feathered human suddenly flew in from nowhere, dropping its sharp claws towards him. Just as it was about to claw at Zhang Ze, he quickly jumped away to dodge. Zhang Ze turned around and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the feathered human?" Too fast. At this time, he quickly opened the system to summon his familiar weapon. Zhang Ze confidently pulled the arrow back and threatened, "I'll let you taste the power of a top-tier weapon." His sharp eyes stared intently at it. "€1 Edie." €1 Zhang Ze shouted, releasing his hand. But a second later, the arrow wobbled weakly and fell to the ground. The feathered imp hovered mockingly in the sky. Zhang Ze's face flushed with embarrassment. "Hurry and chase it away. Chase it away." €1 he yelled, pointing frantically. "Chase it away now." The gluttonous toad growled deep in its throat, smoke and fire starting to leak from the corners of its mouth. A second later, it opened its massive maw, wide as a chasm. It spewed out a column of blazing fire, carrying heat enough to incinerate heaven and earth. The feathered imp panicked at the sight. Its body was engulfed in the crimson flames. It struggled to turn, using all its strength to fly backwards, trying to escape the inferno engulfing it. But the terrifying heat of the fire quickly caught up. In that instant, an earth-shattering explosion echoed across the sky. Brilliant flames bloomed like a deadly flower, instantly swallowing the frail figure whole. Zhang Ze laughed with satisfaction. "See where you can run now." An hour had passed. The feathered imp, enveloped in the System Euro's green light, plummeted to the ground unconscious. Zhang Ze bent down and grabbed the mana orb. Euro Ogud thing the defense of the boar-headed fiend, and the feathered imp is Euro T2 hide Euro. Euro etherwise, I wouldn't Euro T have been able to deal with them Euro. Then, he stood up and summoned the vortex. Euro, it's just one more of you left Euro. With that, the feathered imp flew out of the vortex, spreading its majestic wings wide. Zhang Ze glanced around at the large group of monsters he now possessed, muttering to himself with satisfaction. Euro-ophenally, I have the whole set. Euro. The system displayed the complete monster summoning list. Zhang Ze calmly closed it. €1 time to pay a visit to the boss of the 4th level of the demon realm. €1. Just then, a scream from somewhere startled him. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Zhang Zai's eyes immediately darkened. A tall, burly man was chasing a girl, threatening her. I want to stop hide there. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Zhang Zai saw the girl moving towards him. The man continued. I want to stop hide there. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. He quickly turned and dodged, not wanting to get involved. Why is there always trouble everywhere I go? I still shouldn't mind other people's business. However, the girl shamelessly rushed forward and hugged his leg, begging, "Oh, big brother. €1. Please save me. Someone is chasing me from behind." The little girl's eyes filled with tears as she pleaded in a panic. Please save me. They want to kill me. Zhang Zai politely refused. I'm sorry, I can't save you. You'll be safe there. €1. However, little Thoth didn't let go and clung to him. €1, oh brother. I finished everything you asked me to do. €1. There was somebody commercial chasing me. You can't just abandon me like this. €1 already handed everything over to you. €1. The girly €1's words filled him with question marks. What are you talking about? The man quickly caught up. He scolded angrily. €1 so you're the one behind her. I hate people like you the most. €1. Today, I will rid the people of this evil. Hearing this, Zhang Zai turned his head in confusion. €1 buddy, you're jumping to conclusions. €1. He thought to himself, I don't even know this person. At that moment, the hot-tempered Dragon King angrily stomped his foot on the ground. You abandon your teammates when something happens. He clenched his mountain-crushing cudgel and rushed forward, yelling, Are you even a man? This time, Zhang Zai couldn't hold back his curse. This guy doesn't just have a bad temper, but he also has something wrong with his brain. Little Thoth, as if grasping at a lifeline, waved happily. Big brother, I'll leave this to you. I'll take my leave first. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Moonlight Little Thoth has stolen 3 mid-level mana orbs from you. Zhang Zai opened his bag in shock and exclaimed in surprise. So that little girl is a thief. No wonder the hot-tempered Dragon King is chasing her like that. She must have stolen something from him. He was still floating in the air, scolding, Damn it, hand over what that girl stole from me. Zhang Zai quickly explained, Hey, I really don't know her. Moreover, she just stole 3 mana orbs from me. However, the hot-tempered Dragon King didn't care and swung his cudgel forward. Don't even think about fooling me. His stubborn attitude annoyed Zhang Zai. You really are thick-head. Looks like you won't be satisfied until we fight it out. He immediately shouted and summoned his monster. Venomous Spider. Spider web attack. The Dragon King was extremely shocked to see its appearance. What's going on? How can a venomous spider appear on the 4th level of the demon realm? The spider's silk wrapped tightly around the mountain-crushing cudgel, stopping him. €1, you know summoning magic. This is the innate skill of a star master. But this time, Zhang Zai didn't bother to reply. He continued to call, Gluttonous Toad. Zhang Zai raised his hand forward and shouted, Fireball attack. With that, a condensed fireball erupted from the vortex, flying swiftly forward like a falling meteor. The surrounding air vibrated. The ground underfoot also cracked from the aftershock of the spiritual power. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the air. The shockwave burst out violently, sweeping away rubble and dust into a fiery whirlwind. The hot-tempered Dragon King slowly stood up, but was still defiant. Damn it. If you have the guts, don't use spider webs to hold me back. Let's fight each other directly. Let's see who's stronger. He tilted his head and drank the entire vial of red liquid in his hand. A moment later, the Dragon King's body erupted with a raging torrent of energy, like an incredibly powerful whirlwind. It felt like a lightning bolt had just struck Zhang Zai's mind. What the hell did that guy just drink? I can't believe he actually broke free from the spider web. Now he's charging in, swinging that mountain-crushing cudgel at him. The whistling wind felt oppressive in the air. But Zhang Zai was quick enough to jump back and dodge. The Dragon King widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, That little punk is fast. The Dragon King stubbornly prepared to unleash another blow. Don't think you've won just yet. But at that exact moment, a giant sharp blade appeared, blocking the mountain-crushing cudgel's path. The screech of metal on metal was deafening. The enraged Dragon King couldn't help but curse. God damn it! It's the Imp Overlord. How many monsters can this guy summon? He clenched his fist, threatening. Even though the Imp Overlord is just a 3rd-floor boss. I'm all alone right now. Without teammates, it won't be easy dealing with it. But Zhang Zai didn't care and continued to raise his hand, summoning a vortex. The Dragon King felt darkness engulfing him from behind and turned to look. He trembled, stammering, Oh, sweet mother, no way. The sheer size of the Death Butcher shocked him into paralysis. The Dragon King hesitated, not believing his eyes. That's the Death Butcher. I can't believe someone can summon the Death Butcher. Finally, he plopped down on the ground, begging, "Stop, stop, no more fighting." Then, the Dragon King couldn't resist flipping the bird, threatening, "Even though I surrendered, it doesn't mean I respect you. If you've got the guts, dismiss all these monsters. Let's go at it one-on-one." Zhang Zhe asked, "Wouldn't that be unfair?" He stated calmly, "My talent is summoning. If you won't let me use my skills, what am I supposed to fight with? What did Moonlight Thief steal from you?" The Dragon King smashed a glass bottle in anger. "Then I won't accept it. Aren't you two in cahoots? And now you're asking me? Are you trying to piss me off?" His attitude annoyed Zhang Zhe. "We're really not in cahoots." He brought up the system notification and showed it to him. "She stole something from me too. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." After reading it, the Dragon King immediately rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Oh, I guess I misunderstood." The Dragon King scratched his head in embarrassment. I really did misunderstand earlier. Sorry, dude." Zhang Zhe looked at his extended hand, surprised. This hot-tempered Dragon King might be blunt, and maybe a little crazy, but his morals are pretty good. He admits when he's wrong. He's a rare find. The hot-tempered Dragon King spoke warmly, his tone sincere. "So, we may not have known each other before, but we fought, and now we do. Want to be friends?" This surprised Zhang Zhe, making him smile. He thought, "It's been a long time since I met someone so friendly. His personality is kind of my type." As soon as Zhang Zhe took his hand, the mechanical system voice immediately sounded. "You have successfully added the hot-tempered Dragon King to your friend list." He laughed out loud. "Sure, why not?" A moment later, the Dragon King had to leave. He turned and waved goodbye. "Okay, if you need anything, just hit me up. I have a date with some friends to go monster hunting. See ya. Catch you later." Zhang Zhe stared at his departing back, thinking, the hot-tempered Dragon King's way of doing things is kind of simple and rough, but he's pretty interesting. A moment later, Zhang Zhe was walking around with a map. "I've wasted so much time already. I need to hurry and find the fourth floor boss to fight. This is like a maze. If it weren't for this map in the guidebook, I'd definitely get lost." Then he stopped abruptly, muttering, "According to the map, if I keep going this way, I'll reach the fourth floor boss." A moment later, in a desolate stone forest, Zhang Zhe was walking when a trembling cry echoed from afar. "Help me." He frowned, puzzled, wondering, every time I get close to a boss, I hear someone calling for help. But this voice, it sounded a lot like Moonlight Thief. At that moment, Zhang Zhe stealthily hid behind a tree to observe. What he saw was Moonlight Thief trembling like a leaf in front of a group of giant monsters. The Minotaur chieftain was gripping his axe tightly, repeatedly smashing it against a thin sheet of ice. The sound of impact echoed through the air. Moonlight Thief pleaded in fear. "Help! Someone please help me." Fragments of broken ice fell around her, and she cowered, whining. "Someone save me. I don't want to die." Zhang Zhe observed with a serious expression. He thought, "It's her all right. Looks like she's finally getting her just desserts." Then he suddenly noticed another monster. The pig-headed monster standing behind the boss. Something about it seems weird. Bairu's eyes were bloodshot and extremely fierce. "You damn brat. You dare to steal my stuff. You deserve to die." Hearing this, Zhang Zhe pursed his lips, thinking, even though Moonlight Thief steals from people and is annoying, her crime doesn't deserve the death penalty. Doing this seems a bit cruel. At this moment, the Minotaur chieftain continued to smash the ice in front of him, leaving a dazzling green light. From afar, Zhang Zhe aimed his bow straight at it. Just as the arrow touched the Minotaur chieftain's head, it cried out in pain. It angrily tightened its grip on the axe and looked around. "Who's there?" Bairu recognized the arrow's origin and angrily pointed, yelling, "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, don't interfere. She's a thief. She deserves to die 1,000 times." Standing high above, Zhang Zhe shouted righteously, "I know she's a thief, but you didn't have to push her to the brink like that. She's not that old. Couldn't you give her a chance to turn her life around?" The Minotaur chieftain, without a word, charged at him like a moth to a flame. Bairu scoffed, disgusted, never having suffered as others have. "Then don't you ever dare tell them to be generous. Trying to be a hero and save the damsel. Huh? Why don't you see if you're even capable first?" Then he yelled, threatening, "This is the fourth floor's boss. There's no way you can handle it alone." However, Zhang Zhe just chuckled, unconcerned. "Relax, I've got this." As soon as he said that, he summoned a monster. "Come on out. Let's give them something to gawk at." All the monsters under Zhang Ze's command appeared quickly, ready to fight. Seeing the aggressive crowd before him, Bairu cursed in surprise. "These monsters? You summoned all of them? I can't believe he has this kind of talent." At this moment, the Minotaur chieftain kept growling in its throat. A blinding blue light surrounded its body. He raised his hand and ordered, "Spider poison. Web attack." The Minotaur chieftain immediately went berserk, swinging its axe wildly in all directions. Then Zhang Ze raised his bow and shouted, Everyone, let's go. Ignite. All the monsters charged at their prey together. The scene quickly became incredibly chaotic. The Death Butcher swung its chain right at the Minotaur chieftain, causing it to lose 419 health points. Zhangze continued to draw his bow and yelled, "Devour Toad, burn them. Monsters charge. Full firepower. Quick battle, quick victory." Bairewu watched the explosions and couldn't help but be shocked. That little punk, he can even summon bosses? Isn't that basically invincible? He clenched his fist, muttering to himself, "In this situation, isn't my camouflage talent useless? Lasha, I'll remember your face." Finally, Bairewu turned to look at the little girl hiding behind the ice block. "Damn brat. Consider yourself lucky this time. Some sucker was willing to step in and save you." Xiaotu widened her eyes and glanced upward. The explosions and heat spread, causing her to sweat nervously. At this moment, the Minotaur chieftain's health bar had been reduced to 0%. Its entire body exploded violently. Finally, the axe slipped from its hand and slammed into the ground. The system quickly enveloped the Minotaur chieftain's strong body. The system's cheers rang out with lively congratulations. He leisurely observed the soul orb rolling on the ground. A full team is truly terrifying. Just sacrificing a pighead monster was enough to kill the fourth floor's boss. Suddenly, behind Zhangze, a hesitant voice sounded. Sorry." Xiaotu held all the soul orbs in her hand, looking apologetic and on the verge of tears. "I know I was wrong. Big brother, thank you for saving me. Here, I'm giving it all back to you." Zhangze silently looked at her expression and thought to himself, "Consider this your punishment." He stood up, looked at Xiaotu's departing back, and yelled, reminding her, "Don't go stealing other people's stuff in the future. I won't be so nice as to save you again next time." A moment later, Zhangze looked down at the soul orb and muttered, "All right then, you can stop rotting in here. It's time to move to the 5th floor." As soon as he finished speaking, the Minotaur chieftain's figure disappeared immediately. He looked at the spatial gate and instructed, "Go ahead, activate the 5th floor, and then go home and rest early." At the same time, somewhere else, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in a messy room. Riwu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, that brat was clearly about to be killed by the boss. And then some Lasha showed up to meddle. It's making me so mad. At this moment, he uncomfortably opened the cup of noodles he had just cooked. He was still muttering, "So unlucky." However, the moment Riwu put a bite in his mouth, he suddenly froze. What caught his eye was the Lasha bounty poster, with Zhangze's picture attached. Riwu excitedly burst out laughing. Consider yourself dead meat now. It was already the morning of the second day. At the lecture hall, the hallway was crowded with students moving to class, accompanied by lively chatter and discussions. Two students were gossiping with each other. "Have you seen the Demon Realm forum? Shang Guang is offering a reward to find that guy." The other student replied, "Of course I've seen it. The highest bounty on all the posters. That guy's in big trouble this time." Hearing that, Zhangze immediately wondered, Demon Realm forum? The phone screen displayed some information. He murmured, "The Demon Realm forum doesn't belong to any country, and no one can find the forum's true location. All adventurers around the world have the right to post on the forum, exchange experiences, establish relationships. It's the most popular and influential social network right now." Immediately afterwards, Zhangze was stunned by a notification. "I can't believe someone really offered 5 million to find me." Zhangze gritted his teeth, muttering, "That guy named Shang Guang." He clenched his fist, angrily guessing, "It must be because of what happened before I died. That kiss of death must have tipped off his buddies. That's how they knew he died by my hand. Looks like I'm in for some serious trouble." Zhangze carefully considered his options. "Guess I need to find some trustworthy allies in the demonic realm. With them, I won't have to worry about getting stabbed in the back." Just then, Zhangze walked in and opened the classroom door. The chatter inside stopped immediately. "Hey, have you guys heard? A death zone appeared in the demonic realm a few days ago. The 4th level of the demonic realm has been locked down by the management bureau. No one's allowed in," someone scoffed. "Are you living under a rock? That news has been all over the place for days. Everyone knows about it." The female student continued, "I was there when it happened. And I heard Airo, the boss of the death zone, was taken down by someone from our great Xian nation." The foreigners turned pale when they heard that. Then they quietly left. The male student across from her exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Awesome. This is great. Our great Han nation can finally hold our heads high for once." She sighed. "I wonder who killed the death zone boss. That god really brought glory to our country this time. I think the nation should reward them," he shouted loudly. "Rakshasa." Everyone in the death zone got that announcement, and it was repeated 3 times. "So cool." Just then, a male student called out. Zhangze. Wang Yang grabbed his shoulder and shook him excitedly. "Did you hear? My idol, Rakshasa, took down the death zone boss. He's a god. I have to become his disciple." Zhangze pushed him away, bewildered. Then go find him. Why are you hugging me? Am I Rakshasa? At that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from outside. Which one of you is Zhang Zhe? EU, hands in his pockets, kicked the door open like he owned the place. Step out here now. He sneered and scolded. What are you looking at? I'm looking for Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe, get out here now. Wang Yang stammered. Hero, I'm not Zhang Zhe. A male student hiding outside the door whispered. That's the leader of the crocodile gang. I heard he awakened a B-class talent. The girl next to him gasped in surprise. He ran into that troublemaker. Zhang Zhe's gonna get messed up this time. Wang Yang said grimly. That's EU. I hear he's really strong. One punch can kill an ox. Zhang Zhe patted his shoulder, reminding him. It's okay, Wang Yang. Just stand aside. Just then, EU grabbed a chair in the room and slowly walked over. You're Zhang Zhe? You got some nerve. I heard you want to replace me. Zhang Zhe frowned. I don't think I know you. He suddenly went crazy, picked up the chair, and jumped, ready to slam it into Zhang Zhe. Just looking at your arrogant face makes me want to punch you. Die and get out of my sight. Just as the chair was a few feet away from Zhang Zhe quickly dodged and threw a punch straight into Yu's face, causing him to spit blood. Yu flew backward and slammed into the wall, shaking the entire room. Zhang Zhe snorted at the scene. The lackeys rushed over. Boss! Zhang Zhe licked his lips and cracked his knuckles, muttering to himself. I thought he was a big deal. The students whispered and gossiped. Just one punch. Since when did Zhang Zhe get so strong? The female student also gossiped. What's going on? Did Yu get defeated? A series of questions kept being asked. What? Zhang Zhe beat the leader of the crocodile gang with just one punch? Zheng Hao looked down at the device and muttered to himself. The strength of that punch was about 4,600 pounds. He couldn't help but wonder. How did Zhang Zhe do it? Why did his speed and punching power increase so much? A few days ago, his punching power in the strength test was only 497 pounds. How did it increase to over 1,000 today? Thinking of this, Zheng Hao bit his lip in frustration. No, I have to get into Wuqing University. No one is allowed to take my place. That evening, at Zhang Zhe's house, he seemed to remember something and warned. Oh yeah, Xiao Feng, the security outside the school hasn't been great lately. Be careful on your way to school. Zhang Feng was washing dishes. Hearing her brother's words, she reassured him, Don't worry, bro. The guards at my all-girls school are said to be demonic realm powerhouses. He nodded, relieved. That's good. It's getting late. You in the demonic realm. The little girl suddenly asked curiously, I've noticed you've been going into the demonic realm to kill monsters every day lately. What's your talent skill? Zhang Zhe didn't answer immediately, but acted mysteriously. I'll tell you when you awaken your own talent skill. Zhang Feng pouted, annoyed. It's not a big deal. I'm about to awaken my talent skill too. The 5th level of the demon domain opens onto a majestic vista above the azure ocean. A lush green island, its verdant cliffs embracing an ancient stone circle. Seagulls soar freely beneath the radiant sky. Zhang Zhe, hiding his intentions, pretends to read, scouting the surroundings. How come this 5th level feels even more crowded than the 4th? So many eyes are on me, sizing me up like they want to eat me alive. Looks like I-Euro-V been spotted. Seems the bounty board is doing its job. Those guys would probably sell me out for the money. Zhang Zhe's eyes glint with an eagle-like sharpness. Steady and cautious, he thinks, I can't leave this spot just yet. Otherwise, I'm sure to be attacked. He uneasily opens the summoning panel. Guess I should head back to the 4th level. Collect bots, build a perfect new summoning panel. Zhang Zhe vanishes, returning to the 4th level to the surprise of the black-clad bosses. The dark brown-haired boss shouts in a panic. That brat got away. The brown-haired guy behind him makes a confident assertion. A Euro must have sensed us coming to a Euro. He boldly proclaims. Who knows which level he ran off to? Let's see if he's so lucky next time we meet. Demon Domain, 4th level. A world apart from the demonic energy of the 5th level. The 4th level is shrouded in mystery and gloom. The light seems to be swallowed by the eerie mist amidst withered, barren trees. He walks on, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Glad I got out of there fast. Otherwise, those guys would have found me for sure. Right now, I need to hurry and summon a boss. Zhang Zhe senses someone hiding behind a tree. Who's there? Come out. He spins around, startled, his hand clenched, ready to fight like a warrior. But there is no fight. Only the little rabbit runs up and clings to Zhang Zero's leg. He didn't expect she'd come up with another trick. It's you again? You're still at it. Little rabbit starts begging. I'm sorry. I know stealing is wrong. But I really have no other choice. I need money. I have to get to the 30th level. Please help me. Zhang Zhe feels a pang of sympathy. Tell me what's going on. Take your time. Now get off my leg. The girl refuses to listen. She continues to cry and plead relentlessly. If you don't agree to help me, I won't get up, no matter what. He mutters. If you keep crying, you'll attract attention. Okay. I'll help you. Little Rabbit's eyes light up like headlights. Really? The girl immediately offers Zhang Zhe the colorful orbs. Thank you, Rakshasa bro. These are the most valuable things I own. I'll give them all to you. He politely declines the gift and offers a few words of advice to Little Rabbit. Keep these. I still have to continue my boss hunting journey anyway. It doesn't matter if I bring you along. But I have to tell you first. I'm only doing this to comply. I don't know how far I can help you get. Just know that I can only try my best. The girl turns into a well-behaved student, obediently listening. Yes, okay. Thank you so much, Rakshasa bro. System notification. Moonlight Little Rabbit has joined Zhang Zero's team. The two of them begin their journey. He turns to inquire about Little Rabbit's special skill. Right, Little Rabbit. Your innate skill is stealing things from your target, right? The girl explains. That's right. My innate skill is called taking advantage of the situation, though I don't really like this skill. But there's no other way. Zhang Zhe quickly comes up with an idea. I have an idea. I'll help you restrain the monster. Then, use your innate skill on the boss. See if you can steal anything. The girl excitedly agrees. Okay, I've never stolen anything from a boss before. He wonders why Little Rabbit is so insistent on reaching the 30th level. Right, Little Rabbit. Why do you want to get to the 30th level of the demon domain so badly? Is there something there? The girl sadly recounts. My father. He went missing on the 30th level. So, I want to go there to find him. Zhang Ze's eyes are filled with fatigue and worry. A sigh of regret and helplessness echoes. His inner turmoil, between the fear of danger and the sorrow for the lost. Those who disappear in the demon domain only have one end. Either they're eaten by monsters, or they're killed by other experienced adventurers. If not, then within a certain time, they're definitely kicked out by the demon domain system. Help! Suddenly, a Minotaur overlord appears before them. It attacks someone, causing them to send out a distress signal. Help! The Minotaur overlord smashes mercilessly. Zhang Zhe stands tall and discusses with Little Rabbit. Looks like the Minotaur overlord has wiped them all out. So let's just charge right in. The girl decisively agrees. His eyes are filled with focus and authority. His deep voice sounds like a command. Come on out. The demon beasts appear one after another, more ready than ever. My dears, let's welcome our guests. Zhang Zhe believes he can entrust this important task to Little Thoth. I'll provoke that pighead commander to lure him over here. A Euro owes that chance to steal his stuff. Don't worry, the Euro. A Euro I definitely want a Euro T. Let him lay a hand on you, a Euro. The little girl is a bit scared, but she listens. He brandishes his bow, an arrow, ready to command. Ahwat height. My babies, let's go. Oh. The death butchers charge ahead. It swings its chains to distract the pighead commander. The other mana beasts join in, each unleashing their strongest skills. All with the goal of taking down the pighead commander. It can't Euro T take it anymore. It roars like thunder. Ferocious. The pighead commander is like a mad bull, hurling its sharp blade at Zhang Zhe. He quickly orders the venomous spider to spin its web, and signals Little Thoth to move. Aho web attack, aho. Aero Little Thoth, your turn to shine. Hero. Now, he can only struggle like a beast trapped in a cage. This is the perfect chance for her. Little Thoth responds powerfully. She summons a burst of radiant purple energy, full of power, as if Little Thoth is pouring all her faith and strength into this move. That effort pays off handsomely. She gets the horn. Even the system has to congratulate her. Little Thoth holds the bull's horn and ponders. What is this for? Before she can figure out what the horn is for, the pighead commander bellows resonantly. His terrifying rage makes her cower in fear. Zhang Zhe strikes a heroic pose. Don't be afraid. A Euro, I am here. He won't be able to touch you. A Euro. He points upward and orders. Euro Little Thoth, keep stealing. A Euro. A Euro didn't hold back. Euro Little Thoth is flustered. A Euro, keep going. A Euro, she has to listen and obey. A Euro, all right. A Euro, the system announces Little Thoth has obtained the beast hide. Stealing things constantly like this is pissing the bull off. She takes the opportunity to provoke him. You demox. You can ensemble ma commercial te touch me. Euro, I'm going to steal everything you've got. Euro. He reads the information to understand the bull's horn. A Euro ethos is probably a material Euro, but the mana domain guide never mentioned there being a quest. A Euro. Little Thoth. I'll hold on to this for now. A Euro. Little Thoth turns to reply. Zhang Zhe puts the book away. Good point. A Euro there's probably nothing left on him. Anyway, a Euro. The death butchers understand. They strike mercilessly. After subduing the pighead commander, the death butchers return to rest. Zhang Zhe instructs Little Thoth before heading off. Little Thoth, you got the key, right? If I'm on fifth floor. I have to go back to the third floor to fight the boss at Euro. She nods happily. Yes, big bull. Zhang Zhe. €. LL be waiting for you at the 5th floor altar. €. Zhang Zhe raises his hand in agreement. Yeah. He immediately summons a mana beast. Appear. It roars as soon as it appears. Zhang Zhe operates the system panel as he orders. €. Let's go. Gotta make the most of our time. €. €. Still have to gather the boss of the 3rd floor. €. 3rd floor, Mana Domain. A place filled with the aura of death and authority, with a vast arena at its center. The ground is stained a dark red, as if soaked in the blood of countless fallen souls. He has the mana beast practice fighting. The Death Butcher struggle to withstand the devouring Sky Toad's blast, while the Pighead Commander swings its glaive ferociously. Critical damage. Alright, kneel down and pick up those colored orbs. €. Lucky me. No Oni s fighting me for the boss. €. Ians, I subdue the elite Goblin King. My team will be complete. €. He checks the mana beast summoning panel in his system, feeling confident enough to continue the journey. I want pretty good. With this team, even if I'm surrounded by those adventurers, I won't have to worry. €. Fi fleur, iricum. Oh. Zhang Zhe teleports to the 5th floor. 5th floor, Mana Domain. A familiar scene unfolds. A majestic and poetic natural landscape. Little Thoth rushes out as he arrives safely. €. Big bro. Zhang Zhe, €. She whispers. €. Those guys must have seen the bounty post. They're up to no good with you. You have to be careful. €. Zhang Zhe knows no one can do anything to him, so he puts on a brave face. Don't worry. In a bit, they won't dare to try anything. €. In the distance, Yueying waves to greet him. €. Zhang Zhe. Long time no see. €. Everyone seems happy, but Shanwai is annoyed, pointing directly at him. €. That thief? €. He approaches, probing. €. He, buddy, how come you're hanging out with that thief? €. We're you and her in cahoots. €. Zhang Zhe defends Little Thoth. Wait, this not what you seen. €. Little Thoth knows she did wrong. €. Osh promised she won't steal anymore. €. She pretends to be remorseful and gives Shanwai 3 colored orbs. €. I am sorry. I won't steal again. €. Please forgive me. €. He lets it go, but still feels uneasy. A real man doesn't haggle with a girl. €. I forget it this time. Euro De Young takes the initiative to start conversation. Zhang Zhe. He flashes a radiant smile. Last time, I heard from Yueying that you help her distract the Shadow Wolf. €. That was brave of you. €. I'd really like to be friends with you. €. He declines politely and tactfully. Zhang Zhe fears that a relationship would put everyone in danger. Friending me right now. I see not very safe. There's a whole bunch of people waiting to kill me for the reward. You know. €. Hearing about money, Ming Dai perks up, eyes gleaming. What? You're a wanted man? €. She greedily grabs his hand. How much is the reward? €. Charity begins at home. €. How about I take that reward money? €. Shanwai immediately scolds Meng Dai fiercely. Money? Money? Would you sell your friends for money? €. And wasn't she just bragging about that $1.5 million she got as a bounty hunter? She looks annoyed. Don't even mention it. I had to split half of it with that Zhang Zhe. It screwed up my income for the whole month. It's infuriating. Zhang Zhe recognized someone familiar. So it's her. A bounty hunter. Shin Meng Dai? No way. Golden Princess is the bounty hunter Shin Meng Dai. Di-Young tried in vain to stop Meng Dai. Little Princess, that's enough joking around. Luo Sha is Yueying's life savior after all. Besides, he's Long Wang's friend. We should all get along. She's all smiles on the surface. Got it. He grinned and patted Zhang Ze's shoulder. I told everyone to respect him. Luo Sha's innate skill is amazing. He can summon monsters to fight for him. Even bosses, they said. Chichio was shocked and bewildered. What? Summon a boss? Even Shanwai doesn't believe it. He had to ask again to be sure. Summon bosses, too? Hey, Luo Sha, your talent level is at least SS, right? The flag program just made a random assessment. It's a little higher than S. Shanwai's jaw dropped. What? Higher than S? So like SS? Oh my god. He couldn't stop showering him with praise. There are only about 500 SS-Rank adventurers in the entire Great Xia Empire. Come on, man. Your eyes are popping out of your head. I can't believe we're lucky enough to meet an adventurer with an SS-Rank innate skill. Stop praising me so much. You're embarrassing me. Too much, really. I'm still learning. I'll need your help in the future. Zhang Ze didn't want to show off. Better leave it at that. Di-Young was eager to befriend this top expert. Since everyone knows each other, let's become friends. I've never had an adventurer friend with an SS-Rank talent before. Shanwai agreed immediately. That's right, SS-Rank talent. We can brag about this to everyone. The system notified him that he had become friends with Yi, Di-Young, and Meng Dai. Xiao Tu's eyes were full of admiration. SSS-Rank talent. So cool. I can't believe I'm hitching a ride with a big shot. Zhang Zhe remembered the little girl beside him. Oh, right. If we're forming a team, we have to include Xiao too. I promised to take her to the 30,000th floor. She doesn't need any loot. She just wants to clear the stage. He was a little hesitant, like a young lady in her boudoir. I don't have a problem with it. I don't know about the others. Meng Dai shouted to get everyone's attention. No one said anything. Trying to be a good person? We're going to put in the effort anyway. You should at least show some gratitude. Shan Wai frowned. Here she goes again, always about the money. Dion tried to smooth things over. All right. Stop arguing. I'll pay for Xiao Tu's expenses. She sulked and acted haughty, like a young lady whose pride had been hurt. For the captain's sake, I'll do it for free. But don't expect me to heal Xiao Tuesday. Yuaning explained, hoping he wouldn't be too upset. Little Princess is the only one in the team who can heal. She's a bit of a money grubber, but she's a good person and really good at what she does. She just has a difficult personality. Don't take it personally. But Zhang Zhe already knew Ming Die's true nature. He knew exactly how much she cared about money. I know her all too well. Di Yong charged forward like a brave warrior. All right, everyone's ready. Let's go. This time we're definitely going to defeat the Black Magic Warlock on the 5th floor. We failed last time because we weren't prepared. Now we have enough healing potions. Plus, we have Luo Sha joining us. We're sure to succeed. He was just as excited. That's right. Because everyone's fighting together, I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. It seems safer now. Those assassins won't dare to kill me directly anyway. She gave Zhang Zhe some advice. Luo Sha, starting from the 5th floor, the strength of the monsters and bosses increases a lot. The requirements for adventurers are also higher. So, only by cooperating as a team can you safely and easily clear the stages. He took it to heart. I'll be careful. Everyone went to the magic circle area, where a sacred aura emanated. Yuaning carefully instructed the team. There are a lot of small monsters to defeat along the way. Everyone be careful. Let's finish this fast. Don't waste any healing potions. The entire team responded in a determined chorus. The battle grew increasingly fierce. He firmly and decisively waved his hand, commanding the dazzling, luminous shield. The mighty Diong shield's impact unleashed a powerful magic circle, immobilizing the magic beasts for a moment. The system panel immediately displayed information about this power. Defense stats for all team members increased by 50% indefinitely. What's more, there were a few small notes about this power, causing Zhang Zhai to gasp in astonishment. Defense Aura S. Level 1. Unbelievable. His innate talent is an S-rank Defense Aura. Suddenly, Surge Wanderers charged in like mad, their sharp claws ready to tear the world apart. Shan Wai didn't hesitate, leaping in to smash them. Even Zhang Zhai and Yu Ying, watching from the sidelines, didn't know what expression to make. D. A Surge Wanderer swung its staff high, casting dimensional reversal skill. A wave of light spread out, instantly restoring vitality to its allies, a sight that made Long Wong frown slightly. From behind, Ewing suddenly charged forward. The sword in her hand flashed as she yelled, "Leave it to me." She swung her sword, unleashing a light slash towards the monsters. But she wasn't finished. She swiftly chained into Willow Moon Shadow, cleanly taking down another Surge Wanderer in the blink of an eye. The two remaining Surge Wanderers suddenly froze. The ground beneath their feet froze solid, chaining them in place. Ji Qiu, holding her divine staff, raised her hand, casting Ice Storm as she shouted, "Let's finish this quickly." All the monsters' feet were completely frozen, rendering them unable to move. Pinned down and becoming perfect targets. Zhang Zhai couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. What perfect coordination! The little beast also nodded, praising them. They're really good. Long Wong charged towards the monsters, and Ewing also rushed in with her sword, slicing them to pieces. Zhang Zhai, looking at the ice shards containing parts of the Surge Wanderers, thought to himself, to be able to join such a strong team. This is so beneficial for me. I won't have to fight alone anymore. Though, I didn't even get a chance to make a move. After all the Surge Wanderers were defeated, the group regrouped and moved forward. Zhu Shun led the way, reaching out and touching a rock by the sea, saying, "Everyone come and touch this rock." After receiving the water God's blessing, we'll dive into the sea. Zhang Zhai walked closer. Hearing that, he felt doubtful. The water God's blessing? What's that? Yu Ying explained, because the boss of the 5th floor is deep down at the bottom of the sea. To fight it, we absolutely have to dive underwater. That's why we absolutely need the water God's blessing. After hearing that, Zhang Zhai also walked up and touched the rock. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Water God's blessing, level 1. Effect. For 1 hour, you can move underwater without needing to breathe. He read it, then raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, moving underwater, huh? And we have to clear the stage within 1 hour? Long Wong, carrying his staff over his shoulder, smiled and said, "Exactly. Otherwise, we'd start to drown, losing 10% HP every minute. We failed several times before. Hopefully, this time we can defeat it." After receiving the blessing, the group simultaneously dove into the sea. Zhang Zhai mused aloud. The grimoire only says the Dark Banner Sorcerer is a magic-type monster. There are no detailed descriptions at all. Meng Dai heard that and curled her lip in disdain. Idiot. Hardly anyone ever clears the 5th floor. A guide on how to defeat the Dark Banner Sorcerer is extremely valuable. Only a fool would write it into a grimoire. Zhang Zhai fell into thought after hearing that. I can't believe it could hinder such a strong team. It seems that Dark Banner Sorcerer is very difficult to deal with. I need to get my hands on whatever the Dark Banner Sorcerer has. At the bottom of the sea, the whole group moved as naturally as if they were on land. Rippling streams of bubbles swirled around them. Long Wang glanced over, his voice teasing. Meng Dai, are you over your fear of water yet? I heard that the next few floors all involve fighting monsters underwater. What are you going to do? She stammered. Shut up. Say one more word, and I won't heal you later. Before they could argue further, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Hey, little brother Ju Shun, you guys are here to fight the boss too? Ju Shun looked up in surprise. Elder brother, Fa Li Gue. You're here. Before them was He Li Gue, leading a group of veteran warriors. All of them were tattered and covered in injuries. Waving his hand, he said, another failure. Damn it. That Dark Banner Sorcerer is too hard to beat. We fought until Phase 3, but 2 sacrificial attacks nearly wiped out our HP. If we hadn't made a break for it, the whole team would have been wiped out immediately. Jushin heard that and sighed. The Dark Banner Sorcerer's Phase 3 skills are truly difficult to counter. Last time, we also failed at Phase 3. Haley Gue encouraged little brother Jushin. Keep it up. We're heading back to shore first, to find an expert to lead us and try again. We really can't beat it. After they left, Jushin turned to explain. Haley Gue is an adventurer with an A-rank talent. But even he's been stuck on the Dark Banner Sorcerer for nearly a month. Now, if they want to invite an expert to lead them, it'll probably cost them millions. Curiosity program. Is there anything special about this Black Flag Warlock? Could you tell me? The Source Spirit began to recount what it knew. The Black Flag Warlock isn't like the bosses on previous floors. The battle will be divided into 3 phases. In Phase 1, the Black Flag Warlock won't fight directly, but will summon small monsters to protect itself. After 3 summons, if there are still adventurers alive, it will personally enter the battle and move into Phase 2. In Phase 2, the Black Flag Warlock will use an attack called Dark Heavy Strike. It deals massive damage to the target, while also knocking the enemy away. When the Black Flag Warlock's health drops below half, it will enter Phase 3, which is the hardest phase to deal with. It will use the Death Sacrifice skill, damaging all enemies. Moreover, its effect is cumulative. The first Death Sacrifice will deal 20% damage. And then, every time it casts, the damage of Death Sacrifice will increase by 20% until it reaches 100%. Everyone will be wiped out. Zhang Zhe listened and nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Sounds pretty tough to handle, I gotta say. Old God quickly led the formation. Upon entering the combat area, he clearly assigned tasks. The first 2 phases aren't a problem. We tried it 3 times already, so everyone's used to it. The hardest part is still the final phase. This time we'll divide the tasks. I'll block the boss's attacks. Moon, unleash your damage. Chi-Chio, control the enemies. Dragon Lord and Zhang Zhe are responsible for guarding the spots where the small monsters will appear during all 3 phases. We just need to stop the Death Sacrifice, and we can defeat it. The team all shouted in unison, got it. As they approached the end of the road, Old God stopped. He looked straight at the main hall and shouted loudly. Black Flag Warlock, we're back. Before them was a dark and gloomy main hall, where a dark shadow stood towering. The 2 sides faced each other, ready to fight. Black Flag Warlock. Its body was shrouded in black energy. In its hand, it held an ancient staff. The other hand was gathering a swirling ball of energy. Purple light flickered around it like wailing souls. As soon as it detected the intruders, it raised its staff high. The power of darkness exploded and spread out, causing the entire main hall to shake. Old God took the shield from his back. He placed it in front of him and announced, everyone, stand behind me. Chi-Chio, use Ice Storm to control the small ones. In just a moment, the formation was in place. Everyone held their weapons, ready to fight. Old God's shield emitted a golden light that spread around the group for protection. Chi-Chio waved her staff. Icy magic erupted. Each small monster that appeared was instantly frozen. Those charging towards them were cut down by Moon's sword. On the other side, Dragon Lord also gritted his teeth, swinging his staff to smash all the charging small lancer. Zhang Zhe raised his hand and summoned the Devourer Frog, an elite great ape, then said, we shouldn't attack them recklessly right now. Just stand here and defend. The Devourer Frog and Elite Great Ape held their weapons and protected the group. The small lancers that tried to charge forward were blocked by the Elite Great Ape's huge body. But the small lancers wouldn't back down. They all attacked the Elite Great Ape, causing it to lose HP. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe cursed. Oh great, these monsters are way too scary. The damage from these small monsters is already this high. On the opposite side, the Black Flag Warlock pointed at the group, making strange sounds, controlling the small lancers to attack. Moon swung her sword. Streaks of golden light appeared, severing the lives of the small monsters. She shouted, "Everyone watch out! We're about to enter Phase 2. Seeing that his subordinates weren't doing well, the Black Flag Warlock immediately jumped into battle itself. It teleported above the heads of the male leads group, startling Old God. Moon also noticed it and frantically shouted in alarm. Dragon Lord, be careful! The Black Flag Warlock has teleported behind Dragon Lord. In its hand, it tightened its grip on the staff, preparing to swing. Sensing an aura behind him, he gritted his teeth. Who the hell is it? Everyone shouted anxiously. Dragon Lord, watch out! But the staff in the Black Flag Warlock's hand had already lit up, emitting streams of dark energy. The corner of its mouth seemed to be twitching into a smile. It unleashed the dark heavy strike, causing Dragon Lord's HP to plummet rapidly. He cried out in pain. Zhang Zhe was extremely shocked. What? It can teleport? Seeing the situation was bad, Dream Butterfly immediately used the Green Blessing skill. A ball of green energy appeared in her hand. It transformed into leaves that flew away. Immediately after, Dragon Lord was healed. Clenching his staff, his face darkened as he grumbled. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and muttered. Why does it? He swung the staff in his hand towards the Black Flag Warlock and questioned. Always hit me first. The staff slammed down, but in front of him was empty. It turned out that the Black Flag Warlock had used teleportation to disappear. This time, it appeared behind Moon. Seeing this scene, Dragon Lord anxiously shouted, Moon Shadow, watch out! Joyful Wu struck from behind. The attack was so fast and precise, she couldn't dodge it. She could only take the hit and cry out in pain. Moon Shadow gritted her teeth and turned to retaliate against the Black Flag Wu Master, but it was faster, focusing its power in its staff. With a surge of strength, Moon Shadow was sent flying. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe hurried forward to catch her. He asked with concern, are you okay? She blushed and stammered. Fine. Chi-Chio stood before them, reaching out and using Ice Seal Dance through gritted teeth. He swung his magic staff. A burst of blue light struck the Black Flag Wu Master. Seeing it frozen, he shouted, Edragon Lord, now S your chance. As soon as he spoke, the Dragon Lord rushed forward, smashing the ice with his staff, sending the Black Flag Wu Master flying. But then it vanished, startling everyone. The Black Flag Wu Master teleported back to the shrine. It clenched the magic staff in its hand, roaring in rage. The giant god quickly raised his shield, announcing, watch your health bars. Eve Black Flag Wu Master is entering stage 3. Everyone, take your positions as we discussed. The Dragon Lord immediately charged forward with his staff, calling out, le symbole commercial is get in position. He ran after him, replying. As he ran, Zhang Zhe used his power to summon. A system panel appeared for him to choose from. Ethis to me poisonous spider. O's wallowing toad, and bullhead leader appear. He sent them off with hope. I hope you three can hold him back. Behind him, the giant god watched and warned. Entering stage 3 now. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Suddenly, a blue-purple vortex appeared above Zhang Zero's head. From within the vortex, howling surge riders emerged, trying to break through. The group attacked Zhang Zhe in unison. He summoned the Slaughter of Death to block for him, muttering, looks like I have to use monsters to fight monsters. Just you wait and see the power of my summoning art. He continued to summon the surge riders he had subdued, shouting, I'll go get them, Rookas. The Dragon Lord, still fighting. Notice Zhang Zero's actions and couldn't T help but exclaim, holy crap. What that was symbole commercial is was symbole commercial som. Zanth? No wonder S got a god-tier talent. Just then, a group of monsters attacked him from behind. He angrily swung his staff, cursing, oh damn it. Suddenly, the Black Flag Wu Master raised the staff in its hand, summoning the Surge Riders back to its side. It reached out and grabbed a Surge Rider, draining its life to use the Death Sacrifice skill. The Black Flag Wu Master reached out, draining the life force of Surge Rider. Immediately afterward, it used the Death Sacrifice skill. A massive surge of dark power erupted from it, attacking the group standing in a magic circle. Zhang Zhe was hit. The system notified him, -815 from Black Flag Wu Master. The system displayed a notification, Curse of Death. Arrow level 1. €, he read, wanting to curse. €, holy crap. This skill is insane. €. Ahead, the giant god was still holding up his shield, withstanding the attacks. Turning his head, he assigned tasks. €, Ochichio. Freeze all the remaining mermen. €. Take them out, as fast as you can. €. Kana T. Let the Black Flag Wu Master have another chance to use Death Sacrifice. €. Chichio immediately raised his magic staff, shouting. He used the Ice Seal dance skill. Blue power surged from the magic staff, freezing all the Surge Riders. Seeing the opportunity, Moon Shadow immediately drew her sword. Golden slashes of light struck the frozen Surge Riders. The Dragon Lord coordinated with them, swinging his staff to knock away the Surge Riders that hadn't been frozen, shouting, "You damn merman!" €, Edie. €, Zhang Zhe stood to the side, thinking, €, does T have enough power to attack the boss right now? €. If this keeps the protection of the water will run out of time. €, I have to think of a way to solve this. €. Just then, the Black Flag Wu Master attacked again. It roared and launched a dark energy ball. The Death Sacrifice skill was used once again. Every €'s HP was reduced by -1,147 from the Black Flag Wu Master. Fortunately, Dream Butterfly quickly used her healing power. The Dragon Lord, with less than half his health remaining, anxiously shouted, "€, Dream Butterfly, heal us now, €." She cast her skill, retorting, "Edo, I look like I am free to you." €. Another Surge Rider appeared, attacking Moon Shadow. She knocked it away with her sword, annoyed. €, dragging this out, isn't T going to work? €. €3, no way we can wipe out all these mermen. €. Across from them, the Black Flag Wu Master grabbed another minion to drain its life. The Surge Rider cried out in pain as the Black Flag Wu Master drained its life force. After it was done, it unleashed Death Sacrifice once more. This attack caused the entire group of €'s HP to drop by -1,566 from the blow struck Moon Shadow directly in the chest, causing her to curse. She clutched her injured chest and collapsed. At this point, every €'s HP had plummeted to the bare minimum. Chichio, clutching his wound, said worriedly, At this rate, we all gonna die, €. Moon Shadow propped herself up on her sword, muttering, "Are we gonna fail again? €. Life and death in the demon realm are no joke. €. Just then, a group of Surge Riders raised their magic staffs and activated €. Technique? Seeing his health being restored, Moon Shadow wondered, The Dragon Lord, seeing his HP gradually filling up, said happily, eyes that healing magic. Omi health is rising. Healing surge. Everyone look. Zhang Zhe is controlling the siren and using a healing spell. Check it out. It's a healing tide. He looked up and asked, "My summoning technique is useful, right?" Long Wang chuckled and praised him. "Zhang Zhe, you're awesome. If it weren't for you summoning these merfolk to heal us, we'd probably all be wiped out." Can also smiled in agreement. Zhang Zhe really keeps bringing surprises. No wonder it's a god-tier talent. Amazing. Mengda was also happy for the whole team. With so many merfolk helping to heal, we're guaranteed to have enough health to fight. Zhu Shun focused his strength into his shield, bolstering the team's morale. Everyone give it your all. Eliminate the Black Sorcerer. We're about to clear this stage. No need to waste money hiring experts anymore. Yuan nodded in agreement. That's right. Everyone, work together. Chichio stood in the protective circle, waving her magic staff to freeze the monsters. UNV took the opportunity to swing her sword and attack continuously, shouting, "Focus your attacks." Zhang Cheng reached out, summoning his weapon. Zhang Zhe raised his bow and arrow, aiming straight at the target, and shouted in his mind, "Devouring Toad, it's time. I have to be the one to defeat it, so I can summon him." The Black Sorcerer, unaware of the danger approaching, was still trying to absorb life force from his underlings. When he saw the arrow coming, he finally sensed the danger and looked up in shock. But by the time he realized it, it was too late. There was no avoiding it. A huge explosion rang out. System announcement. -1977 from Devouring Toad. Everyone was stunned. Mengdai murmured, "The Black Sorcerer is gone." A progress bar appeared, and Mengdai cried out joyfully, "It's the teleportation gate. We did it." Long Wang laughed heartily, full of joy, shouting, "Stage clear." The teleportation gate appeared. We finally got the key. We could go to the 6th level now. System announcement. Congratulations. You have defeated the Black Sorcerer. Long Wang ran to his side and called out. Ken walked over, sighed in relief, and exclaimed, "Finally defeated the Black Sorcerer." Xiaoxiu looked at the glittering items in front of her, astonished. So many items dropped. Zhu Xin said, "Your contribution was the greatest today. You get to choose the reward items first." Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. He looked around and noticed something. "This is the invitation to the Death Domain." He picked up the invitation and remembered, "Last time I went to the Death Domain, I summoned the Death Headhunter. If I could go again, I wonder what I'll encounter." He turned around and asked for their opinions. "Everyone can split the other items. Can I take this invitation?" Zhu Xin nodded in agreement. "Of course you can." Everyone then turned to ask, "Xiaoxiu, you didn't participate in the battle, so we won't be splitting the spoils with you, okay?" The little girl immediately nodded in response. "I don't need anything. I never dreamed I'd be able to reach the 6th level of the demon realm." Long Wang couldn't contain his excitement and urged, let's go, let's go. I'm itching to see what the 6th level looks like." Ken smiled. "If everyone is so eager, then let's hurry to the 6th level." According to the records in the Demon Realm Handbook, the 6th level is a mine. The monsters inside are kobold miners. Long Wang was walking with his arm around Zhang Zhe when someone called out from behind, causing both of them to turn around. Oh my god! It turned out to be He Liqiu and his team, shouting, "Little brother, Zhu Shun." He pointed at them, his face full of surprise, asking, "You guys cleared the stage successfully?" Then he couldn't help but sigh. "Unbelievable. We spent money hiring experts to help us, and you guys just breezed right through." Zhu Shun scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "We just got lucky." "Brotherly, good luck to you too. You'll definitely succeed this time. Let's meet on the 6th level." He immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement. Little brother, Zhu Shun. At this moment, the expert He Liqiu had hired opened his mouth unhappily. "You invited me here without checking first? Now that the boss has been defeated by someone else, it won't reappear for 24 hours. This is such a waste of time, you know? I'm not returning the deposit in this case." He was startled when he heard that. Oh, this. But because he couldn't afford to offend the expert, he could only take the blame himself. I'm sorry, it was our oversight." Zhang Zhe was still looking towards them. Yuan called out, "Zhang Zhe, let's go." He mumbled in response. He walked towards the teleportation gate, thinking to himself, when I become a demon realm expert, will there be a lot of people bringing money to ask for my help? The group successfully entered the 6th level of the demon realm. It was a vast space with many gemstone mines. Around the 6th level hall were 3 pillars of stone containing power. Many other participants had already appeared. System check initiated. The Demon Realm Handbook mentions the Layer of Sorrow maze is notorious for its complex and confusing pathways. Sujin nods, explaining, "That's right. This layer's maze shifts constantly, so there are no fixed paths. Everyone, be careful. Don't get lost. We'll be trapped here forever." Mengdai, looking around. "Where's that darn Dragon Lord? He just vanished." Zhang Zhe, checking around. "Looks like he's not here." Just then, Dragon Lord burst from a cave entrance. Dragon Lord, panicked, "Help me." A horde of monsters chases him. Canine-headed demon, seeing Dragon Lord about to enter the hall. "Stop right there." The canine-headed demons are blocked outside the hall. Dragon Lord faceplants onto the ground. Jiqiu, startled. "Dragon Lord, what happened? Why are you being chased by a pack of canine-headed demons?" Dragon Lord, holding up a red gemstone. "It's because I took this gem from their mining cart." Mengdai, eyes widening. She snatches the gem, examining it. "What's this? Is it valuable?" Achong, appearing. "Are you guys new to the 6th layer?" He explains. "The ore here is really valuable, especially black gold or..." Achong continues. "On trading sites, 1 piece of black gold goes for 500,000. Hearing money. Mengdai, eyes sparkling. "What? 500,000? Achong, nodding. "That's right. These ores are used to enhance equipment and weapons." Mengdai looks down to find the gem gone, confused. Mengdai, thinking, when did Zhang Zhe swipe it? Zhang Zhe, holding the gem. "So this is the ore for enhancing weapons. How exactly do you enhance them?" Mengdai, demanding, "Give it back." Achong, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "To enhance equipment, you need to go to the dwarf blacksmith shop on the 10th layer. The higher the equipment level, the higher the required ore level. But what you have there is just a common ore, worth about 10,000. Mengdai, snatching the gem back, eyes gleaming. 10,000 isn't bad. If I collect a dozen or so, I'll be rich." Zhang Zhe, thinking, "My S-rank bow has high damage, but its level isn't high. It's time to enhance it." Jiqiu, offering, "Since we're here, besides fighting monsters, we could collect some, or we might need it later." Mengdai, jumping up and down excitedly. We definitely will. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait. Sujin, awkwardly. It's getting late. Fighting the black magic wizard took too long. It's almost morning. Everyone should go rest. Your health is more important. So log off, okay? Ming Dai, deflated. Pouting. What? Log off now? I need to find at least one piece of black gold, or before I log off. Dragon Lord, annoyed. You're usually the first to log off. What's with the change? The power of money is terrifying. Yuan Ing, patting her shoulder. We should still prioritize rest. We can go monster hunting again tomorrow. Ming Dai, reluctantly. Fine. Zhang Zhe, saying goodbye. I'll log off now. See you, everyone. Zhang Zhe, thinking, man, it's really late. My sister's probably asleep by now. Dragon Lord, nodding. Yeah. Zhang Zhe logs out. Bye. Narrator. The next day, in the real world. Narrator. Outside the police station, people were bustling about. Policeman. Inside the station, handing over an envelope. Zhang Zhe, this is your reward money. Please accept it. Zhang Zhe, nodding. Thank you. Ming Dai, leaning against the wall, annoyed. So you're Zhang Zhe. I remember your face. She angrily accuses him. You not only took half of my reward money, but you also drew a turtle on my face. You're a jerk. Zhang Zhe, turning coldly. You can get sick from eating, but you shouldn't talk nonsense. I didn't draw a turtle on your face. Ming Dai, pointing. You still won't admit it? Even though I was hypnotized, my mind was still clear. It was you and your sister. Ugh, it took forever to wash off. You siblings are really too much. Zhang Zhe cuts her off coldly. Not as bad as you. You disregarded other people's lives for money. Ming Dai scoffs. Money's more important than anything. You needed to get anywhere in this world. Everything in this world is an illusion, except for money. Hearing that, he couldn't help but think. Has this girl been through something awful? Is that why she worships money so much? Just then, a group of reporters broke through security and rushed in, shouting, Look, it's the hero who caught Huang Hanfei, that criminal. It's you, Zhang Zhe. We hear you're the one who took down that wanted criminal. Can you tell us what happened? What was it like? The reporters peppered him with questions. We understand you're still a student, Zhang Zhe. Can you tell us what academy you're planning to apply to? Zhang Zhe, according to reports, the situation was extremely dangerous. If you hadn't stepped in, Miss Shin Ming Dai could have been killed by that criminal. What were you thinking? Were you scared? Can you tell us the details? Ming Dai angrily snapped back. Hey, who said he saved me? I didn't need him to save me. A male reporter countered. We saw the security footage. You were hypnotized by the criminal. You were just standing there. And on your face. Back home, he saw his sister reading the news on her phone. City hero Zhang Zhe. Brave and resourceful. Eliminates harm to the community. Police department commendation. Receives a reward of up to millions. And this. Teenage hero helps police defeat criminal. Hero story spreads everywhere. Zhang Zhe smiled and said, It's just catching a criminal. People will get used to it soon enough. We ordinary people shouldn't make too much of a fuss. Zhang Feng heard this and asked, Brother, haven't you heard? You have to seize the opportunity if you want to be famous. He smiled and urged, This little girl, always learning nonsense. Finish eating and go do your homework. I have to go to the demon realm. The little girl immediately put down her phone and replied, Okay, got it. Inside the demon realm, there were many online players in the 6th floor lobby. Zhang Zhe, while looking at the summoned beast list, muttered, Adding 4 more healing summoners should be good enough. His list of summoned beasts now had 10. Ming Dai suddenly appeared and waved. You're here early. Zhang Zhe frowned as soon as he saw her. Why do I keep running into her? Good thing she doesn't know my real identity. Yuang also came online and asked, Zhang Zhe, the bounty for catching you has been raised again. It's now 5 billion. What did you do to offend the Su family? They clearly want you dead. Zhang Zhe scratched his head, embarrassed, and explained, I really didn't want to mess with them. But sometimes trouble just comes looking for me. She nodded, reminding him, Just be careful. Don't act alone in the demon realm. Try to stick with everyone. She hesitated before extending an invitation. If you need to, you can contact me. I'll go online and hunt monsters with you. At least that way, it'll be safer. As she spoke, a notification about Yuang's phone number appeared on his system. Seeing it, he worriedly asked, Your personal phone number is related to your security. Is it okay to give it to someone like me, who you don't even know? She smiled confidently and replied, You saved my life. I believe you're not a bad person. But he still decided to refuse. Thank you for your trust in me, but I won't save this phone number. Hearing this, Yuang turned away, annoyed. Zhang Zhe was confused. Is she angry? What a strange girl. The last of the group finally appeared. Jason took the lead and spoke. Is everyone ready? No more problems. Let's go. Everyone nodded in agreement. We have enough people. Long Wang confidently raised his staff and laughed. Kobold Miner. Here I come. Let's just pick a cave and charge in. The group chose a cave to enter. Zhang Zhe felt. The monsters in the demon realm are getting stronger and stronger. I used to think the lava turtle was extremely strong, but now it's as weak as a snail. As they walked, they continuously heard chipping sounds. Jasen led the way. As soon as he saw the kobold miner, he immediately warned, "Watch out!" The two kobold miners heard the noise and immediately looked up. The two sides faced each other. The kobold miners seemed to recognize Long Wang, who had stolen their ore, and immediately gritted their teeth and tightened their grip on their weapons. Seeing the kobold miners rushing over, Jasen immediately took out his shield and assigned roles. Same strategy as before. I'll block the monsters. Chichio, control them. Mengai, heal. The rest of you, attack the monsters. Everyone shouted in unison. A kobold miner rushed toward the group, but was blocked by a shield. The system displayed a notification. -79 from kobold miner's mining attack. Zhangze was surprised to see his HP decrease. Whoa, the kobold miner's strength is too much. Even with the giant's high defense, they're still losing health. Seeing the situation worsen, the giant immediately casts a defensive aura and shouts a warning. "Oh, be careful not to get it. Oh, Euro, your damage is insane. Euro." Behind them, Jichio raises her staff, casting a spell. Euro is imprisonment. Euro, the grass-headed creatures freeze, and a notification pops up. 203 damage from Jichio. Long Wang immediately charges in, bringing his staff down for a strike. The system displays. Euro for 99 damage from fiery Long Wang. Hero. Ewing seizes the opportunity, drawing her sword to attack. Notifications flood the screen. HP reduction from Willow Moon Shadow. Zhangze waves his hand, summoning the Death Butcher and the Tidecaller Magi. Euro better not summon Hachi the Witch just yet. Euro witches have terrible defense. Euro, if she dies, it'll be a huge loss to Euro. The ice block, imprisoning one of the ball-headed creatures, suddenly begins to shake violently. Then it cracks open, as if something inside is thrashing madly. In an instant, it breaks free, letting out a roar. Barely unbound, it swings its pickaxe wildly towards Long Wang. Hit. Long Wang staggers back, cursing, "Damn it! Euro Eason of Euro, that hurt." Euro. A notification flashes overhead. Euro OE 496 damage from pickaxe ball head. Euro. Jichio, witnessing this, grind her teeth in disbelief. "Oh, what's it? Oh." Euro OS imprisonment lasts for 60 seconds. Euro. Euro, how did it break free in just a dozen? Euro. Euro eyes resistant to it. Euro. Zhangze is equally stunned. Ice imprisonment is an A-tier innate skill. How could its effect be so diminished? He muses to himself. Euro, looks like if I don't Euro T upgrade my equipment and weapons. Euro. Euro O. Things will get tough on the higher floors. Euro. Euro 8 might not even work anymore. Euro. Up ahead, the ballheads continue to swing their pickaxes like maniacs. Long Wang grits his teeth and yells, "Ah, quick! Oh, Euro icon Euro T, take much more." Euro. Meng Dai immediately raises her scepter, activating Green Blessing. Zhangze also summons more Tidecaller Magi for their healing aura, shouting, "Euro, we get it." Euro. Ewing darts like an arrow toward the monster cornering Long Wang. She swings her sword in attack. Golden light flashes, and the system floods with notifications. HP reduction from Willow Moon Shadow. The monster roars one last time, then collapses, turning into dust. Yuaning sighs in relief. Euro openly took one down. Euro. Nearby, the giant god is still being pressed hard by another ball head, his health bar dropping below half. He cries out, "Euro 3 Euro S, still one here. Focus your attacks on it." Euro. Zhangze immediately draws his weapon, aiming directly at the target, and shouts, "Euro Heaven Devouring Snail." Euro, the arrow hits the ball head, triggering a massive explosion. Notifications appear. 389 damage from Heaven Devouring Snail, and 297 damage from Zhangze. Everyone immediately sprints away from the blast radius, followed by a series of combos from Death Butcher, Willow Moon Shadow, Long Wang, and Fiery Long Wang. Finally, under the combined assault of the entire group, the smaller monsters are wiped out. The giant god suggests, Euro underestimated the strength of the monsters on the 6th floor. Euro, eat this rate, we'll have a tough time reaching the boss. Euro OEI suggests we clear out the smaller monsters on the outer edges first. Euro. Euro will talk more once we've increased our power. Euro. Zhangze bends down to pick up equipment, analyzing stats as he does. Euro high damage. Decent HP. Euro, if the small fries on this floor are this strong, the boss must be terrifying. Euro. Just then, barking echoes from a cave, startling the giant god. Here they come again. Everyone, be careful. As the ballheads charge, Jichio immediately casts Ice Imprisonment, freezing them in place. Long Wang raises his staff, leaping down to deliver a blow to them. But suddenly, a ball head shatters the ice, trapping it, and bursts out, swinging its claws in attack. Thankfully, Death Butcher appears just in time to block the blow. Long Wong retreats to the protective circle, wailing and complaining. Ah oui, quand au semblement commercial, t'étais quitté ni mort. Euro. Ah, t'as au semblement commercial, est-ce back to the fifth floor? Euro. The giant god encourages. A euro eat an euro T lose hard, everyone. They say a euro, a euro. A euro O, eat a euro, S normal to get stuck dealing with the small fries on the 6th floor for a whole month. Meng Dai is stunned by this and asks, a euro what? A month? A euro. A euro if that's like asking me to live on thin air. A euro. Yuan Ing sheathes her sword and turns to ask. A euro Ozhang Zhe, what are you staring at? Your face is practically touching it. A euro. He replies, I suddenly had a new realization. A euro maybe, eat a euro. LL help us deal with these ball-head miners more easily. A euro. Yuan Ing is shocked. What realization? Zhang Zhe asks, puzzled. Ah, ouais, dinero semblement commercial te Yuan else notice. A euro. A euro, all wearing the same thing on their heads. A euro. Hearing his hint, she realizes something and exclaims, candles. She points in one direction, asking, ah, what look like it? Right? A euro, all of them have a candle on their heads. Euro. A euro ear, they using the candles to light the way. Euro. Zhang Zhe raises his bow. His cold eyes lock onto the target. He calmly replies, ah, what that was semblement commercial is hiked. Actually, at the start of the battle euro. A euro OEI accidentally he shot the candle off the head of one of the ball heads. A euro. Did immediately stopped attacking and spun around in circles. A euro. A euro ESO. The ball head's weakness is the candle. A euro. He releases the bowstring, letting the arrow tear through the air and extinguish the candle on the ball head's head, shouting, Euro, let me prove it to you all. A euro. The flame flickers out, and something strange happens. The ball head clutches its head, spinning around, completely disoriented. Seeing this, Yuan Ing cheers. A euro looks like they con euro TC. A euro. Long Wong excitedly laughs, praising. A euro Ezra enough. Theta euro S their weakness. Zhang Zhe, my brother. A euro. A euro, you really are amazing. A euro. Not missing the chance, Dragon King charged forward, smashing his staff down on the dog-headed monster's head and shouting, time to pay the piper. The Yuan shadow followed closely. A flash of sword light. Another dog-headed monster fell. Finally, the last of the dog-headed monsters was completely defeated. Dragon King slung his staff over his shoulder, laughing heartily. The air was thick with victory. Zhu Shun, grinning ear to ear, clapped Zhang Zhe on the shoulder, saying, Zhang Zhe, my brother, we owe it all to you. After we clear this level, let's throw a real-life party. It's on me. Hearing the word party, Meng Dai happily chimed in. Yes, let's go to that hotel we went to last time. I love their fish stew with pickled vegetables. But Zhang Zhe just shook his head, declining. Let's talk about the offline party later. I'm still a wanted man. If my real identity gets out, it'll just cause more trouble for everyone. The group fell silent for a moment. Jushin nodded solemnly. I forgot about that. Sorry, man. We'll postpone the IRL party. After defeating the dog-headed monsters, demonic realm items appeared. Everyone rushed over to divide the loot. Zhang Zhe opened his system, checking the records in the demonic realm guide. In the deepest part of the 6th level, there was a cave. Inside was the lair of the dog-headed monster, the Mining Lord. Immediately afterwards, information about the dog-headed monster Mining Lord appeared. Zhang Zhe urged, now that we know the dog-headed monster's weaknesses, dealing with them should be much easier. Let's try to take them down quickly, so we can go meet the boss. The group followed him, replying in unison. All right. The group trudged deeper into the dark cave. The sound of their footsteps echoed eerily. As the light from the torch swept across, a wide cave entrance appeared before them. Zhang Zhe squinted. He pointed forward, his voice low with caution. This is probably the boss's lair. Dragon King slung his staff over his shoulder, bursting into joyful laughter. Finally found it. Let's go in and take a look. Jushin took the lead, stepping straight inside, but not forgetting to turn back and warn. Everyone, be careful. The boss is much stronger than the mobs. He also has a powerful skill, detonating explosives. It not only deals high damage, but can also stun you. So everyone, be absolutely careful. The group replied in unison. Got it. But the moment they stepped inside, they were met with a scene of chaotic battle. Another team had surrounded the boss. Its health bar was precariously low. Zhang Zhe frowned and muttered, looks like someone beat us to it. Meng Dai glanced around, her eyes suddenly stopping near the rock wall. A girl stood there with her arms crossed, watching the battle as if enjoying a play, causing her eyes to widen as she shouted, It's her. Hearing a familiar voice, Fallen Goose, the fairy beauty, glanced over, her eyebrows raising arrogantly. Well, who do we have here? If it isn't Miss Shun. She chuckled derisively, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The demonic realm is really small, isn't it? Never expected to run into Miss Shun here. Has your family's debt been paid off yet? Meng Dai gritted her teeth, retorting, You, don't get cocky, even though my Shun family has declined. It's not your place, you nouveau riche, to look down on us. The fairy beauty raised an eyebrow, glancing behind Meng Dai before sneering. What's wrong with being rich? Everyone here is my subordinate. Take a look at your subordinates. Each and every one of them is old and weak. Meng Dai repeatedly argued, Shut your filthy mouth. They're not my subordinates. They're my friends. Seeing the two of them bickering, Zhang Zhe turned curious. Who is that girl? Seems like they have some personal issues. Yuan Shadow replied. Probably someone Meng Dai knows in the real world. But in this situation, maybe we shouldn't get involved. Dragon King stood behind them, chuckling reassuringly. Relax. If Meng Dai needs help, she'll definitely say something. The fairy beauty pointed at her, taunting. Unbelievable. Miss Shun, the golden child, actually has friends now. A Feng ran back from the battle, his gun still smoking, asking, Miss, we're about to finish the boss. Do you know these people? The fairy beauty angrily pointed at Meng Dai, bitterly denouncing her. Know her? Of course I know her. She's the one who used every possible way to humiliate me before. I'll never forget it in my life. Back then, I swore I would definitely regain the dignity I had lost. She also turned to Zhang Zhe's group, proclaiming, Everyone behind me, listen up. If you leave her team right now and join my squad, I promise that everything you get after defeating the boss will be yours, and you'll get an extra bonus of 1,000,000. How's that sound? The air seemed to freeze. Meng Dai clenched her fists, so angry that her body trembled slightly. Hearing those ugly words, Dragon King couldn't help but scold. Take back those filthy words. Yeah, I may be poor, but I've never betrayed my friends. The Giant Protector spoke up for Dreamy too. Theta Euro S right. Whatever beef you had with Dreamy before Doesnni Euro team matter. She's our friend now. If you Euro Re trying to buy us off, I suggest you drop that idea right now. Hearing their impassioned words, the fairy girl just pointed and sneered. You ignorant fools. If you all want to be broke losers like her, then get lost. And let me tell you, Irovi already bought out this whole level. The Dragon King, enraged, shot back, What? This is Euro T, your personal domain. What makes you think you can do that? She confidently pointed at Afeng, who was aiming his gun at them. What makes me think so? Why don't Euro T you try me? The Dragon King gripped his staff, grinding his teeth. Try this. Try who? Will Euro S afraid of who? Zhang Zhe patted him on the shoulder, asking. She's decked out in high-level gear and weapons. How are we supposed to fight her? Seeing they weren't advancing, Dreamy smirked. Looks like you guys have some sense after all. Afeng chimed in mockingly. If you know you can't win, why don't Euro T you just scram? The Dragon King, feeling looked down upon, asked. Bro, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Don't a Euro T worry. I Euro V figure out how to deal with them. The former king was also surprised. Seriously? What a Euro S the plan? Just then, the fairy girl frantically backed away. What's going on? Why are the bomb barrels suddenly exploding? Arrows rained down on them furiously and wildly. The explosions detonated one after another, sending debris flying everywhere. The soldiers scrambled to escape for their lives. I Euro M hit. Run, ignoring her loud screams of helplessness. Don't a Euro T run around like that. Take out the boss. Dreamy gleefully covered her mouth and giggled. How pathetic. The Dragon King reached out, giving a thumbs up of approval. Luo Sha, great job. The fairy girl quickly fled, spewing curses in frustration. Ita Euro, it's all your fault. You lowlife. Then the ground split open, making everyone lose their footing. Noyedon quickly turned her head, looking around. What a Euro S happening? It looks like the cave is collapsing. Everyone, don't a Euro T panic. The fairy girls group then fell into the abyss, accompanied by screams of terror. They landed together in a strange place. Sigh, struggling to get up. Help! Before they could even catch their breath, the dog-headed monsters were waiting above, making Afeng exclaim. Too many dog-headed freaks. Miss, we're surrounded. The fairy girl fearfully huddled close to her teammate. Quick, think of something. If we die in the demon realm, we Euro LL die in the real world, too. I don't want to die. The dog-headed monsters lunged, eager to devour them alive. Afeng then raised his hand, summoning something. Goodbye. I can't Euro T help it. There are just too many. Sorry, miss. I don't want to die either. He vanished quickly, leaving the fairy girl stunned and horrified. You ungrateful bastard. A dog-headed monster then leaped at her with sharp fangs. The fairy girl helplessly raised her hand and screamed. They were instantly frozen solid by an ice storm, leaving her bewildered. Dreamy and her teammates laughed gleefully from above. Hello there, Misqua. The fairy girl, as if she had struck gold, stammered, "EURS you guys. Please, save me." Dreamy stepped forward, making a condition. "Saving you is fine. But you know, we're pretty broke. So 5 million each, please." The fairy girl started to complain. "What? 5 million each?" Dreamy deliberately turned to leave. "If they'd EURS too much, we EURLL, just be going." Miss Gua then desperately stood up and agreed. Okay. 5 million each. I EURLL, have someone call. Give the account number to my butler, and they EURLL transfer the money to you. Please, save me first." Dreamy enthusiastically conjured a rope and lowered it. Since Miss Gua is so generous, lead EURS go save her. The fairy girl quickly grabbed the rope and was pulled up. 10 minutes later, Dreamy happily checked her notifications. "Okay, the money EURS in the account, Miss Gua. You can go now." The fairy girl left, but she didn't look happy. "Don't EURT worry. I EURLL, remember your faces. I EURLL repay this life-saving debt later." The Dragon King quickly stepped forward to praise her. "Little princess, you are ruthless," demanding 35 million from her. Dreamy shrugged dismissively. "Not much at all. She has so much money. To exchange for her life, this little bit is nothing. We can't just save her for free, right?" Zhang Zhe quickly steered the group back to the main topic. "What about the ones below? If we don't eliminate them, we can't get to the next level." Dreamy stepped forward, looked down, and commented, "Wipe them out. That's going to be tough. There are too many of them, and they're too small." The Dragon King slung his weapon over his shoulder, flashing a confident smile. "Luo Sha, we're counting on you this time. Only you can attack from a distance here. We Euro leaving it to you. You attack from above, and we'll go down and fight the monsters." Zhang Zhe coldly agreed. Then, everyone immediately jumped down and announced in unison, "We Euro counting on you, Luo Sha. That arrow you shot earlier was amazing. Consider me in your debt this time." The Titan's got his shield up and is calling out the orders. Same formation as before. "Chichio, you focus on crowd control. Dragon King, you're in charge of drawing the smaller monsters away. Moon Shadow, find an opening and attack the boss. Little princess, keep us healed. Let's do this." Dragon King immediately noticed something odd. "Whoa, what's with all the candles on that kobold foreman's head? 2, 3, 10. Holy crap. He's got 10 candles on his head." Zhang Zhe quickly realized what was happening and jumped in to help. "I'll take care of those candles. I'll find an opening and snipe them. Your arrows are breaking those candles like nothing." The kobold foreman immediately turned to dodge Zhang Zhe's arrows. He suddenly felt uneasy and panicked. So this guy knows he needs to protect those candles. Meanwhile, Chichio kept spamming Ice Storm to hold them back. "There are too many monsters. I'm freezing a few to relieve the pressure." Moon Shadow dove in, wielding her sword with practice skill. Panting, she glances around and comments, "Damage is too low." The kobold foreman immediately threw a bomb towards Moon Shadow. Dragon King yelled out the moment he saw the bomb flying through the air. "Moon Shadow, watch out. Don't get hit by that. That damage is insane." Instantly, Zhang Zhe's arrow pierced it before it hit the ground. So an explosion happened in the air like fireworks. Dragon King clicked his tongue in admiration. "Nice one, Lasha." Moon Shadow was startled, but glances up to thank her teammate. "He saved me again." Up above, Zhang Zhe continued to use his heaven-swallowing toad to target the boss. Immediately, the heaven-swallowing toad released red flames down into the abyss along with the arrow. After the earth-shattering attack, the kobold foreman's HP was reduced by a huge amount. Dragon King clenched his fist excitedly and praised, "Nice job. Keep whittling him down until he's exhausted. Just need to be patient enough. We'll definitely clear this stage. That boss is trying to pull a fast one on us." The kobold foreman immediately threw out a few bombs along with some unintelligible cries. Zhang Zhe quickly yelled out, "Dodge it," but it was too late. Dragon King was hit by the explosion, and his HP was significantly reduced. The Titan strained to hold up his shield and instructed, "Little princess, keep an eye on her health." Dream Butterfly watched from behind. "Oh crap, the boss is using that skill again. Is that skill unlimited or something?" The kobold foreman kept throwing out bombs like crazy. Zhang Zhe's arrow quickly broke the candle, prompting the Titan to praise, "Nice shot." Right on time, he kept firing arrows while reminding, "Let's hurry up and take down the boss. I'll be in charge of shooting the candles off his head. Otherwise, he'll just keep using explosives." Moon Shadow took the opportunity to swing her sword with Dream Butterfly, supporting from behind. "We need to finish this quickly. The damage contained in his skill is too damn high." Then, she jumped over the kobold foreman's head to attack. Dragon King quickly jumped in to fight him head-on. "Screw it. I'm going to go all out on him. Either he dies, or I die." The Titan also vigorously exerted all his strength to fight. Full power attack. Zhang Zhe launched a critical attack from above with the heaven-swallowing toad. The Kobold Foreman could only curl up and resign himself to the massive source of damage. Dragon King laughed heartily as he saw his HP bar hit 0. We finally took him down. Cunning quickly realized and yelled to remind them. That's not right. It looks like he's about to self-destruct. The whole team was surprised and terrified. What? Self-destruct? The Titan charged forward, pressing his shield close to the Kobold Foreman. You son of a bitch. Come play with your grandpa. Dragon King and Dream Butterfly both reminded him at the same time. Boss, don't go over there. Dangerous. Titan. No, Cunning, come back. Don't be rash. A cataclysmic explosion immediately followed. Zhang Zhe quickly jumped down to observe the situation. This boss is too damn crazy. I didn't expect him to have a self-destruct move. Dream Butterfly worriedly cried out in vain. Titan, where are you? The smoke cleared, revealing a shattered shield. And Dragon King sadly hung his head and sobbed. Boss, why did you have to be so damn stupid? The Titan coughed as he spoke haltingly. What are you crying for? A boulder was being pushed out, surprising everyone. The Titan breathed a sigh of relief, but still confidently asserted, Don't cry yet. I'm not dead yet. Dream Butterfly and everyone else happily ran over. Boss, you were too reckless just now, boss. You really scared the crap out of me just now. Titan, if you ever do that again, I'm definitely breaking up with you. Cunning then spoke up, lamenting, this time, it's a huge loss. All the equipment on my body is broken. Let's go see what good stuff this boss dropped. Dream Butterfly excitedly reached out to feel it. This is black gold, or, sure enough, it's not quite the same as ordinary ore. Dragon King raised his face to the sky and praised himself. Just that alone is worth more than 1,000,000. No wonder that little fairy, Luo Wenyan, brought so many people to fight the boss like this. Sure, is tempting. She turned to offer it to her teammates without hesitation. Boss, this is all yours. Your contribution was the greatest. Jichio smiled faintly in agreement. If you hadn't Euro-T saved us just now, mages like me and the little princess would have been doomed to a Euro. Titan quickly clarified, a little uncomfortable. A Euro-ino, Theta Euro-S not right. I couldn't Euro-T have defeated the boss by myself to a Euro. A Euro-ESO. The Euro should be split evenly among us to a Euro. A Euro besides, most of the credit this time goes to our brother Rakshasa at a Euro. A Euro if he hadn't Euro-T shot down those candles in time, we would have died a long time ago, a Euro. Zhang Zhe explained in a serious tone. A Euro boss Titan, a Euro. A Euro, oh please, just accept it. E to Euro S, every Yoni Euro, S goodwill to a Euro. A Euro besides, all your gear is completely busted at a Euro. A Euro owes this to get yourself some new equipment. A Euro. Hearing this, Titan found it reasonable and reluctantly accepted. I'll hide then. A Euro LL use it to get some new gear to a Euro. After I Euro VE replace my gear, a Euro. A Euro, Euro LL tackled the 7th floor to a Euro. The whole party nodded cheerfully. Everyone then exited the cave. Meng Dai quickly ran up to him, asking, A Euro, right Rakshasa? Are you busy later? A Euro. Zhang Zhe replied plainly. A Euro E to Euro, S, still early. I don't Euro T have any plans that a Euro. She chirped, giving him a playful wink. A Euro perfect. In about half an hour, a Euro. A Euro O, meet at the 6th floor altar. You, me, and Dragon King are going to make some extra cash. A Euro. Zhang Zhe, ever calm, simply agreed. A Euro will make extra cash, huh? A Euro. A Euro all right. I Euro LL log off for a bit. A Euro. A Euro we see you in half an hour. A Euro. Meng Dai waved him off. He took a moment to rest after conquering the dungeon. Zhang Zhe happily lay on his bed, formulating his plan. Meet up in half an hour. I should hit the exchange and buy some gear first. Adding the 5 million Xiao 2 gave me. I Euro V made 10 million today. That should be enough to buy a few S-grade items. Right, but S-grade items are so expensive. These boots will be perfect for Xiao 2. I can't Euro T, just keep taking her money. Buying her some gear would make her much safer. Zhang's Euro S eyes were drawn to a silver necklace. This is a really good item. It boosts innate skills by 10%. Sounds boring, but for me, E to Euro S like being able to summon another monster. He decided quickly, without hesitation. Euro, I'll take it. Euro, a notification popped up. A Euro purchase successful. A Euro. Zhang Zhe confidently examined his new purchase. E to Euro S almost time. I need to head to the 6th floor altar to meet up. And so, he, Meng Dai, and Dragon King converged at the 6th floor demon realm. Zhang Zhe approached the designated spot. Always everyone here. Dragon King, ever direct, got straight to the point. A Euro little princess, spill it. How are we making extra cash? A Euro. C5752. Meng Dai quickly pointed, explaining. Dis extra cash au symbole marque commercial job. Obviously, Euro-S collecting or Euro Edragon King. Do you remember that or deposit we won last time? A Euro. He rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. A Euro I remember, alright a Euro. A Euro but don't a Euro T you think Euro-S pretty dangerous? A Euro. He silently observed the unfolding scene. Just as I thought. The little princess really plans to make money from collecting, or Meng Dai pressed on, trying to convince her teammates. A Euro-S, not dangerous. You didn't Euro T die last time. A Euro. A Euro O plus. This time I Euro LLB there to heal to A Euro. A Rakshasa will handle shooting down the candles. Don't a Euro T worry. A Euro. Dragon King finally nodded in agreement. Height, point euro. A Euro alright then. A Euro she said, walking ahead and reminding the whole team. A Euro just so you know, collecting or is a solo effort. If you don't a Euro T participate, you don't a Euro T get a share. A Euro. Shout, too quickly and confidently piped up. A Euro to Euro T worry. I want a Euro T, be taking a share from you guys at a Euro. Oh, but anything I find, Euro. I'm only giving to Brother Rakshasa. Euro. A stone was casually tossed out, a bait. Two dog-headed goblins immediately leaped out to attack, without hesitation. Zhangze immediately drew his bow, warning his teammates. A Euro Eckerfool. A Euro. I won't get ready to fight. Euro. Meng Dai quickly moved behind Dragon King, healing him as he charged forward. Just as the battle intensified, Xiao Tu suddenly appeared behind a dog-headed goblin. Dragon King, exasperated, yelled, "Oh, like Xiao Tu Euro. A Euro, stop messing around near me. They might switch targets to you, and I want a Euro T be responsible if you get hurt." A Euro. Xiao Tu quickly made her move. A Euro and Euro T worry. I can protect myself just fine. I just snagged some scrap material. A Euro. A Euro a rip cloth and a broken wristwatch. A Euro. Zhangze, still aiming his bow, cautiously reminded her. "Oh, kid, be careful. Oh." C5786. Dragon King finished off the last one, then laid out the next step. A Euro Edon. A Euro. I want to get out of this cave. A Euro out ahead is where I pilfered or last time. A Euro. Meng Dai excitedly dashed ahead to lead the way. A Euro then lead a Euro. Yes, not waste any more time. A Euro. I want to assemble ma commercial esgo. Time is money. A Euro. He, however, kept his leisurely pace. A Euro LLC when we get there to A Euro. A Euro, it's not as simple as you think. A Euro standing before the dazzling, or she couldn't Euro T help but exclaim. C5794. A Euro. So much ore. A Euro. A Euro eat this much, or if we took it all, it would sell for a fortune. A Euro Dragon King recounted, a worried expression on his face. A Euro you crazy? A Euro. A Euro Ito, you have any idea how much that or weighs? A Euro. Every last time. I only took one chunk. A Euro. Feels like it's gained almost 10 pounds already. Meng Dai is still innocently and positively brainstorming. That heavy? Doesn't that mean we can only take a few pieces each? Zhangze stroked his chin thoughtfully from behind. In the demonic realm, the higher your strength stat, the more you can carry. My strength stat is 16 points right now. A single punch has about 1,000 pounds of force. But according to the Dragon King, one bag of, or weighs about 2,000 pounds. There's no way I can carry that by myself. He then announced, everyone, check your stats and bag sizes. Let's figure out how many pieces of, or we can carry. I can probably carry 60 pieces of, or... The Dragon King and Meng Dai quickly share their info. I can carry about 50, but forget fighting, I can barely even walk. Most of my stat points are in spirit. I can only carry 18 pieces. Zhangze held up his bow, an arrow. If that's the case, we can only lure the dog-headed men one by one to kill them. Otherwise, we're sure to be in danger. He mechanically agreed. Right, I don't want to risk my life for some, or... No sooner said than done. He stepped up as bait. Then I'll be responsible for luring the monsters. Then we'll surround and eliminate them together. Little beast, find somewhere safe to hide. The girl shyly refused. Big bro Rakshasa, you don't need to worry about me. An arrow quickly flew past a dog-headed man. It immediately turned to find its attacker. Just as the dog-headed man was about to pounce, the Dragon King ambushed it from the shadows. An hour later, he wiped his sweat and commented, "Killing them one by one like this is exhausting." Meng Dai sternly reminded him from behind. "Stop complaining. Just a few more and we're done. After this is over, I'll treat you to a feast. We can sell this batch first." Zhangze started to worry and glanced around. "Little beast, where are you?" The playful girl declined to explain. "I was just wandering around outside. Big bro Rakshasa. I've got a goodie for you later." He was surprised to hear that. "Huh? What is it?" "I can't tell you yet." Zhangze didn't think further and ordered the team, "Let's go." The Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. I'm dying. Finally back. Hope we get a good price. At the altar, there are also calls. Buying oreyar. Buying or at high prices. The group quickly approached the orange-haired and blue-haired guys who were shouting loudly. Buying black gold or at high prices. Each piece of black gold or will be bought for 50,000 more than the market price. If you have it, don't hoard it. Bring it out to sell. Buying black gold or at high prices. Rare opportunity. We're only collecting 10 pieces. Once we have enough, we won't buy any more. Don't miss this chance, everyone. Meng Dai quickly asked the price. Hey, fellas. I don't have black gold or just regular or... Do you guys buy that? The orange-haired guy laughed contemptuously. We don't need regular or... Only black gold or... She became increasingly annoyed. Why not? Our regular or is valuable too. What kind of business is this? A soldier immediately stepped out and questioned. Well, how many pieces have you collected? Young master is getting impatient. The blue-haired guy timidly confessed the truth with a hesitant attitude. Boss, we've been hawking here for an hour, but we've only bought one piece of black gold or... He immediately yelled with an ugly face. You two good-for-nothings. Young Master Chinfeng has been stuck on the 7th floor for days. He needs black gold or to make more equipment. If you dare delay young Master's entry into the Qingdam Martial Arts Academy, then watch your heads. He fearfully nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, we will definitely hurry. The Dragon King also became flustered as if he were being scolded. That guy's fierce. He's scolding those two like they're his grandkids. Zhang Zhe then swore in his heart. Chun Feng, the debt from a Yunding gathering, is still unsettled. If you're preparing to advance to the 8th floor, I'll definitely surpass you. Meng Dai sadly suggested. If they don't want to buy it, then let's take it to the trading floor. Do as we planned before. Everyone splits it 3 ways. He nodded goodbye. It's getting late. I have to go home and cook for my family. He also left. Goodbye. It really is getting late. We should log off too. Little Beast quickly approached and whispered. Big bro Rakshasa, I have something for you. Big bro Rakshasa, look what I got. Zhang Zhe's face went blank and his voice stammered. This Isiro, black gold, or... How did you get that? The little beast quickly explained, full of confidence. While everyone was busy fighting monsters, I snuck up behind one of those dog-headed things and swiped it. I thought it was just junk. Turns out it's black gold, or... He grinned from ear to ear, praising her endlessly. Little beast, your luck is incredible. You already gave me your share of the money. This time, you take it. Yeah, you take it. The little girl happily refused without asking for anything. No, bro Luocha. Black gold or can help you level up faster. The stronger you get, the sooner you can take me to the 30th floor, and the sooner I can see my dad. So you absolutely can't refuse. Zhang Zhe had no choice but to accept. All right then, consider me in your debt. The little beast quickly said goodbye. Well, I'm logging off now. Bro Luocha. See you tomorrow. He held the black gold, or examining it closely. Even though my grade weapon's attributes aren't bad, its level is still too low. Not enough damage. Later, when I go to the higher levels of the demon domain, fighting monsters will probably become even more difficult. Using this black gold, or to strengthen it a bit, I bet my grade weapon will be even more effective. The next day, Dr. Yang greeted him. Zhang Zhe, come on in, have a seat. Is your sister not feeling well again? He quickly got to the point. Dr. Yang, I'm here to buy the rights to use a permanent artificial kidney. The doctor leaned back in his chair, surprised. Permanent rights? Permanent rights for 2 kidneys for your sister cost 10 million. That's a lot of money. Zhang Zhe awkwardly scratched his head and stammered. Euro, I borrowed it from a friend. But right now, I only have 7 million. Can I buy one first? I'll definitely be able to buy the other one within 6 months. Dr. Yang hesitated for a moment. Well, in that case, I have a suggestion. Next month, the company will be bringing in a new batch of artificial kidneys. Both the performance and human compatibility will be better. It's just that the price might be a little higher. Why don't you wait until next month? He happily nodded, sealing the deal on the spot. All right, then I'll wait another month. I want to get the best one for my sister. Then, a hand opened the door without knocking and entered. Both Dr. Yang and Zhang Zhe turned around in surprise. Baldy urgently raised his voice. I have an urgent matter. Need to see Dr. Yang in private. The doctor had no choice but to politely say goodbye. Then Zhang Zhe, you should head back first. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news. He nodded in agreement. Dr. Yang, if anyone wants to cause trouble for you, I'll help you out. It's nothing. Zhang Zhe quietly walked past Baldy and left. Dr. Yang crossed his arms, looking annoyed. What do you need? The man put his hands behind his back, held his head high, and announced. Headquarters has issued an order. We need to pull off something big in the demon domain tonight. Zhang Zhe quickly left, but his mind was still preoccupied. Not enough money yet. Within a month, I absolutely have to get the best artificial kidney for my sister. I need to find a way to make more money in the demon domain. At the giant cave, 7th level of the demon domain, everyone was buzzing. A he's so scary. Yeah, he kills everyone he sees. It's really terrifying. New Sazui phone quickly spoke up, trying to calm the situation. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm. Luocha. Long time no see. Zhang Zhe was surprised and greeted him. Uncle 6? So, you're with the Demon Management Bureau too? What's going on here? Why isn't anyone fighting monsters? Long Wang angrily approached and tattled. Some crazy guy came out of nowhere and is killing everyone he sees. And he's super strong. Normal adventurers can't beat him. I heard more than 10 people have died. New Sazui phone agreed. Yeah, the National Security Agency, combined with the Demon Management Bureau, has sent a large number of strong players to the demon domain to maintain order. Right now, every level has criminals killing lone adventurers. Everyone should hold off on coming to the demon domain for a while. Wait until everything is resolved. He immediately felt awkward and wanted to run away. Have you got to be kidding me? Looks like I'll have to log off for now. A player immediately shouted, pointing. Oh no, there's a killer. Oh no, this is a killer. If that person is holding a weapon. The devil's smile threatens a player's life. Demon Management Bureau, huh? This is what happens to busybodies. No sooner said than done. He yanked without hesitation, and the player went sprawling, heading straight to hell. He vanished, summoned back to the altar. Deathseeker braced, ready. A member of Thug Light, no doubt, daring to openly challenge us. Yuanying rushed after him, calling out. 6th uncle, I'm coming with you. Zhang Zhe charged forward, face a mask of murderous intent. Thug Light again. Lead see just how tough you guys really are. The other players shouted a warning. Look out. Someone's breaking away from the altar. Too reckless. Get back here now. Too dangerous. You're running headfirst into death. Moments later, Yuanying and Zhang Zhe followed him into the cave. Deathseeker turned, concern etched on his face. Why did you two follow me? He ignored her and quickly laid out a plan. 6th uncle, there are 2 paths here. Which way should we go? He gave the order, serious and direct. No time to hesitate. Just pick a direction at random. You two stick close to me. As they left, a devilish grin spread across a face. He chuckled gleefully and slowly descended. In no time, the devilish grin reverted to human form. Today, all 3 of you will become my prey. A notification popped up. Shape-shifting art, level A. The 3 ventured deeper. Then a roar shattered the silence. Deathseeker quickly raised a hand to protect the team. Careful, it's a savage giant. One of the lesser monsters of the 7th layer. Not too bright. Slow, but incredibly strong. Getting hit by him will really hurt. Stay close. Advance. I didn't expect to see a man-eating giant here. Zhang Zhe quickly brought up the information panel. Man-eating giant. Skill, magic silence. I saw information about them in the Demon Realm Handbook. I heard the man-eating giant skill is pretty nasty. Deathseeker nodded in agreement. That's right. The man-eating giant skill can seal innate abilities. Yuanying gasped in surprise, blurting out. What? Seal skills? He charged into the fray. The only way past here is to kill these 3 giants. I'll lure one away first. Then Zhang Zhe and Yuanying can handle the others. The 3 combined forces to weaken the savage giant. Zhang Zhe swiftly fired a flaming arrow at its body. Deathseeker attacked, showering him with praise. Lazit, your 4 mermaids are providing some decent healing. Critical strike. Deathseeker. After the savage giant went down for the count, he proudly declared. Finally, 1 down. Zhang Zhe landed, issuing a reminder. The other 2 won't be so easy. Deathseeker turned to observe. We need a plan. Those 2 giants are too close together. Attacking either one will alert the other. We have to take out the man-eating giant first. Even though he has magic silence, his health and defense aren't very high. Kill him first, then deal with the savage giant. He dashed forward, sword in hand. Yuanying, focus your attacks on the man-eating giant. Lazit, your healing is crucial for both Yuanying and me. Zhang Zhe obeyed, drawing his bow. Got it. The savage giant and man-eating giant charged forward, wielding their massive weapons. Intruder. D. It quickly used silence to attack first. Unfortunately for Yuanying, she took the hit. She struggled helplessly, crying out. Oh no, I can't use Light Piercer. Reminder, you have been struck by magic silence. The savage giant charged forward with its signature ground-shaking attack. It raised its weapon and roared mechanically. Intruder. Very strong. Kill Intruder. Deathseeker rushed forward, taking the hit for his teammate. Yuanying, how long until your skill recovers? She replied, trembling. 40 seconds. Though bound, Yuanying still gave a careful warning. 6th uncle, watch out. Deathseeker bravely faced the attacks, though terrified. I can't dodge it. Zhang Zhe rushed over. He took the blow instead, surprising Death Seeker. Lasat. Why? Zhang Zhe quickly turned and explained. Sixth uncle, you're the main force of the team. We can't afford for your skills to be sealed. I'll take care of the man-eating giant's magic silence. I'm in charge of the ranged attacks. Everyone, focus your attacks and take down the man-eating giant. Don't let him use that skill again. Then, we'll all work together to defeat the man-eating giant. Finally, it howled in pain its last words. The man-eating giant fell to the ground, motionless. Death Seeker quickly turned to Yuanying. Now, there's only one left. The odds are in our favor. Zhang Zhe spoke up, uneasy. I have a bad feeling about this. Death Seeker ran, while looking back to ask. What's wrong? He quickly questioned. If there are two giants blocking the way, how did that masked assassin get through? Sixth uncle, watch out. Death Seeker shouted. What the hell? Why is there corrosion in the seventh layer of the demon realm? His face was stern as he analyzed the situation. That's not right. Euro that assassin's shape-shifting art. That devilish grin. One strike, and Nusha's Yuefeng is knocked back. Damn, this guy's instant kill damage is insane. He laughs with a sinister grin and charges. You guys are a little slow on the uptake, aren't you? You're all my prey today. Gather the Rakshasa squad. Yueying, come closer to me, kids. That guy turns into a blob and changes his body color to camouflage. Watch out for sneak attack. Yueying, raise your weapons and defend. That assassin is seriously dangerous. Zhang Zhe knocks an arrow and focuses. If that's how it is, then I'll force him to show his true form. He raises a hand, summoning power. Instantly, Zhang Zhe's other summoned beasts appear. The devilish grin falters, startled. An archer? His stats aren't high. I could take him down with one shot. What the hell? Why is a sky-devouring toad here on the 7th floor? And a death butcher too? Isn't that a boss from the death domain? Could it be? Is he summoning these bosses? Zhang Zhe quickly gives the order. Sky-devouring toad, breathe fire around this area. Make that blob show its face. He's over there. The death butcher attacks the devilish grin with a critical hit. He instantly loses his disguise and reverts to human form. The devilish grin curls into a smirk. Rakshasa are indeed interesting. Looks like you got lucky today. The devilish grin pulls out an instant teleport scroll. He laughs loudly in farewell. The light squad will never stop hunting you. Just you wait. Nusha Yuefeng rushes forward. Crap, he's escaping. Damn it. He used a random teleport scroll to get away. Yueying asks worriedly. Sixth uncle, just how scary is the light squad? He explains grimly. Never underestimate the light squad. The management bureau sent a team to wipe out their hideout years ago. The whole team died, even though they were incredibly strong. She says sadly, half to herself. So, the Rakshasa are being hunted by them? Could it be? Nusha Yuefeng clicks his tongue and sighs. That's right. Rakshasa, you have to be careful. Zhang Zhe nods in agreement. Yeah, when the enemy comes, we'll put up a fight. When the flood comes, we'll build a dam. The uncle turns and leaves first. I wonder where that guy ran off to. We should head back to the altar and log off. We'll talk more after this is settled. Yeah, okay. Guess we have to. The three quickly vanish from the cave. The devilish grin quickly messages his teammate. That Rakshasa isn't easy to deal with, after all. Have to report this to the boss. I just ran into a Rakshasa. Everyone, be careful. Meanwhile, explosions rock the walls of Tianfeng City. Zhang Feng quickly steps out to assess the situation. The sound is coming from the city walls. Change your clothes first. I'll go see what's going on. Brother, what's happening outside? Brother, look. It's a demon pit monster. It smashes through the window and charges in. The little girl backs away in fear. It's a demon pit monster. I'm so scared. He quickly steps in front to shield her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Let's get to the shelter quickly. It'll be safer there. Then, the two siblings run out of the building as fast as they can. Zhang Zhe shouts a reminder as he flees. Help! Monsters are invading. A demon pit monster is about to attack a child as he runs by. No! Zhang Zhe hugs the child and orders. Xiaofeng, get to the shelter. Xiaofeng, don't be afraid. I'm here. He has to face 3 demon pit monsters alone. I'm afraid. A mysterious woman's voice suddenly rings out. You damn monsters. Come get me. Zhang Zhe quickly looks toward the source of the voice. So, it's her. The one who showed up at the roulette area last time. The mysterious woman stands on the roof, looking majestic. Zhang Zhe shouts a warning when he sees a monster behind her. Careful. The mysterious woman quickly jumps high to dodge the attack. She's fast. Zhang Zhe observes and thinks to himself. Moreover, she's incredibly strong. The demon pit monster roars in frustration. Now the mysterious woman is standing on its body. A soldier quickly runs up to report. Commander. The mysterious woman calmly orders. Take this monster back. Turn it over to Professor Ouyang.